Good afternoon, and good morning, everyone. It's Nomsa here at Ngosi Talk Shows. So, guys, we have Hayley today, Hayley T. Wheeler, and Hayley, please introduce yourself to our audience. This is a breakthrough challenge survival. We are talking about a heartbreak in relationship, a heartbreak in depression. Some people, they go into heartbreak, they suffer depression. Some people they get heartbreak with finances and wealth. So today we have all these speakers that have lined up. So they will be talking about a heartbreak in all areas of our lives. Over to you, Hayley. And Rachel G. Hayley, you have Rachel G here, as I won't do that. Ngosi Talk Show is a panel. So here she is. And Carol Ann as well, here she is. Over to you, Hayley, please.
Good morning. Thanks, Nomsa. Lovely to be here. So as Nomsa said, my name is Hayley. I am the founder of Emotion Mind Connection Therapy. I developed a 6-step process called Emotion Mind Dynamic that helps people understand their own mental well-being. And it's really exciting to do this today because we talk a lot about depression in different areas of life, and breakup is one of those things that happens to us all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hayley. Thank you so much. And can you tell us, how do you deal with depression after heartbreak, please?
Do you know, the thing is with breaking up, I think whether you've decided to do it yourself or whether it's an unplanned movement and it's a surprise to you, it can be really challenging. And the problem that we have is that people want to suppress their emotions rather than face them. So we're more than happy to talk about the breakup, the situation, the relationship. However, we don't talk about the emotional side of it. So we end up suppressing emotions. And the key really is to process, express, and release emotions as much as possible. Because we end up with a full emotional vessel if we don't. And having a full emotional vessel often means it affects everything, including how we cope, how we relate to other people, and how we just live our lives. If the breakup is planned, it's a great idea to start emotionally supporting yourself prior to the breakup. So if you know it's going to happen and you have a time scale, just sit down and really reflect on how it may affect you. Understand what's happened up to that point so that you can understand, maybe even though this is what you wanted to happen, that you are still going to be emotionally affected potentially. You may not be, but it's better to be planned and prepped ready for that in case. A lot of people want to just ignore the emotions, particularly if they planned it. So they will just pretend that everything is okay and they'll keep going. This becomes a big problem. This is often how depression manifests itself, is that we pretend everything's fine, we slap a smile on our face, we go to work, we relate with people. However, the issues become longer term when we do that. We can have health issues, mental health issues, and emotional issues as a result of keeping those emotions suppressed. One of the biggest things I say to people always is you are the most important person in your world. So give yourself permission to feel whatever it is you want to feel. There is no right or wrong. And I think we live in a world where we compare a lot. But if you give yourself permission to feel how you're feeling and allow those emotions to come, it makes it a lot easier in the short term and the long term. Do get support from people, whether it's somebody that you trust, a friend or a family member, or equally get somebody who's a professional. Maybe you just need to speak about it outside of your network, but it's a great idea to have people who you can open up to completely. But before you do that, be open and honest with yourself about what is happening for you. How are you experiencing the breakup? How are you experiencing all these emotions? And how you experience in life as a result? Then you can open up with other people. So please do put yourself first in this situation, whether you've decided that this is the end of the relationship or whether it's been a bit of a shock and it's happened and you didn't expect it to happen.
Oh, I can so relate to that, where you suppress the emotions and you really just, you bury your head and you go pretend it's not happening. And so certainly face those emotions. And I love what you said about you're the most important person. So that perhaps then comes down to having a strong sense of self. So, how is that important? And how do you actually gain it when life is hurting? And all you want to do is just hide away.
Do you know that the one thing we teach people how to be educated in school? So we send them off to school, we send them off to college, and we send them off to university. So we get used to learning in that kind of environment. The one thing, and I'm going to put my hand on my heart and say this is the truth for me. The one thing we don't do is teach people how to look after themselves and how to be themselves and how to be happy with who they are. So we don't even learn the skills. So when it comes to heartbreak, or it comes to a really emotionally tense and challenging situation, we forget to invest in ourselves. Rather, we invest in the problems and the challenges because we know how to invest in those. So we give the problem time, we give the challenges time, rather than giving time to ourselves and understanding who we are. My motto is self-knowledge is a superpower. The more you know about yourself, the more able you are to look after yourself and be empowered in your own life. Investing in learning about you, your strengths, your perception and self-perception, just even your values, your self-esteem, all these things are necessary to understand about ourselves, but yet it is not, it's not anywhere in the curriculum or even in the curriculum of life to do that. But you are the most important person in your world, as I've said before, and I always say this because you are the only one that can make decisions, that can change things if you want to, that can challenge the things going on in your life, but equally, you're the only person that's experienced everything you've experienced. Therefore, you're the only person who can unlearn what you need to unlearn and relearn all the new lessons that are there for you to learn.
That reminds me of a quote by Alvin Toffler. The illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Wow. And so what you said there is just very important. It is about being able to unlearn and relearn and recognize that you are the most important person. And certainly, we're not taught about finding ourselves, knowing ourselves at school. So that is a really important point. I love that. I love what you said. Self-knowledge is a superpower. I never thought about it in those terms. So I'll remember that. Self-knowledge is a superpower. So actually, how do you then deal with a broken heart?
This really is about when we understand ourselves on a deeper level, it makes everything easier. So the healing process really, for me, is about getting to the emotional root of the problem. And it's something that we don't do. It's something that's missing in all kinds of therapy, but equally in life, because we don't allow anybody to speak about their emotions. Society really is around, don't talk to me about your emotions. I don't know what to do with them. So we don't. So we stop speaking about emotions. We stop speaking about how we feel, what's going on for us at the moment. That's where the suppression comes from. We just push those emotions down. We slap a smile on our face and we go about our day. So the healing process for me is about getting to the root of the problem by processing, expressing and releasing those emotions that keep you stuck. So where we start with processing, and this for me is a sort of late skill to have learned. I wish I'd learned this in childhood. Firstly, in that process, we acknowledge the emotional impact of any given situation. So, for example, a breakup, we would need to understand what the emotional impact has been, not just of the breakup, but things that have led to the breakup. Things don't just break down. Often things have happened prior to the breakup. So if we acknowledge that this is what's happening for me emotionally, acknowledge your emotional state or emotionally well. And I think that's really important as well. But equally, what emotions are you experiencing on a day-to-day basis? What kinds of things are you feeling? What kinds of things are going through your mind? And it's all linked. For me, the connection between emotion and mind is the gateway to great mental health. The next step is recognizing, actually, okay, so these are the emotions that are affecting me. What are they doing for me? What are they? What's the impact they're having on my day-to-day life? How am I making decisions as a result of these emotions, then it's feeling those emotions. You've identified them. Now it's about allow yourself the whole experience of emotions. You know, if you're angry, allow yourself to be angry. If you're sad, allow that sadness. Hurting, allow your heart to hurt. Just feeling any emotion and the suppression, the experience of emotions. As we get older, we learn that emotional expression in any way, shape, or form is hurtful. But if we just allowed ourselves, we would learn, our bodies would learn, our minds would learn that this is the process of feeling emotions. Then it's about choosing. What do you want to do? What's the next step for you? What do you need to look after yourself? An expression for me, I love emotional expression now. I didn't always. It used to be that emotional expression was a sign of weakness. If you said anything about emotions, then it was a sign of weakness. But by learning how to express emotions in a healthy way, and I know that there's two levels of expression. Some people think that ranting at somebody because they hurt them is an expression, but they can't understand then why they're still left with that anger. But if you express yourself in a way that allows you to, again, we've processed the emotion, we're expressing it, we're saying things that we wouldn't generally say to people. We're actually telling people exactly how this is making me feel, why I'm feeling like this, what it is that it's doing to my life, and what I need to do with that. Then it's releasing. It's letting go of emotions. That's so, so important, because holding on to them, well, we all know where that gets us. It really doesn't get us in a good position. So being able to release those emotions in a way that we've processed, we've expressed, we've released, they do not come back and haunt us like emotions that we suppress. So this process is really great for healing any kind of emotional challenge.
Kylie, before we go to another questions, Rachel J.
Sorry, say that again?
Now, I was talking to Rachel. Do you have any questions to ask Hayley, Rachel?
Yeah, I'm having internet issues, I think, because it's cutting in and out. So just carry on at the moment, please.
Okay, awesome. How can you gain a strong sense of self and when life hurts? So if you speak to any other coaches, they would talk about the importance of a strong sense of self and how to gain it when life hurts. But somebody right now who is watching Haley, they'll be like, I don't know how to do it, and I don't know how to go on. The chains are too big for me. So what advice can you give them that has worked for your clients, that has worked for you, please?
Well, back to self-knowledge is a superpower. The more investigation, the more exploration, the more discovery that you do about yourself, you just start unlocking the answers that are missing. You start just releasing those limiting beliefs that you developed, and you're unlearning all those messages. One of the key things that happens with all of my clients is we explore emotional expression, but we also explore hidden messages. We look at the hidden messages that we've picked up through life that maybe aren't true, but we've come to live them as our truth. We come to believe things about ourselves and our capabilities, and it really does make us struggle. So being able to understand what those beliefs are, where they've come from, and unlearning them so that we can relearn the new beliefs is a really big key thing as part of the journey that I take clients through.
Sorry, yes, I've forgotten I was muted. It does help when you can find your voice and express what's going on for you, isn't it? And yeah, we do mute ourselves when we're really in the depths of depression or there's hurt. It's like we just retreat. And so being able to find that voice and express yourself is, I love that process that you said. But you need to acknowledge the emotions first. And then, yes, be able to express them, but allow yourself to feel them. We do shut them down. We don't want to go there. So allowing that to happen certainly is a really important point. So the next step, what's the next step? This is something about self-esteem. We talked about a strong sense of self. What about self-esteem? Is that important?
It really is, because a lot of people assume that confidence and self-esteem are the same thing. And I used to say them as one sentence, as if it was all confidence and self-esteem was one kind of big word. But actually, when you break it down, and how I understand confidence now, confidence is about that ability to go and do the practical things and the physical things in your life. Whereas self-esteem is very different. Self-esteem is your self-perception. It's the things that you understand about yourself, is how you think, feel, and speak about yourself. Even how you talk to other people about yourself, but equally your self-talk. What is it you're saying to yourself? It's about how you treat yourself and make the decisions in your life. So all those things are based on how you feel about yourself. So I often work with clients who will say, I'm a horrible person. I hear this so much. I'm a horrible person. But 5 minutes ago, they were telling me how wonderful they are looking after their auntie or their uncle or their cousins or their mother. And I just remind them that you're living this life that you feel that you're a horrible person, but yet you're helping these people. Would a horrible person really do that? And that changes how they start to look at themselves. And this is really important, because these are the deeper layers that we are not taught to look at. So when someone we have a balance of self-esteem, there's kind of a continuum, I suppose. There's healthy self-esteem, and there's sort of neutral self-esteem, and there's low self-esteem. And low and healthy are quite the opposite. And when someone has low self-esteem, they tend to make poor life decisions, and that kind of creates chaos in life. They also feel like they don't deserve positive things in their life. They may choose unhealthy relationships and friendships, and they often give their power and control throughout their life to other people. And this can happen in relationships, particularly unhealthy relationships. They very often feel like they have no choice or options, and that life is happening to them. Therefore, they feel like they're not able to change anything when life is happening to them. On the other side, when someone has healthy self-esteem, they will make really good life decisions that enhance their life, that make them happy. This isn't about perfection, though. I want to make that clear. Healthy self-esteem is about having a balance of when things go wrong, you can cope with them. So somebody with healthy self-esteem, they create relationships and friendships that are healthy and add to their quality of life. Now, I have to say this is a personal opinion, and I don't know if other people agree, but I don't agree with my other half. Because the minute you become a half, you've given half your power to somebody. So within a relationship, there's 100% and 100%. Both couples need to put the 100% in. And I think we've gotten lost in my other half theory. So somebody with healthy self-esteem will develop a relationship where there's 100% and 100%. Yes, I'm not saying there's no compromise. We give and we take, but it becomes sort of more equal measure, not that one person is taking advantage more than the other, not that one is getting more out of the relationship than the other, or not that one is putting more in than the other. So it's really important to develop these healthy self-esteem skills. And for me, these are kind of the key elements in life that we are not teaching children, and we get to adulthood and we're having to learn things or understand things that we've never understood before. So some of the things that influence self-esteem, definitely other people's beliefs or opinions. Definitely, a lot of what I hear from people when they talk about themselves or how they think about themselves or how they self-talk comes from other people in their lives. Those hidden messages often, not the direct messages. Some people do, but very rare do people go around telling people how awful they are, how ridiculous they are. But we still learn those messages indirectly from things that people say or don't say to us. So it really is about understanding where those beliefs about yourself come. Then it's about the decisions you make. So if you've already decided early on in life that you don't deserve good things to happen in your life, then you go out and you have all these unhealthy relationships, one after the other, you start to believe, because now they're being reinforced. You see, that relationship was lousy. You see, that decision I made didn't work out. So there's a reinforcement throughout the decisions you make that you are not a good person, that you don't deserve these things in life. So it becomes a vicious cycle. And it's definitely around the people in your life. If you bring in, particularly when you have low self-esteem, you bring in those people in your life that will kind of reflect that feeling of not being adequate, not being good enough. And sometimes we bring in the people that will make us feel that more so. So by being able to understand all these things and being able to differentiate between that's somebody else's opinion, but this is the reality. So I often talk about truth versus reality. And I see truth as being that thing that you've decided is true when you start to live by it, but the reality is very different. For example, I've always said in my life, I'm not a good learner, but I'm actually a really good learner if I'm taught in a way that suits me. So I got my master's in 2019. So I need to now change that label, that the way I speak about myself in terms of education. And I think this is important, that if you've got a truth you've been living, it doesn't make it reality. It isn't necessarily true, even though you might have been telling yourself it for 10 years, 20 years, it doesn't make it true. So how do we improve self-esteem? Again, it's back to self-knowledge as a superpower. It really does come down to getting to know you, the inside of you, not the outside, not the one that we present to the world. You know, learning how to recognize your strengths, equally the things we want to improve. You know, we don't all have the perfection in life that we see on social media. So it's about understanding that everybody has strengths, everybody has areas for improvement. The things you like to do, getting to know that. How many of you know your favorite film, your favorite movie, your favorite music, your favorite person? You know, we have favorite people, our favorite quotes. But until you get to know those things, you can't really dissect and remove the things you don't like. Sometimes we just accept doing the things that we don't like. And actually, maybe if we had some more information about ourselves, we wouldn't have to accept that. We would do different things and we would learn new things. It's about understanding what life you want. What is it that you want out of life? Who is good in your life? Who is somebody who brings something great to your life? What is it you want life to look like? And if I asked you now to define happiness, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Define happiness for me. What does it mean for you? Because this is completely subjective. So has anybody got a definition of happiness for them?
Oh, that's a good question.
I
don't know whether I've got something stuck here that's going, Ellen wants to express it. I don't know if I've ever thought about having a definition of happiness, but I think what's coming to mind is like there's a joy, there's an aliveness in your body. And for me, what's here is it's actually a willingness to be alive and live my life. I think that's what happiness is for me.
Fab, thank you. Rachel, have you got one?
Yeah, I think mine's changed over the time since I've done a lot of work on myself. And so it's now having an appreciation for myself and who I am, and taking care of me and feeling good. And that's what brings me happiness. Yeah.
And isn't this great? Because we've got two completely different definitions of happiness and both are correct. Both are right for you. So I think it's important that we learn to define things in our lives like happiness. Success is another one. We bandy these terms around, success and relationships, healthy relationships, but being able to define them first in order to be able to understand, like, this is what I'm looking for. That gives us like a sat nav, I suppose, of this is what I'm heading for. Doesn't mean we can't change it. Of course we can. But at least if we know when somebody comes into our lives, it means that we can decide whether we want to compromise or not. Whereas if we don't know what that definition is, we may be compromising constantly. So if we can hold on to that definition and be flexible if we want to be, we don't have to be. It allows us to really create and engage in our own lives. And I think that's really important.
Absolutely, that being able to engage in your own life, and learning to define things. It is about, being able to define it. And for me, I never knew what I felt. My ex-husband often used to say, "Well, what you feeling?" And I think, I don't know. And it wasn't until I actually started on this personal development journey and training in various modalities, and one of them was actually going into the emotions and facing, but being able to name them. It's like we don't have words. And all of a sudden I was feeling it and being able to express it and describe it and say where in my body I was feeling it. And so, it is certainly important to be able to define things, because then you can express it. And I think that is where a lot of people get their frustration, because they can't find the words, or if they do use a word, it means something to someone else, and therefore they're not understood. And they really don't get actually how they feel, the feeling. So definitely, I love that. Rachel, did you want to ask something there?
I was just, I like everything that you were saying, Hayley. I mean, I resonate on it a lot. I do the same with my clients. In the emotional side is really important. And what I hear is, it's really all about having that relationship with yourself. And when you talk about that partnership of 100%, well, to have that 100% in a partnership, you first need to get to know yourself 100%, and you need to turn up for yourself 100% in all cases, on your good days and on your bad days. And that inner critic that goes on in our head is the relationship that we have with ourselves. And so it's turning that inner critic more into an inner coach. And so that mental health is really important when we talk about having self-esteem. So when we're in a heartbreak situation, what do you feel are like those benefits of actually investing in your mental health whilst in a heartbreak situation?
I would love to see it being invested in before we get into a heartbreak situation, if I'm honest. I think if
Me too.
if we learn that skill of being able to just invest in ourselves, it is a skill, because we're not taught to invest in ourselves. And I'm talking about holistically, not just our mental health, our physical health, our spiritual health, all these things that we need to give time to. We are so busy, so we don't. So I think it's really important, again, back to that, you being the most important person in your life and being able to prioritize that person, being able to put that person first. And I'm not saying it needs to be people, and I don't like this either. People call it selfish to self-care and put yourself first. But I broke because I didn't put myself first. So I think it's important that we understand what the priority list looks like. What is on that priority list? Who is on the priority list? Some days they're going to be, maybe it's not you. Today I've got to deal with X, Y, and Z, and that's fine. But generally, overall, it's about putting yourself first and being able to give yourself 5 minutes a day. If all you've got is 5 minutes, to give yourself that 5 minutes. But if we start to understand the investment needs to happen prior to a breakup, it changes everything. But equally, if a breakup is happening, it's about understanding that it is going to have an impact on our mental health, how we think about things, how we feel about things, how we act. Even if we are the ones who've made the decision to separate from somebody, there is going to be some kind of emotional impact. So if we can understand what the emotional impact is, we get to the emotional root, we look at what the emotional impact is initially, and we start to just address it rather than ignore it. Because I feel that we're so focused on mental health being a negative thing. We have to understand that mental health is a positive thing. We've got this continuum of mental wellness and mental illness, and we travel along that in different parts of our lives, depending on what we're going through. It's about being able to understand that there's an emotional root to that mental health. And if we take care of the roots as we would in a tree or a plant, if we fed those roots and we understood what it is those roots need, what's triggering us, we can then make choices that enhance rather than I think sometimes we rather than enhancing, we're really ruining and spoiling ourselves in a negative way. So we need to really look after ourselves and nurture and feed ourselves in a way that we would a plant, a dog, even our children. We feed our children, we nourish our children, we nurture our children. It's about being able to do that for yourself.
Yeah, and it certainly begins with that self-value, you know, having feeling yourself worthy enough to actually invest in. And I love what you said about being, you know, that selfishness. There's something really we need to change in society, that if you're taking care of yourself, you're being selfish. Because I always like to say to my clients, you know, I used to be a flight attendant years and years and years ago, and the whole idea of putting the mask on yourself first before you attend to your children, there's a really good reason for that. Because, you know, if you want to, when you then turn it to yourself or into a relationship, is by being selfish, what you're actually doing is ensuring that when you show up for whoever it might be in your life, you're going to show up 100%, and you're going to give them 100% of yourself, not turn up 50% and then not really be present with that person. And so, is it really being selfish if you're investing in yourself first? No, it's not. It's actually being selfless, because you're going to show, you know, give more of yourself, and that person's going to be able to receive, you know, the fullness of you, rather than, you know, a mediocre you, you know. So yeah, I love what you said about that. Absolutely.
You know, as I said earlier, not looking after myself, I look at it now as being quite selfish back then, because I couldn't be the parent I wanted to be. I couldn't be the wife I wanted to be. I couldn't be the person I wanted to be, because I hadn't looked after myself. I put everybody else above. You know, I had a long priority list. I have 4 children, you know, have dogs and family, and all these people came first. So maybe we really do need to think of it in terms of not necessarily it is selfish to not look after yourself, but I'd rather us think like that than put self-care in that category of being selfish, because I broke, and we want strong people. We want to be able to do everything we want to do at the level that we want to do it. And in order to do that, in the same way as you would a car, you have to put the petrol in, you have to do the oil, you have to do the water, you have to do all these specific things. So why not have that kind of MOT on ourselves?
And I think there's something here to be said about actually maybe taking the tone out of that word or that phrase, being selfish, because it is the tone that we give it that actually makes it feel like you're wrong. And actually that's the correct phrase. It is about being selfish and having to look after yourself to start with. So it's the expression, it's the tone, and how you are with that word and that phrase. And so maybe there's a transformation to be had there. You know, let's use that phrase. Let's lift the energy of it in some way to it is, yeah, it's okay. But going back to something else you were saying about understanding what's triggering you, you know, that is key, because again, understanding yourself. If you get triggered, it's like, oh, being able to stop in that moment and go, well, what just triggered me, rather than letting the trigger take you and you just go and you're totally lost in being triggered. So, you know, how can coaching help you or support you with your mental health? Because what you're saying about, yeah, mental health, it is an important conversation to have. And it is when we do shove under the carpet and think, oh no, I can't talk about that. But I think that's another one of those phrases that needs to be lifted and think, well, take off that negative connotation that there's something wrong going on, that actually there's something right going on, because you are becoming aware of what's happening for you. And it is all about your mindset, your mental health. So how can coaching support you with your mental health and, you know, being with these triggers?
It's all about understanding, isn't it? You know, I had a client come to me and she said, the first words out of her mouth were, I know myself better than I know anybody. by the end of that session, she realized that she really didn't understand herself. And there's such a difference between knowing and understanding. And it's the understanding, as through education, it's the understanding that's key. So once you understand, and coaching can do this for you, once you understand what it is that you want out of life, coaching can offer direction. It can offer you a way of being able to see, right, this is what I want to achieve, and these are the steps I want to take to get there. And I think one of the biggest things that people often miss is living for themselves. So go back to that definition. What's the definition of happiness to you? What's the definition of success? We will often define it by other people's standards. So if we can start living for ourselves, coaching can support you to do that, because the ethos of coaching is that you already have the answers, but we just need somebody to ask the right questions to get those answers out. Because I wouldn't come in and tell you what to do with your life. Not my job. I don't know what your life is like. It's not my job to tell you how to do it or what to do. It's my job to allow you to learn and grow and develop the skills that you need to create the life that you want. And I love the use of different questions, because they provide the opportunity for somebody to find a different way of answering that question. So we use questions like, I'm trying to think of some examples now that we did on Wednesday. A lot of people will ask, why do you feel like that? I will go round and say, okay, so what is it that you saw or experienced that makes you feel like that? And although the question is similar, that because it's asked in a different way, the brain activates in a different way and starts to go, oh, we want an answer to that, and helps them find the answer to that. So that's really what the essence of coaching is. It's really about building a strong foundation, giving you the skills, the tools, the ability, plus the confidence to go out and develop the foundation you need to build that life that you want. It's about learning what works for you. Again, it's not a tool to teach. It's about you understanding that all these options are available for you. What are the options that are relevant for your situation and your life? It also allows you to discover your values. But as Rachel said earlier, your value. We talk a lot about values. We don't talk enough about your value in your life and to you and the people around you. And coaching can help you get that sort of perspective, I suppose, and understand those things. It allows you to set your own standards in your life. It really gives you that foundation to understand that this is how I want to live. I have the right to live how I want to live, and this is how I can do it. It's such a powerful tool.
Yeah, I think it also identify when you have a coach, it helps you to identify what actually is getting in your way of you on one level consciously saying this is what I want, but then subconsciously you seem to be actually going out there and doing something completely different, and then there's that miscommunication with yourself. And so it's that area that really coaching can really shine a light on and bring and expose the things that are going on beneath the surface that are really preventing you from being able to get the life that you truly want, which is once you've identified those, and you can really start to just accept, and then look at, okay, well, what can I do differently? You'll start to make really quite good progress and start moving in a way that actually starts to you start to feel like you're coming more into alignment with that self that is the true self, rather than the self that you've probably been living all this time, that was more for other people and not for the person that you are within deep within yourself, right?
Yeah, agreed. Those barriers are the things that keep us stuck. And my focus tends to be on the emotional barriers, but there's so many other barriers, the mindset, the limiting beliefs. And I think that, back to that knowing versus understanding. A lot of people will come to you and say, this is what's stopping me. Okay, so let's understand where it's come from and how to do that. So yeah, totally agree. We get to the root again of the barriers and are able to just hoist them out and allow you to live that life that you want.
Okay, Hayley, Rachel, and Carol Anna, I hear you, but if somebody is watching right now, Hayley, they want to find out if there's any framework that they can use to actually do the things that they want and live the life that they desire in life. It's not easy. Like myself with my journey, it's taken me 10 years. And someone who is watching right now who are blaming themselves, like Carol Anna has this sentence that always says, when she speaks, she always say, whatever decisions you make in life, never make it yourself wrong. So if somebody is watching and they are making themselves wrong for the steps that they are taking, because to be where you are today, like Hayley, you are a coach, and you have clients that you have changed their lives. It's taken you years and years and years to be where you are. So what advice could you give somebody who is being too hard on themselves and they want to find this breakthrough, and they're blaming themselves that why my life is like this, why other people, their lives, it is easy for them to change? Please just give them some advice. And Carol Ann and Hayley, you can comment on it, because right now, every comment that you guys make, it will make a difference in someone else's life.
I think the first thing that people need to understand is the comparisonitis, I call it now. It's the way we've come to live with social media. And if you're stuck in the wondering state where you're just wondering why everybody else's life is as it is, just consider how much time you're giving that process and how much time you could be given to yourself and developing yourself. So it's about really taking stock of where you're at and recognizing that that's the case. Okay, so this is where I'm at. I'm constantly wondering, what's the next step for me? What do I need to do next? What do I want? I've got 3 questions. I got 3 accountability questions then, okay? So the first one is, what can I do? So what are my options? What's available to me? The second question is, it's a bit of an ideal world question. With a magic wand, what would I like to do? But the third question, and this is the most important one of the 3, I think, is what am I actually going to do? So it's okay saying, I want to go and, open my door and run for 10 miles. Well, unless you've done that for the last at least 10 weeks, I don't think you're going to get up and run 10 miles. If you do, that would be amazing. It's about understanding what you're willing to put in. What are you willing to do? And then finding the right resources to support you to do that. I have a coaching mod, which I can send you the link, Nomza, that people can understand, again, back to understand themselves from the inside out. Because we focus on the outside in, we focus on what's going on externally. However, we need to look inside out and have that perspective of, right, let's grow myself and who I am and stand in my own power so that I can create that life and use whatever tools are available to be able to do that.
It is, using those tools, learning the tools and being able to move forward. And your question, Nomsa, what's coming to mind for me, because it's really about living with that. Because something you were saying, Hayley, about knowing versus understanding, there's something that actually Elliott K talks about, is it's knowing versus owning. You know it, but do you actually own it? You can know it and you can understand it, but do you own it? And what he means by that is that taking action on it. And very often, I know it. But do you actually take action on it? And that is the owning part of that knowledge and understanding. And for me, being able to work with how things are, it's being able to recognize that life gives you all the lessons that you need. And for me, this is the teaching that want to see out there in the world is actually right from school, but beyond school. Your education doesn't stop. I hear so many people saying, "Oh, I've done my time." Well, sorry, that's just the beginning. That's just the tip of the iceberg. That just gets you started, because it's actually life gives you all the lessons that you need, and it's being able to know that those lessons are there for you in school, and it's not about the subject that you're learning. It's about how is that teacher showing up for you? How are your friends showing up for you? How could you be different with this, and how could you work with that, and what could you learn from this, such that that lesson doesn't show up again in your life? And this is what I'm always talking to my grandchildren about when things aren't going right for them at school. What's the lesson here? It's got nothing to do with the subject or the teacher. It's how are they showing up? How is it impacting you? How is it making you feel? And bringing it back to themselves. And then, once you've learned that lesson, it won't show up again. If you don't learn it, you get out into the big wide world and you get into work, and hey, guess what? Those sort of people will show up again, only much more in your face. So for me, this is what I feel is important, is about being able to take control of your own learning, being able to understand how you learn and learn the lessons that are showing up. Because once you've got the knowledge and got that knowing, you can then take the action and make sure you do take the action. So for me, it's not just about the mind and the sort of mindset. It's about being able to move the body as well. Get that movement going. Where are you stuck? So it's about feeling into the body. What's going on here. So that's what it's about for me. What about you, Rachel?
Yeah, what was just popping up into my mind, maybe a bit more on a practical level, was, from myself, my own experiences, that, I really started to just take an interest in like myself, like, let's get curious. Who is this person that I live with every day? And so I started to observe my thoughts, like, how am I thinking? But also at the same time reminding myself that although I call them my thoughts, they're not actually who I am. They are just thoughts. And then starting to really question the behavior and the choices that I was taking, and being curious to what was driving that, what was beneath the surface of whatever those thoughts that were coming into my head, and then me going off and taking action, like, well, why am I doing this? What's driving it? And yeah, I started to recognize that there were parts of me that were unexpressed, they were trying to communicate with me, but I hadn't been listening for a very long time. I was just, ignoring it. But I started very slowly to hear that inner voice, the quieter one, not the one that was shouting all the time and, always taking, the main stage, shall we say. It started to move off, and I started to have another voice that started to come in, and that got stronger and louder, but it sounded very different. So yeah, I think having that willingness, you really do have to have a willingness to want to get to know who you are, and realize that you're not just this body. There's so much more that's going on beneath the surface. It's almost like you've got a family that's living within you, and they're all wanting attention. And so, when you can sort of start to separate that and start to see them as little individual pieces of you, and nurture each one of them and give them their needs and let them be heard and seen and felt, then you start to realize that you're this complete, beautiful puzzle that is just, I find really enjoyable to spend time getting to know. So yeah, that's all I have to say on that.
I have a question for Hayley. Does anyone have a question for Hayley, guys? Carol Ann?
What is the way that you learn best? because you talk a lot about learning, and I see that learning has become really important in your life. And so what did you discover about how you learn best?
I learn best by doing. I have to do something, and I have to do it badly or well, it doesn't matter. I have to do it. And if somebody can show me, I will learn better than reading something. Or so when it came to my depression, it was really about understanding what this piece of, as Rachel said, the puzzle bit, the beautiful puzzle, what this piece of the puzzle meant for me. So I needed to really delve into it and really experience it. I really am an experiential learner. But during the masters, there was no experiential learning. So I learned that I can adapt when I want to. I can adapt. It's not easy, but I think that's key, isn't it? To being able to live the life that you want, is adapting yourself, recognizing these are your strengths, but actually, if I really want something, then I need to learn how to get that. So whether that's learning a new skill or just adapting the skills that I have. But I do definitely learn by being shown, trying it all out, and then having that feedback from somebody.
I have a question. Discipline and consistency are two of the, for me, quite main ingredients into helping you become more knowledgeable about yourself and to help you grow. So what tips do you have for discipline and consistency to keep that up?
I think discipline is quite misunderstood in terms. So you're going to make mistakes. So for me, it's about learning from the mistakes. So even when you're disciplined and you set a time scale, or you have a deadline, or you want to do something in a set time frame, it's about understanding that even when things go wrong, went really, really well. So being able to learn from those mistakes. There were times for me when it was 2 steps forward and 10 steps back. But if I'd have given up then, that would have been my journey over. And I think even within discipline, we still are going to get things wrong, and that's fine. I think it's accepting that. But that consistency then comes, that really does support you to keep going. I'm going to get up today, even though it's a really lousy day, I'm going to get up today and I'm still going to do one thing. I'm not going to do the 3 things I planned. I'm going to get one thing done instead. So you're consistent. And I think that both of them go together. They do pair really well. But let's understand that to be disciplined doesn't mean getting things right all the time.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Disciplined is about just showing up for yourself. Yes. In whatever capacity that might be. And one day that might be only 2%, and another day it's 10%, another day it's 50%. It really doesn't matter as long as you are showing up and acknowledging yourself and your feelings. So yeah. Absolutely.
And as you said, consistency then supports that, doesn't it? If you can show up at 2%, you can definitely show up at 50%.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I think our time with Hayley now is nearly come to an end. We have 6 minutes left because Elliott K is coming on at 11 o'clock. So do you have any words of encouragement, Hayley, for our audience? And also, where can they find you if they need to? Please include where they can find you if they need to contact you. And also, Hayley, you do have a link for free products, don't you? Do you? Yes. And also, if you go to the link on the video, if you go to the link and press the link where it says register for Breakthrough Challenge Survival, there's all different free gifts there from our coaches. And that is including our guest coaches and Ghost Talk Shows coaches. Please put your email address, your details, and then it will take you through to where you can download your free gifts. Hayley has left her free gifts there. So you can download that, and then you'll be able to actually find her on her social media. And I'm going to let her explain. Words of encouragement, please, Hayley, because Elliott K is coming on at 11 a.m. Is Haley there?
Person in your world. It is the one thing that everybody needs to hear and everybody needs to keep in their hearts. You are the only person in control of your life, therefore you deserve to be looked after. And if you take nothing else away from this discussion, which has been amazing this morning, take that away. But as you can see on my background here, I am on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram as Hayley T. Wheeler. You can find me there. I have an email, a website, and it's www.hayleytwheeler.co.uk. You can find me there. Please do get in touch with any questions. I love a good question. I love to be challenged, and have a great day.
So much, Haley. We love you and we appreciate you. And thank you so much for actually coming and join Hope Springs Eternal Introduction Agency and Gossip Talk Shows and our coaches that helps our clients find their own voice and lead from within. And hopefully our audience will find that breakthrough, because the breakthrough is really, really important. And finding your own voice and leading from within. And guys, please make sure you follow Haley. And depression and mental health problems is something that people don't want to talk about. And when you talk about mental health, people think you're not normal when you have mental health problems, but it's something that can be healed if it's dealt properly. It's something that if you get a good coach, you work with a good coach, is something that you can work on and find that breakthrough that you need in your life. And thank you so much, Haley. We love you so much. And hopefully you will come back again and join us. And we've enjoyed it so much. Did you enjoy having time with us?
Yes, I did. I'd love to come back.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much. So guys, Simone was meant to come after Haley attended, but Simone is on holiday. So he thought internet would not be good. Here's Elliott K. Haley, you can stay if you want to and listen to. I believe that Elliott is responsible for all the work that you do. Hi, Elliott.
Hi, hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just want to thank you for coming on today for this Breakthrough Challenge Survival. I would like you to introduce yourself, for you to introduce yourself to our audience. You can introduce yourself better than I. So please take the stage. Tell the audience who you are and what you do. And Haley, please feel free to stay if you want to stay.
Hey, Haley. Hey, Caroline. Hello, Rachel. Hello, everybody. My name's Elliott K, and I currently run a company called Speaker Express, where we work with experts to help them step into the light, use their voice for good, get seen and heard for their expertise, and therefore make an impact in their industries. I also am an author of 6 books. The 6th book will be coming out this year. And my 3rd one, which is I think the one we're really talking about today, is Power to Succeed, which was a bestseller at its time. And I have worked extensively over a decade now with people to help them better themselves, for a better word, whether it be from confidence. But right now the focus is using speaking as a expertise positioning tool and a marketing strategy. So that's a little bit about me. I also have 2 children and I live in Devon in the UK. There we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Carol Ann, do you have a question for Elliott K? For me, I have a question. So Elliott, when I actually went through what you do, and I just thought, you know what, the audience will benefit from the book that you've written, because it's all to do with the heartbreak and the journey, how you were able to break through and find this framework that you have created and living your life freely in Devon with your family. So my question for you is, how do you create your identity and find the confidence to become the person you want to be after heartbreak?
I think that's a great question. I think you have to separate the two, right? Your identity and confidence, because they both move. right? So confidence, we don't reach a certain point and we ever need more confidence, I think. And also our identity is always reforming. Again, it's not a static thing, identity. And I think one works with the other, because I could have an identity that I'm not confident, right? And that's my identity, therefore I won't have the confidence. But if I then start to see results, my identity will change, and therefore I'll start to feel more confident, and my identity will evolve with that to demonstrate confidence. So I think what happens is a lot of us do relate or formulate an identity that informs the other. So if for whatever reason let's say I got massively rejected in the past, or for something that I really held myself, like, I'm going to win this, I'm going to get this, she's going to say yes, he's going to say yes, and I get a no, and I get rejected, then I might form an identity of a person that never gets a yes, right? So my confidence would deflate. But then if I'm still persevering and going through it, and I'm starting to get yeses, and I'm starting to get, then my identity will shift and suddenly go, wait a minute, I am one of those people that does get yeses. So I think what's important to understand is really deep dive to look at the identity we formulated and how the confidence is influenced by the identity. But they are separate things. It's a bit like, I'm a business owner, right? I run businesses, but the business is separate to me as a human being, even though I'm massively invested, right? So I think it's important to understand that. And yes, we have our identities, but to understand how one informs the other is really key if we're going to own that. And I think that's a massive part. If you want to really unlock that power to succeed, understanding that identity you've created. And there's so many factors that influence identity as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carol Ann. Do you guys have any comment for Elliott or any questions you want to ask Elliott, Rachel G?
Yeah, no, I'd like to sort of come in here because I like that, what you're saying about identity and confidence, and they shift and they actually inform each other or work together or against each other. And I hadn't actually thought of it in those terms. So it was like, oh, it's an interesting
I'm not just
concept.
a pretty face, Caroline. I know you can be deceived by it, but I'm not just a pretty face. I keep telling people, they don't believe me.
Oh, I wonder why that is, Elliott. Oh, no. But yeah, as you say, one informs the other. And how did this help you or work for you when, because I'd like you to tell us about the heartbreak of losing everything. So I know you lost everything, and how to bounce back and make a long-lasting change.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's over a decade ago that it happened to me, but it's 2010, I followed a beautiful woman out to Australia thinking that was the beginning of our life together, only for within 2 weeks for it all to fall apart. She ended up kind of falling for a billionaire, literally a billionaire. So when I tell the story, I talk about getting dumped for a billionaire. And then at the same time, my business started to fall apart. I lost most of my clients. I was working for another company that, I was a subcontractor, and they refused to pay me. So I was brokenhearted. I was broke, and I came back to the UK, and it was just a really, really, really tough time because everything I formulated, this is what I mean, my identity of being successful, my identity of having the love of my life, my identity of truly being on this path of mass success had crumbled right in front of me. So obviously my confidence was at an all-time low. And then what happened was I obviously a few months went by, but I really had to look inwards, right? If we're going to change anything, it's an inside job. If we're going to find a confidence reform, we've got to go inwards. Sure, I could blame her. Oh, it's her fault. How could you dump me? And, I'd be lying if I said I didn't go there every now and then. But when I went there, I'd catch myself and go, listen, you have to look at the role you played in this situation. Why did she feel that she'll get more from a billionaire than from you? How did you show up in this relationship? So I really looked inside and I started to really evaluate all of my relationships, my relationship with money, my relationship with sex, my relationship with love, So then I started to evaluate how I was showing up in those different situations. And obviously it's a well worthwhile journey, but it's holding up a mirror and going, what am I doing wrong here? What am I not doing that is allowing the situation to grow, to manifest, to and that's what I did. And I looked deep and dark, deep and dark at times. But the good thing is, if you find yourself in darkness, but you're looking for the light, eventually you see it. And it might not always be, right in front of you. And that's the thing. So I looked at things one at a time. First thing I looked at was my relationship with love. And I realized I had a very skewed relationship with love. There was very much unworthy program going on. There was a comparison. So what I'd done this whole time I was in a relationship with this lady, I'd elevated her to this amazing, oh my God, I can't believe I'm with her. Like, why is she with me? So what does that create? She's not with you because you don't feel worthy, right? So I looked at my whole relationship with love. Then I looked at a relationship with money. Again, very similar. You'll find there's patterns. Romance and money have a very strong link. Again, unworthiness. So money never stuck around, even though I made a lot. I mean, I'd had my best year ever that year. Literally, I had everything I could have wanted financially in one way. And again, so I started to look at how is that impacting things. Then I started to look at how I was using sex. Like, what was sex to me? Was it, which to me was a tool of performance. It wasn't a intimate experience of sharing love. It was like, let me put on a show and show you how good again, I evaluated my relationship and intimacy, right? Again, we can separate it. Let's talk about the same context. And it's like, okay, this needs to change. I need to let go. I need to evolve. I need to really level up my self-worthiness. I need to be. I think I cut out there. Am I back?
Yes,
Yeah.
you did. You come back.
Brilliant. And I think I was saying I need to be comfortable in my own skin, and that's not easy. I think what happens is a lot of people are kind of have that montage in their head. I'll just face it. It'll take a short period of time, and then I'll come back and I'll be great. A bit like Rocky, right? He kind of starts training and then he wins a fight. But when we're dealing with emotions which are irrational, when we're dealing with programming which wasn't always our choosing, then it takes time, and you need to honor the timeline that it needs to take. Sure, there's ways to accelerate things, but once I finally dealt with them, I think it was June that year when I finally collapsed, and I remember going home that night. I did this big process and I collapsed everything, and there was no like euphoric feeling, which I think people are obsessed with. There was no buzz. I suddenly just was very emotionless, but not in a numbness, in a way like, oh, I'm not attached to this anymore. I've let go of it. And a month later, I met my wife. And I've been with her ever since, because I created that space to allow new. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on the fact that you picked up on looking at the relationship that you had with all the with love, the relationship you had with sex, the relationship you had with money, etc. I mean, that's so important because life is a relationship, right?
Right.
Everything that we interact with is a relationship, and so the way we feel about ourselves is actually setting that tone for every other relationship that we come into contact with, and it influences us in the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate, the way we listen, and the way we love. So I really like the fact that you just brought that to people's attention, that life is a relationship. So in your book, you talk about how you were not willing to be a failure and simply let your dreams drift into this distant memory. The book, I think, is called Power to Succeed, right?
Yeah.
So what mindset was really helping you to get there?
It's a great question, because when you talk about mindset, it's quite, sometimes it can be intangible, because I'm in our frame, and I'll answer your question, but again, a mindset is a It's something like, we're continuously looking on. I can tell you two things that really drive me still to today, for right or for wrong, is my absolute refusal to be like my dad, right? And I know we can talk about, if you want to talk about kind of, it's moving away energy, or it's this, and I know sort of in certain trainings, like that's moving away driver, but that still drives me to today, like an absolute, which you talked about, the refusal to fail, because in that moment, when that was all going on, the heartbreak and the business, like in that moment, I was my dad. Like that was his life for many, many years. So I refused to become that. So what I really focused on is what right? And I had to develop is a growth mindset, is also a mindset of acceptance. I had to accept where I was. I had to really shed a lot as well. I had to let go. And I think the mindset I've developed is a mindset of presence to where I am and presence to where I want to go. It was also a mindset of acceptance of the pain and denial of the pain, and accept that I'm not perfect, and accept that I'm not great, and accept that, but that doesn't, not in a defeatist way. That's not in a, let me clarify the acceptance. It's not like, oh, poor me, bad me, I'm not good, I'm not great. It's like, let me accept where I am. Let me accept my shortcomings and let me build from there. That's what I mean by this mindset. And I did, at the time I deep dived all kinds of healing methodologies. I came up with, at the time, my own version, which came move forward. Never think
Okay,
Are you there?
Yes, we're here. We're here.
Okay, I think you're back. Good. So where did I freeze somewhere? Where did I freeze?
You froze somewhere, please. After Rachel asks questions, can you repeat it again, please?
From the whole thing from Rachel?
No, I think you were.
Where did I freeze? In the middle. Okay, I have to kind of rewind where I was. I
just
go back
rewind
to
1 minute, few seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, a few seconds.
Okay, I think I was when I was talking about, is the mindset of not giving up, is the mindset of always knowing that there's another level. It's the mindset that embracing the pain is part of the journey versus our obsession to deny it, or it was like, listen, growth pains are part of this journey. And I think one of the greatest mindsets, to answer your question, Rachel, was to accept I don't know anything, that I really don't know anything. And that was, because I think before that I did have a little bit of a know-it-all. I know this stuff. And when I let go of knowing and moved to owning, it created like a much wider spectrum for me to learn from. And then I never felt like I was done, and I never feel like I'm done. I mean, we're 10 plus years later and I'm still on this evolution. So, people talk about the mindset of the champion, people talk about peak mindset, all this. For me, it's just always the mindset of acceptance, of moving forwards, of a solution. What's the solution here? How do I deal with things? And to do it with compassion. And that's my mindset that I developed and kept since, Looking back, it was a horrible time, but it was one of the greatest things that ever happened to me.
Yeah, I totally resonate with what you're saying, because kind of very similar to the mindset that I took with myself, having that beginner's mind for everything, and not thinking that I know it all, because by knowing it all actually was a block in itself, right? That acceptance fully, and I think also allowing whatever is showing up in your life to be there, and to look at it from a perspective of, okay, what can I learn from this, rather than, oh, this is happening to me yet again, or whatever.
Right. And if it is happening yet again, then you haven't learned, right? You haven't. And I think that's part of it. If something keeps happening, then you haven't shifted, you haven't moved forwards in various parts. And I think that's an important part as well.
There's your book.
Yeah, God, what a good
on my shelf.
There we go. I've only got a few of those copies left.
Really?
Those are like a rare
Gosh.
edition with the,
My mum actually had one of these as well,
yeah.
and she
There you
found it
go.
really useful. And for someone, sort of an older generation, she would have, she had it by her bed, and she said she would often just
Oh
open it
wow.
up and just read, and she found
Wow.
it really useful. And I've just
That's
opened it up
amazing.
right now and come to pain doesn't equal suffering. And I think
Yes.
that is something that we collapse into, isn't it? And
Yes.
going, poor me, that I'm in pain, so got to suffer. It doesn't equal the same
Yeah.
thing. So can you tell us about the depth of your personal journey, and the insights and tools that you use to overcome some of your deepest traumas, and how we could do the same?
Yeah. Depth of my journey. Wow.
Yeah,
How long?
because you said there was lots of levels, so how far do you want to go? Yeah, how
You
deep?
know, yes. I mean, I think even if we look at, spirituality and things like that, it, that continuous groundingness that we never really arrive, right? That we're never really there. And that's what we aspire, right? For me, actually I've been using the same tools probably since that time. I've learned a lot, but I've added bits. I've used the same tools. I think in my darkest hours, which I still have, one of the key tools is to pause, is to stop, right? I think what we can end up doing is doing more, or I've got to get more done, I've got to work harder. And I think when I go to some of those dark places, and I think we've all had them in the last few years with what's going on in the world, is to stop, literally just stop, take a break, go for a walk. I mean, I run a lot. My go-to is running, so I'd go for a run. Connect with nature. And I don't mean tree hug. I just mean get some green. I mean, go see the sky, again, because when we're in our darkness, we can very much be in a cave, right? Our very own emotional cave. And it's all very dark and it's all very bleak and it's all very glue. So just by, stepping out the front door, seeing the fresh air, seeing the sky, feel the rain on us, and, these little bits, you might go, oh, well, it does make a difference. The other thing that really worked for me in my darkest time is never breaking a promise, right? So back in 2018, I had really, really bad depression. This is 8 years later. And I knew I was going through depression, but I couldn't explain what was going on. I couldn't express it to my wife at the time, but I knew I was depressed. And something that is one of my core principles is my word is my bond. And so what I made sure I did to make sure I got out of bed, to make sure I kept moving forwards, is I set loads of appointments up with people to make sure that I always had a reason to get out of bed. This is when I was doing the strategy stuff, Caroline. It's that period, right? And so by never breaking a promise, it made sure that I was always out of bed. I was washed, I was clean, right? And I brushed my teeth. And I had a really productive time, right? In that respect. The business was doing really well, but inside I was kind of just dying in many ways. And it did come to that point where I stop, I end it, literally, or I deal with it. And the stuff I used to deal with, and again, the stuff I used for that eventually was the key tool, I'll say, that really helped me with that is forgiveness, right? And I went on a whole kind of journey of course, forgiving myself, but also spiritually and energetically look who I could have harmed indirectly or on purpose, and just asking spiritually for forgiveness, asking, if I've ever harmed you in any way, and you ask for forgiveness. And that seemed to, it's really interesting because I work with this incredible healer and she was the one guiding me through this, right? And I just trusted her. When I turned to her, I said, look, I know what you're going to do. I won't understand. I'm just going to trust you that it's going to work. And she kept saying, you need to work on forgiveness. So I did. And that was the key tool. So even now today, when something pops into my head, a bad memory, or that moment where I ask for forgiveness straight away. I ask for their forgiveness, and I ask for forgiveness of their generations. I know this sounds a bit woo, but do that. But I don't, I aspire to be where other people might be, but I don't compare myself to them, right? So did you all hear that? Because I think you might have frozen. Did you
Only
hear
heard
compare to
bits of it,
discover?
Elliot. Only heard bits. Do you want to just recap? Because it is a really
Okay.
important point.
Yeah, so I was
Forgiveness
saying
is
that
important.
Yeah,
what I
when
do,
you were
yeah.
talking
So one of the
about
key,
the generation, back to generation, forgiveness, back to generation.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
then
where
I
you
was
got
saying,
cut off.
okay, so what I do, when I'm coming to my dog is practice forgiveness, but also I make sure that I don't have a comparison program running. So I look at people and I'm inspired to be like them. I want to be like them, but I don't compare myself to them. And I certainly don't judge myself for where I am either. So judgment, the removal of judgment. So that kind of acceptance. And then I use other tools that, things like access consciousness, where I create a detachment from things. I do use affirmations. I do use incantations. I also pray. I have a good relationship with a higher power, but that's my personal thing, right? That is me. I'm not saying everybody has to have a personal relationship with a higher power. If it doesn't work for you, that's okay. So I have this little routine every morning. I do some of my access consciousness. I practice a bit of forgiveness. I do a bit of praying. I make sure that I'm always seeing. Part of the reason I moved to Devon is to see the sea, right? Because I'm very close. I'm very attached to sea. So again, therefore, in some of my darkest times, I make sure I go sit by the sea. So those are some of the things. The thing more than anything I want everyone to take away isn't about the access consciousness or NLP or EFT or whatever. It's about having the tools that work for you, right? And that's the key. And you might need to kiss a lot of frogs before you find the right tools that work for you, but to allow yourself to go on this exploratory journey that opens up, right, the possibility of you using these tools or finding these tools. And I have a podcast as well. On Monday, I interviewed a trauma expert. You can find her on my LinkedIn. And she's talking that right now trauma's on the rise. There's more and more research coming out of the pandemic and the outcomes of it. And more people are realizing that they have to deal with their stuff because, she's getting clients now, they're 70 and 80 because they realize that whatever time they have left, they want to make the most of it and stop whatever's been stopping them. And I think we just have to have that parachute mindset because the closed parachute doesn't work. But if we can have a parachute mindset that enables you access to these tools, that you give yourself permission to find if it works or not, that's what's key here. And that's the mindset. And that's what I'll say to anybody that's going through a dark time is just open up the possibility of finding them.
Yeah, I love that, Elliot. What was coming through as you were talking was really asking yourself whether or not is the relationship that you're in with yourself one more of gratitude or resentment.
Right, yeah. Because if you resent yourself, it's that whole, I think you've probably heard this, but would you speak to your friends like you speak to yourself, right? And if the answer is no, then something needs to shift because you should be really kind and nice and compassionate to yourself and of course to other people. But it's not okay to do it to yourself and be completely different from anyone else. So yeah, absolutely. Love that.
So I was interested in what you've just said about people, that there's more trauma showing up with people and people aged 70, 80 worried about, their lives and what's going on and how they're going to move forward. How would you say that actually writing your story could help you with this personal development journey? Because you've written 6 books, and I know the first one, it took you a lot to, to get that written. And it's not something that's has come naturally for you, but you've worked with it. And so how has that helped you on your personal development journey, actually writing?
Yeah, I think for me, there's something very therapeutic about writing a book. I think what people need to do is let go of it being Harry Potter or best global seller right? And I think everybody has a book in them. Everybody has a story to share. Now, whether that's to share in front for 100 people or 10,000 people, what I found in books, the first thing I found, again, that little bit like I refuse to be like, for me, that's a little bit, well, I'm dyslexic and it's very hard for me to write. So the fact that I write is a bit like, haha, I'm showing you going on there, a little bit of that going on, right? But there's something incredibly therapeutic of taking your whole journey and putting it on a page and then reading it, right? And, you know, but then the process of taking it so someone else finds interest in it and it's interesting for someone else to read, that's where people like you, Caroline, come in. You know, that's a different skill set. But everybody can do it, right? And I think everybody should do it because, you know, sometimes we have these golden nuggets, these insight, these lessons that to us are just, oh, well, you know, it's just the way it is. But to someone else, that's a gold mine that can transform, you know, that can completely shift them. And it doesn't matter if we're a techie writer or we're a coach, trainer, consultant, a CEO, right? So there's something very powerful of the intention of writing a story. People could get too attached to editing the story, which is why they stop. And thinking it has to be a masterstroke, like it has to be Yoda speaking on a page, right? It doesn't. My first book is awful. It's really bad. Like, It's Your Right to Be Wrong. The first book I wrote is terrible. Some people don't, you know, I think that the first series, and I wrote another one after that. But the third one is kind of the beginning of me really taking writing seriously, right? And it's not everyone's cup of tea, and I accept that. And then again, the fourth one, which is a bestseller that I wrote, that's more kind of how to speak. It's, you know, it's very different. But the journey of continuously finding ways to repurpose what's in your head is a fascinating journey, and I recommend everybody goes on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elliott and Claudia. Are you in a rush? Elliott, could you please give any words of encouragement to our audience, and also explain where they can find you? And I know that there are some people right now who might be watching and they would like to get involved in speaking training and things like what you do. And how can they find you and how can they go about it, please?
Yeah, of course. Well, first things first, if Claudia's next, make sure you tune in to what Claudia has to say. She's an incredible woman, honestly. She inspires us every single day with her strength and depth. So I'll say that before I'd say
thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. It's true. So the words of encouragement I can say is, you know, never has there been more important time in history for us to step up and really express ourselves, whether they express ourselves to deal with our trauma, our depression, or express ourselves to our communities, to our followers, to the people who want to help, right? People need light. People need hope. They need guidance right now. It's a dark place we're living in. And I'm not saying this out of doom or gloom. We just have to look around to know that that's the case. Become that light bearer. Become that person's flame. Become that voice of reason for your community, for your industry. And again, I'm talking to people in the tech world just as much as I'm talking to, you know, people who are influencers out there. Stick your neck out, be seen, and also dare to be different. Be more giraffe is one of my things, right? Really stand out for the right reasons. And people now more than ever, they need the show that you're watching right now. They need everybody's voices they're hearing. Be that person. Be that person for the other person, but more importantly, be that person for yourself. And that's what I'd like to say. And if you want to reach out, connect with me. I'm on LinkedIn under Elliott K. Feel free to send me a message and just, you know, connect with me there. I'm not on Facebook a lot. That's another conversation. I'm on Twitter at Speaker Express if you want to connect with me. And if anybody, you know, wants to drop us an email, just send me an email at hello at speakerexpress.co.uk. And so that's it. And I thank you for having me and for these really deep, insightful questions. It makes a change to talk about this and not just about how to speak. So thank you all for that. And seriously, tune into Claudia because she's amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elliott K. Please, we need to invite you more to talk about this book, because I didn't get a chance to ask questions that I needed to ask because of the time. So please check your diary. We are here. We are at Ngozi Talk Shows Monday to Friday, 1 p.m. time, or we can arrange an evening time with you just to talk about this book specific, and because it has some valuable information for our audience. And God bless. Live with grace, Elliott, and love to you and your family.
Thank you. Have a lovely rest of the day, everybody. Thank you. Bye.
You too. Thank you so much. Claudia, please, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Sorry to be a little bit later, but
Oh no,
on time. But later
that's
than
fine.
I wanted to hear the other speakers as well. So,
oh, please, you can also stay after you finish. You are allowed to stay. Please feel free and join us with a comment. If you're not in a rush, you can stay as long as you want to, or whatever you want to do. So please, can you introduce Claudia? She has an amazing story. That's what I like about her. And could you please introduce yourself to our audience? Tell them who you are, please.
yeah, I'm Claudia Romero. I'm originally from Chile in South America, but I'm living in Scotland for the past 18 years, mainly because circumstances of life brought me here with my husband, and because of circumstances of life, I had to stay here and not be able to come back to our country. Oh, my country, and my husband's country is in Canada. So mainly because our youngest son born with a very rare condition, and the best place to stay is here in UK. The best health provider for him and many other things is here. And I am a time efficiency and productivity coach. I don't like the word time management, because you cannot manage time, but you can manage what you do with your time. So I'm helping business owners, entrepreneurs to be more effective with their time, but also I started years ago helping mompreneurs. And basically was because I have a lot on my plate at that time. I had another business running in making clothing for special needs. And I have my son with special needs, and my youngest son was diagnosed with ASD as well. So I had a lot to deal in my plate. And I always feel that I have time to spare for friends, family, doing things. And many moms ask me how you manage to do everything and not be overwhelmed and stressed and heartbreaking and all that part. So I started to think that maybe I can help others to be more effective with their time and reduce the overwhelm and stress. So that's me in a nutshell. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Haley. And Carol Anna, do you have questions for Haley, please?
Or Claudia. Or Claudia.
Sorry.
Hello, Claudia.
Sorry,
Nice
questions for Claudia, please.
Yeah. Hi, and yeah, I love that, your story, and there's a lot there. So how did you deal
and
with?
Also, Claudia, she's a cancer survivor.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
That is the last straw in the pot, actually.
Yes. She's gone through so much. You name it.
Yeah, you name it, exactly.
Absolutely, the life has thrown a lot at you, hasn't it? And so how do you deal with moments of negative self-worth when life doesn't make sense? Because a lot of this, it's like, does it make sense? Why have you been given all of this? So how do you actually deal with those moments of negative self-worth?
To be honest, maybe because I'm the youngest of 4 and quite a big gap, I learned to live in a way that I was looking for solutions myself because I was left out of many things. So I started to go inwards, and that made me realize that I have the solutions myself. And yeah, I have my darkest periods of time, but if you stay in that place too long, it gets harder to go out. So I started to bounce out of bad situations since very early stage. And don't get me wrong, many things, and many times I want to give up and say, well, last year, for example, when I was diagnosed with breast cancer, I say, yeah, I'm going to quit. I'm going to stop helping people in productivity. I'm going to do nothing and focus in myself. But then talking with my husband, he said, but you enjoy that part. And when you enjoy helping people using their time better, you shine. And maybe that will keep your mind out of the negativity of having cancer. Because my father died of cancer as well. So you go into a down spiral that I'm going to die and I'm going to, but my situation is not the same as my father. So why I should be in the same position? So with the support of my family, with the support of friends, with knowing that here the cancer unit is fantastic, I say, yeah, maybe I have to slow down and take less, but not drop it all out. And to be honest, after making that decision, I've been having more opportunities given to me.
That's amazing. Yeah. So is that going inward?
Yeah.
And in what way going inward? Because you said, it's not about hiding or staying in. What is it you mean by going inward?
When you have those self-doubts and everything, if you reflect and meditate or say, what is the fact? I'm a very logical person. So trying to find the root and the meaning of something, for me, it is quite important. So trying to see where is the root of this. It depends on me, the solution. It depends on others, the solution. So basically, it's self-reflecting the situation and saying, there is a fact there, here, or I'm increasing the bigger picture and making it worse than it really is. Because our mind tends to think in the worst case scenario, and it's always bigger. So it's like the little mouse, and you see this shadow, and you feel that is a monster. But in reality, it's a tiny mouse. So that is escalating down, saying, is this real, or I'm projecting something that is not real? That is the inward self-consciousness and trying to get to the root of the things. And of course, I feel sometimes that I'm not good enough or anything, but then I start to ask, yes, I'm good enough. I'm strong. I have overcome many situations. I have been living myself here in another speaking country with no people that I knew. And I'm still alive, and I'm still doing things, and I'm still putting myself out. So I am enough. I am good. I am doing what is my passion. So, and that can help others. So it is trying to talk yourself out of the bad situations with what you have and have work and your successes and your tiny successes. It doesn't have to be bigger, but the daily routine that you do and being grateful.
Yeah, gratitude is important, isn't it?
It is.
I think that's a huge energy shift. Just being grateful, and and I love what you're saying about seeing the truth. You know, putting something in perspective. That mouse, or is it the shadow that you're actually focusing on? It's a beautiful analogy there, and very often we're focusing on this big shadow. That when you actually shift your perspective and go, well, actually, it's only a tiny mouse. You know, things can change significantly. So, how did all of this affect your business?
In a way, I feel that it grounded me, and it has helped me to project and help my clients to tell them that no matter the circumstances they are living, you always can find time for the things that matter the most. And when you focus in that, you will see that you can go forward easily. Sometimes slowing down makes better results than doing and being this hamster wheel all the time, because you are doing, but you are not thinking if what you are doing is moving you forward. So you are running in the same spot, basically. But when you stop, go down, analyze, and look what you are doing with your time, and then take action, you can move forward quite easily. It's the slime analogy as well, or the muddy path. Because everyone is walking that path, you are walking that path. But then you look towards the side and you see people going faster. And it's because they are stepping into stones and moving forward. And you are not you stop dragging things that maybe social media and many other trends make you think you have to do that. So it's trying to find yourself, and it's not being egocentric or selfish. It is self-worth. It is, I'm not the other person. Why I should do exactly the same things, expecting the same results? Because it's not going to be the same results. So you can try, but if it doesn't work, don't stay on that path all the time.
Yeah, I think that's really important what you said about like not comparing yourself to others and what their path and what their journey is, because we're all individuals and we've all got our own unique experiences and we're all traveling our own path at our own pace. And and the importance of really how we should objectively examine the choices that we're making and looking at the reasons and the roots behind why we're making those choices is really essential. And to do that, it's about disconnecting from the external world and reconnecting with your internal world, and really like listening to what your heart has to tell you, rather than only ever listening to what the mind is constantly throwing at you, because quite often it will take you down the wrong path, your mind, if you're only listening to that. You have to have both connected. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And the main thing is that now, for example, we are in economic crisis, but how many businesses have thriven in time when the things are going wrong? It's because you must take the opportunity on how I can help others and thrive my business. But if we stuck in the negativity all the time, that's it. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really down to choice. Are you going to look to move yourself upwards in life, or are you going to take the choice to move yourself downwards in life? Yeah. Whatever comes to you Do you see it as an opportunity, or do you see it as something that is just a block? It's just unfair, etc., etc. You know, when it is really down to perspective,
Yeah,
and deciding that whatever happens, I still have a future. It might not be the future that I initially thought I was going to be having, because whatever this change is that is being thrown upon you, but does it mean that it's going to be a worse future? Not necessarily. It can be a much better future, again, deciding on the attitude that you take an approach with, right?
exactly. And the past 2 years have taught us that the importance of your priorities in life. It's not anymore to be productive at work for the sake of having money, because that money comes and goes, but your health, your people, your family, your loved ones, if you are missing out that, you are never going to get it back. How many fathers realize that spending more time at home, they could see their children growing up, thriving, or support them in another way? So now we cannot expect to go back to start again working from 9 to 5, or in other countries like my country, I used to work from 8:30 to 6:30 in the afternoon. So there is no chance to go back to that pattern. And many companies should focus in the key things that for growing a business, they need people, and people has their own environment, and that environment impact in the results of the company. So if you have people engaged, feeling supported, listening, you're going to have better results as a business owner, because they are going to push themselves to reach their goals, but in the way that is going to help the business that you are constructing. I cannot hear you. Sorry.
I have a question for you. What was my question? Do you always know how to design your ideal life? I know you talk about family is important, and money can come and go. Friends, the people around us, our health is more important. So can you explain to our audience, do you always know how to design your own life, or is something that you had to, or is there a journey that you had to go through to be where you are today?
Yes and no. To be honest, you always have plans, you always have desires, you always have this dream life. So when I was back in Chile, growing up, I wanted to be the top manager of a company, for example, and working in that specific job and everything. But life tends to throw you curveballs all the time. So yes, you can have an ideal way, but you need to be flexible enough to take each stage as it comes. So you have your goals, but if you are not getting that way, maybe life is telling you something else. Maybe you have to bend, and maybe you have to go around a stone, and maybe you have to move country. So yeah, my plan was, after marrying my husband, because I thought that never I was going to be married in my country because of the culture of men, wasn't in my plan. So I met my husband in London. He's British Canadian. Then we moved here to Scotland. And my plan was to come back 3-4 years later to Chile, where my family is, and I have a very close, big family. And I miss that. But then I start to have family, and my youngest son, as I mentioned, born with a very, very rare condition. So the level of help he needs is too high. And in Chile, it's far too expensive. And in Canada, although it is really good, you have to pay a little bit. And United States as well, you have to pay so much. So it was like no-brainer. We stay here. He has all his meds here. Teams have been fantastic. His school is fantastic. So I couldn't find that in other place. So you have to adapt. But that doesn't mean that I have to drop everything in my plan because I have to help others. It is how you fit your goals in that. I get bored. So I get bored if I'm doing one thing only. So that's why I founded the company of making clothing for special needs, and it was going well, but then a huge company here in UK launched their own brand or their own line, and we were out of business basically because I decided that I cannot sustain the company without debt, and that wasn't fair for my employees. So we decided to close it, pay everything that we owe and everything, and then move out of there, because you cannot fight against these huge companies, sadly. So then I have to move on again. And I started coaching mompreneurs to be more effective with their time. And from there, I'm moving. But I always work my time on my terms and be present with my children.
I love how when you were saying, life throws you curveballs, and that certainly was a curveball. You had a business that was thriving and successful, but something bigger took over and you had to close. It's like, wow, where do I go now? And then you shifted, you turned, and a completely different business now. And that's amazing. You're still helping and supporting people in a different way. I love what you're saying about it was clothes that you designed and made, but now you're helping them with their time and how to be more efficient.
But actually, my role in my company, the clothing company, I wasn't the designer, I wasn't the seamstress, I was the manager. So my role was be sure that all the people was in time doing what they're supposed to do. And my background is in business management as well. So I run the finances, logistics, and all that part. So I have marketing team, I have my seamstress, because all was produced here. And that was the main core of the business, that it was from here, good quality and everything. So I enjoy it quite a lot and be on top of the timing, but be sure that each of my employees also have their time with their family. So I always been in the time efficiency area, managing teams and be sure that they are okay. Because if they are not okay, they don't produce. So I always been a very fan of people makes businesses, no machines. And you need to understand what is behind each person. In small companies, it's easier. In big ones, no. But for that, you should have a team leader that take care of that.
Yeah, I love that. You need to know what's behind each person. So how do you get to know that? Because it's about helping them maybe discover their values and know their own identity and that, because obviously they're going through stuff themselves. So how do you do that?
Well, for me was I always been a people person. I put interest in what people do. So my husband always say, "How do you know that?" Because I talk, for example, with the pharmacist, and I know from he is from Ireland because I ask questions and I listen. And it doesn't mean that I'm digging the dark side of each person. It's not. It is putting, if you cross path with someone, you want to know someone and you want to know where they are from, what they do, what they enjoy to do. So those kind of questions, what is your passion? And for example, do you have children or do you not? Why you don't want to have children? That is, I'm not judging, because everyone has their story, everyone has their religion, everyone, but that doesn't mean that because you are not from my religion, I cannot talk to you. Or if you don't support the same football team, I have to clash with you. That is not important. That is nitty-gritty and you can get rid of that. But the main essence is like how you are today. How are you feeling today? And you can see faces and they feel tired. Or why are you so tired today? And they say, oh, my baby was crying all the time and I couldn't sleep, or I didn't have the support of my husband. And sometimes people open more than others, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a story on the back. So when you listen, you get more feedback and you get more people supporting you and wanted to work with you, because you are you are not faking interest. You are being fully committed to them. And if they have an emergency, you cannot say, no, you will have to stay up until 5 o'clock because that is your job. I don't mind. You go and do what you have to do. And then you make the time in another time. And that's it. So
what I'm
being more
hearing is about
empathetic.
being interested in people, isn't it? And would you say that that helps you, or that's a way others could support themselves in moving out of heartbreak?
Totally. Because sometimes you can understand other situations and you never know if something happened to you. For example, my best friend was with cancer and I was here and she was in Chile. And we kept in touch quite a lot. And she felt supported by me, even though we were very, very far away. And now when I got diagnosed, the first person, not even my mom, well, my husband, of course, but the first person I reached was her, because I know she would be for me. So you create strong links with people when you fully and you really pay attention and you generate that interest.
Yeah, it's just confirmation that really every individual just wants to be seen and heard, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And we have to understand sometimes that men work in a different way than women. Women, we are more, sometimes we need more hearing, someone to hear us. And sometimes you complain, and it's not because you are complaining about everything. It is because it's our way to express when we are feeling low or down and everything. And we don't want solutions. We want someone to hear us, and that's it. Because like, when you laid out, you feel like, oh, the way is out.
Yeah, it's like if you just look at your garden, there's all the different types of flowers that you've got in it. Not every single flower needs the same amount of water. It doesn't need the same amount of attention. It doesn't need the same, extra, what was it, fertilizer or whatever. You know, every flower has its own unique way of what it needs. Some needs more shade, some needs sun, etc., etc. So it's the same with people. Every person needs something a little bit different than maybe their colleague. And yeah, when we can recognize that and see everybody as an individual, not just a mass number, we would have a lot more happier working places.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, Haley, I know you are booked till 12, but I was hoping that somebody who was booked, she didn't want to sign the contract, so I'm not sure whether she's coming on or she's not coming on. I think it's Francis. Is she coming on at 12, Carol Ann?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's meant to come on at 12.
Yeah.
But you're booked for half an hour, Haley. Do you want to continue? If she doesn't come on, you can leave at 12:30 when Kishka comes on.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so you're flexible. Yeah, we do have lots of questions anyway for you, and I know Carol Anna, she's just asked, how did everything affect your business? So Haley, coming from a different country.
My name is Claudia.
Claudia, it's Claudia. Nonsense.
Yeah, Claudia, we have a Claudia as well. Carol Anna, we have a Claudia as well at Gossip Talk Shows. So Carol Anna, have you asked her how did it affect everything? How did it affect her business? Or Rachel?
Ask that question, yeah. So did you actually know what type of person you wanted to be in a relationship with?
Yeah, so I was very, very like, sorry, I'm going to say maybe something that it sounds funny, but in my family, I come from a family unit that we are quite big, cousins and everything. And I always been very efficient with my time and I don't want to waste time, my time or other people's time. So they call me, in South America, we are very laid down and laid back, sorry. I'm more like, yeah, for me, it wasn't good enough. So in my family, they call me the German of the family because I was very like disciplined, structure, and everything, not in a bad way, in the good way of being a German, like mindset and many things. It has to be this way, otherwise I'm going to waste my time. And because I was a very lazy person, and I like to sleep and go out, but my father was in the Navy, I had to do the chores and the schoolwork, so I did it the fastest as I could in the least time possible. So that's why I learned to be very efficient. And the thing is that still in South America, the culture is very much patriarchy, macho. So you cannot be on top of men in business, or there are few positions. It's still worldwide the same, but in South America it's worse in a way. So I was very picky, and many of my friends said, oh, you're never going to get married. And I say, I know that, but I don't care. So my only option was a foreign person that understands equality and be like, why men have to be the breadwinner and the women has to be at home. That is an option. That is fine. If it's your option, fine. But if you want to work and be the millionaire of the family, why not? So that was my thinking. And I said, yeah, I'm not going to find anyone. And I came to London for improving my business English. And cutting the story short, I met a couple of sisters, And then when I left back to Chile, they met my husband. When I came to revisit them a few years after, they introduced us, and the rest is story. And the thing was that, we moved here and we found our home here. But I knew that in relationships, I wasn't going to find anyone. So I was very picky, and I have my standard, and my bottom standard was having a partner and not a dominant person. So we are equals in the relationship. Yeah.
So I'm hearing it's back to that 100%, 100%. It's not, half and half is not your better half or you're not the better half. It's not about being a half, it's about being 100% each and you're equal.
Yeah. And for example, he does chores at home because the house is not mine. It's ours.
Mm.
So I always believe that you need to put your part. And he does some things, I do another things. He looked after the boys when I cannot do it, especially when I was on my treatment recently. So he stepped out. I knew that probably in my culture, I wouldn't find that because they don't get involved that much. The children are women's job. So I didn't like that. Never did like that. So.
I'm really, when I'm listening to you there, I'm really hearing about the fact that to be able to really know and set some sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not conditions, but some, I've lost the word, but some points, I'm going to use a very basic word, some points that are, okay, this is what I know I want in a relationship and this is what I don't want, to have had that clarity within yourself. For me, what I've learned in my own journey over these last 50 years has been that if I look back on my life, I didn't have that clarity. I didn't know what I did and didn't want. And therefore because I was more concerned trying to be something for somebody, whatever it was that they needed. And so there was a very disconnect with myself. So I'm hearing from you that you knew your inner self, you knew what you wanted out of life quite early on. So what advice can you give to somebody listening who is kind of like given up on life, and how do they get to know who they are and what they represent in life?
Yeah, the main thing, as I mentioned, and it's this like now I see it talking with you or expressing myself to you, seeing that going inwards and trying to know yourself is the key. So asking yourself questions, what I am able to put up with, what is really no, I really don't want this. Maybe it's better to start with what I really don't want to be more clear of what you really want. So because maybe I am an introvert, not shy, but I go inwards quite a lot. I like to think, I like to evaluate, I like to think quite a lot. And this is one thing that with my son that has ASD, we always support him saying, think before say, think before do, think before thinking. So overthink in a good way before saying something that you can regret. And because I was the youngest, and for my next sister is 5 years older than me, because I was saying something and say, I always hear this, oh, you are too young, you don't know anything and everything. I get alone on my own world. So maybe that is the root of why I started to think about what I want, what I don't want, and looking people and saying, I don't want my children to feel that way. I don't want men controlling my life. And I saw friends of mine that they molded their way to dress or their way to act according to the partner that they have at the time. And I didn't like that. So in my case, I was always thinking, I'm never going to find someone, because if I don't do what they want, they are not going to like me, and I'm not tall enough. So I always was putting myself out of relationship in a way, because I thought that if I'm more intelligent than them, they are not going to love me. If I earn more money than them, they are not going to love me. So in a way, it was like the opposite. And I didn't mind to be alone. But in some cases, of course, if you are going to a party without anyone and everyone is with a partner, you feel excluded as well. So there was dark times as well. But yeah, I was clear of no. I prefer to be alone rather to be with someone that I have to change my self-essence.
Yeah, beautiful, because that's exactly where I've come to a real great understanding with myself, certainly in the last 5 years, that yeah, who I am and how I want to show up and how I want to feel about who you know, with being with myself, being that I'm with myself 24/7, that is like it's a no-brainer for me anymore. You know, I don't need to fit in with anybody or be something for anybody else. I just need to make sure that I am being what I need for me, and then allow that to come out and to be and to shine into this world. And those people who like it, I will attract, and those people who don't like that, then that's fine by me. Off you go. You know, my chameleon days, where I used to sort of change and mold into whatever the environment and the person wanted me to be, they're over. Those days are gone, but it's a skill that I can still use when I'm with other people that I feel need me too. But I'm not losing the essence of myself, but I'm doing it to hold space or to allow someone else to feel more comfortable. So it's a skill that I can now use in a completely different way, not to my detriment, but more to enhance a relationship with somebody that I'm working with, for example. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The sad thing is that sometimes we learn these skills too late, when I feel that this should be taught at school since early stage. Mindfulness, trying to know yourself, trying to empower yourself. It is not stepping on top of others. You can empower yourself and empower others. But when you know yourself and see that trends and what all the rest are doing, sometimes it's not helpful, and you should be fine with that. But there's still that, you have to be in TikTok, otherwise I'm not going to like you. That is toxic, and we should stop that early. Because otherwise we see in the news the raise cases of suicide or depression, overwhelm, stress, and everything. But when we live in a more mindful state, you can overcome and be resilient and step out of that zone stronger.
it is about knowing yourself. A lot of this and everything seems to be coming back to knowing yourself, and therefore being able to set the boundaries. What are you willing to put up with, or not even put up with, but, you know, experience? And it is having those boundaries and saying and reinforcing them. So, and that partnership, 100% each, you know, equal partnership. So having a son with special needs, I mean, there's a heartbreak in that respect. There's something that, you know, you weren't expecting. And we think of heartbreak as, oh, it's got to be a relationship that's over, but there's other ways of heartbreak. It's like your heart goes, oh, you know, it wasn't quite what I thought I was going to get. How do you and your husband work together with this? Because many partnerships or relationships fall apart faced with circumstances like this. So how do you manage that?
And I've seen this quite often. It is very difficult, to be honest. The thing is, I've seen so many cases that they have a Down syndrome kid or some other problems, and they split. And I feel, in a way, it is because when you know your partner and you share some baseline value, you can speak the same language in a way. So we didn't expect to have a child with so many complex needs. It wasn't shown in any scan or anything. So to be honest, with my son's birth, I have a few moments in the first month with one thing on top of the other. So at first it was visible, some malformations of the hands and toes. And the silly, sorry, I'm going to say this because I feel now silly. The silly thought the first thought that it comes to my mind was they are going to make fun of him at school. And then when he started to develop other problems, that silly thought went away. But the support that I had with Stephen say, we are going to see how we can make it better. He was more practical in that stage. I was more in the caring part. So we complement our strength at that time when he was having a lot of things. And because I had to sleep at the hospital for 14 days at a time for over 8 months, and our other 2 sons were under the age of 3.5, he took the reins of the other 2. And sometimes we do a relay. So he stayed at the hospital and I was at home with the other 2 because they need me as well. And we have support of our families at that time. So it was a unit. Otherwise, alone, I think I couldn't make it, to be honest, because it was too much. So when you found a very strong partnership, it is the key to go forward. But
would you
it has
say
to
that
be some kind of value has to be very in common. If they are too different, that is not going to work.
So you're saying about a baseline, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So a baseline of value
Yeah.
in common. that you can actually then, you're it's like there's a rock solidness there, isn't it? It's that rock foundation.
It's the foundation, exactly. If you have one pillar strong, the house is not going to survive. If you have 4, it's more able to sustain the weight. And if you have more supports in common, it's going to be stronger. But we have to build patience because we are from different cultures as well. I have my moments of craziness of Spanish people. So you have to be patient, understand, ask questions, knowing what that reaction is coming from, and understand that as well. So it is a learning curve. A marriage is a learning curve. It's not all nice and hearts and that butterflies on your stomach all the time. It is a rocky path. But when you have those foundations in place, it is stronger and it's easier.
So how did you discover that you've got the same values? How? Because does your husband also do this inner work as well, or know his inner self?
No,
So
he is. I don't know. The first time, I think it was a gut feeling and listening, coming from families that were raised in a similar way, even though we are very apart in cultures. And I found that the things that he has was the things that I was looking for, that I didn't grow up with, and make the decision easier. Because I knew the friends of my friends, and they tried to make relationships. So you should know this guy. And I say, yeah, okay. But then it's the same mentality or everything. So I knew that wasn't the answer. So when I met Steven, he showed that part that I was looking for. So the decision was easier. I didn't expect that it's going to be all the best. But the things that I saw in him, the background, the values, what he expected from life, was very the things that I was looking for. According to his family, I make him a little bit softer, and I make him grow as well. So I put my purpose in that relationship.
But I'm hearing then that he must have had a willingness to grow. If you've enabled him to grow, or you've helped him to grow, he must have a willingness to grow.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing there must be some great communication between the two of you.
That is key. That is key. That is absolutely key in every single relationship with friends or family or whatever. For me, communication is key. And one of the first question that I asked him before getting married was, do you like children? Because if you are not willing to have children, don't make me waste my time. And that's it. So I'm very frank, I'm very direct in a proper way and a polite way. But at the end, you have to look for yourself. And of course, my husband has supported me and made me grow as well. And that was the what thing I was looking for.
I think also it's important maybe just to highlight that all relationships that come into our life, not necessarily is it going to be the one and it's going to turn into this wonderful like lifelong relationship, until the day you depart this world, but that every relationship that does come in is going to teach you something about yourself. It's going to teach the other person something about them, and that until that lesson has been learnt, you will probably stay together until the moment that you know, you've grown in an aspect of yourself. And then once that and it's whether or not, when whichever partner has grown, that the other one accepts that growth and is okay with that growth, and actually is inspiring them to want to take a level up in their own growth. It's when they decide that they resent the person who is growing, and they don't want to, they want to try to pull them back to be the person that they were when they first met them, and not appreciating that, well, you know, who you were 5 years ago in the relationship is not who you're going to be in another 5 years from now, and 5 years, you know, you keep growing and you keep maturing. And so long as you can both do that together, you might have a good chance of a good survival rate in your relationship, and that it can be bloom into something beautiful. But when it doesn't mean that you picked the wrong person. It just means that that was the person right for you on that part of your journey, and to appreciate and to have gratitude for what you did have with each other, I think is something that society needs to learn, that when relationships break down, instead of resenting them and thinking, well, that was just a waste of time, I've just spent 10 years of my life, you know, for what? It's like, well, no, look at what you have had together, what you have experienced together, the good times, and that those not so good times have taught you something about yourself as you move forward into the next relationship. You know, you're sort of, it's like you're ticking off things from the box, like, well, that I know doesn't work for me anymore, that this is more what I'm looking for. And so each time you're narrowing down, hopefully, if you're growing and having that self-awareness and knowing yourself better, that you're going to go into a relationship each and every time that is a little bit better for you. And at some point, hopefully it's the prize, you know, eventually.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, you have to be clear on the stage that you are now, and not try to relive things that are in the past. Of course, I have partners before meeting my husband, so I wasn't alone all the time. But yeah, and I learned from each of those as well.
Yeah.
And I'm still friends with 2 of my ex-boyfriends, so in very good terms. So the thing is that you need to be present in the season at the age that you are. If something happens in the future, who knows? But at least you know who you are, be clear what you want, and try to meet that expectations, and not beat yourself because you cannot go out and party as you were when you were 20. Because we change, and that's life.
Okay, I think Kish is on in 2 minutes, so you can ask one more question, ladies. I hope he's gonna turn up. The speakers have not been turning up, which is really amazing. But it's good that some of the speakers have been able to actually turn up. I was just texting Ban, and I said to him, I'll see you at 5. He goes, no, sir, no, the summit is on the 13th. And no, I'm like, no, it's not. Check your email again. And he goes, oops. He goes, I'll be there. So Ben is gonna come on. If I hadn't texted him, he wouldn't have come on. So I don't know what's going on with these guys. Any one more question, Guy, before Kish comes on?
I'm not sure.
Well, you covered the values and identity and
yes.
self-image. Hey, Claudia.
Sorry, I couldn't understand that.
How do I get up when I fall really hard? after a heartbreak? If someone is watching right now, so how do I get up? You guys have given me all these nuggets. This is what I need to do. This, and someone else that comes on and says, how do I get up when I fall?
Mainly looking what you have built and what you want to build for the future. For me, at the moment, it is to giving my family and my children the best outcome possible. So I get up in the morning because of them, my family, my friends, my kids, and myself, because I want to inspire and I want to help others to be more resilient. Sometimes it's tiring, to be honest. Sometimes you want to give up, but what is the results of giving up? What are you going to do? Are you going to mourn forever? Are you going to grieve forever? Are you going to stay in that dark place forever? That is not life. That is not living. If you want to live, look for some tiny spark that makes your soul jump. Look for what makes you be better. For me, it's my children, giving them the best, my partner, and the people that I help.
Yeah, I think you just made a good point there about the giving up part. For me, when there's been those times in my life where you just think, what's the point? Why should I just go on? Is to just ask yourself, what is it that I'm actually focused on right now? Because you'll probably find that you've gone and turned your little spotlight and it's sort of shining down on maybe something that is quite dark, and just it's just negative and it's heavy. And if you just can imagine you've got this spotlight on your forehead and you just move it to somewhere that actually can bring a smile to your face, can bring you joy. And it can be the smallest of things, like you said. It can be your children. It can be something that you go out and see nature, see the sunset, whatever it might be for you that can bring that smile, that a different energy into you, that can then really help you to sort of refocus, so that and don't make the giving up wrong. It's a part of you that is just, like you said, it's exhausted and it feels like, can I really go on? Just acknowledge it. Don't make it wrong. Just accept that part of you is there and just allow it to be there with no judgment, I think is really important. And then just try to help focus yourself onto something else, so that you can actually give yourself some time out and to move away from that like negative energy into something that is going to help to move you forward again.
Yeah, totally. So you have to acknowledge, as you say, that life has ups and downs. If you are always up, it's not life. You need those down to learn and to, but yeah, if you are in the darkest place, start with a good shower, for example, or to breathe outside, to look at a tree, a flower. It doesn't mean you have to change and be positive.
I think we have Kish, guys. Claudia, give words of encouragement and please stay if you want. Kish is here, is in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You were
Not
struggling. Yeah, words of
nice to meet you all.
Hi, Kish. Claudia.
Yeah.
Claudia, could you please give the words of encouragement to our audience before you leave?
Yeah, mainly to look for the positives on your life, even in the darkest times, will help you to bounce back. Be grateful for what you have and not dwell all the time in what you don't have. Because sometimes, and I think this is something of the first world problem, we tend to focus in what the others have, and I have to have the same and everything. But how lucky you are to have house, food, running water from the tap, clothes, everything. When you see other countries that they don't have even water. So if we start to focus in what really matters, we can bounce back and make everything different and worth it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Claudia. Please feel free to stay with us if you want to. Or we appreciate you, and you've done so much for us so far. And Kish, how are you doing?
I'm very well, Nom says. Nice to see you.
Yes, it's lovely to see you. So, you know, this man, I asked him to be here at Ngozi Talk Show's Breakthrough Challenge Survival. He's one of my role models. He's done so much for Afghanistan. He's done so much for Ukraine. And, you know, when you watch somebody does the work and working so hard to make sure that people have that shelter, like what Claudia was saying, this is the man that has given me what it means. He's showed me what it means to give, what it means to actually put your blood, sweat, and share it with somebody else. And I'm gonna let Kish introduce himself. And Kish, how much time can you give us?
Oh, I don't know. How much time do you need?
Just tell me, 1 hour, half an hour, 45 minutes?
I can give you half an hour.
Okay. I know I've been told by family that you guys are going out, so they need you out. So yeah. Please introduce yourself to our audience.
Sure. Thank you, Nomsa. Well, firstly, I'm a friend of Nomsa. We know each other from church. So faith is an important part of my life. I'm married to Miriam. We have 6 children, 3 through birth and 3 through fostering and adoption. And I have a number of jobs that I do. I advise the government, the UK government, on adoption and how to support vulnerable children that might have to live with their aunties or uncles or grandparents because of difficulties with their birth family. And then, as Nomsa mentioned, I'm working with refugees. My wife and I worked out we've been working with refugees since the 1990s, when we were in Albania and helping Kosovo refugees. But recently we've been working with the government and community groups to support people that have had to leave Hong Kong to come to the UK. About 100,000 people came during lockdown, actually, which was tough. And then we did a good job with that. And so the government asked us to support them with refugees from Afghanistan. And now we're supporting refugees from Ukraine. So I work in the space between government, civil society, and media, and seeing what we can do to just mobilize people to be very hospitable. Hey, Nomsa, you there?
I am here. I was struggling to unmute myself. Rachel, have you got a question for Kate?
So I understand that, you know, because the subject is on heartbreak, and your specific one with sort of saying goodbye to a foster child, and how it affects relationships. So could you explain, like, why, you know, they can't live with you anymore while hoping that they do not actually really feel rejected by you when it comes to this? How do you explain that?
Great, sure. So foster care is normally into 2 different types. So one is what we call emergency foster care. So that's our family often getting a call either late at night. We had a call once at midnight and my wife answered the phone. I'm not sure we were fully conscious, but she said yes. And then 2 hours later, there's a knock at the front door. And it's a van from the police station, and there's 5 children coming out. And they've been in a domestic violence situation. And our job is just to give them somewhere safe to live while the police or the social services or the courts are figuring out what's happened. And so with that emergency placement, and that means that often children I discovered, you know what, it is okay for you to go back with the right support, and that's wonderful when a family can be together again. But other times the children are made available for adoption, and so they're going to have a permanent family there. Other times it's a long-term foster carer that's going to look after the children. Maybe they'd be able to find another family member, an auntie or an uncle or a grandparent that look after the children. So there's often a time when children come to us for a period of time until things are figured out. And we want to help kids have as much stability as possible. And so that period, the shortest it's ever been is 24 hours. And something else has happened for children to be able to be reunited with family. The longest it's been is probably a couple of years while things were being found out. And one of the children we ended up adopting because there wasn't any viable place for them to go beyond. So with the kids, our job is to, again, make sure they know what's going on, keep them as in the loop as possible. That helps. We want children to have agency and decision making about what's happening to them. But it does mean sometimes we have to have a difficult conversation and say, look, we would love to be able to look after you, but here's another situation that you're going to be in, and we're going to give you all the support we can.
Are children more resilient than maybe we as adults sometimes?
Yes and no. I mean, some people use the resilience thing to say, well, it doesn't really matter then. It doesn't matter whether kids bounce around the care system, they'll bounce back. Or thinking about refugee children coming from Ukraine, they've fled war, they've seen some terrible things. And sometimes we overestimate the resilience, and that allows people to, put kids in really unhelpful situations. But with the right kind of support, your history does not need to define your future. I think that's important. I don't think your history is eradicated and you just think, oh, that's in the past. But with the right kind of support, I think we can help kids to overcome what they've come from.
Yeah, that's an important point. I think it's the support that we give them, and that will show how resilient that they can be in a good way. And I don't mean it like you said that, oh well, then it doesn't matter. No, it's I think that if we can bring out and show children that they are strong, and that they are resilient and they can cope with what gets put in front of them with life early on, I think that that's only a good thing. But we have a large contribution to play in that as adults. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's funny. You were asking me about what do you say to these children and how tough it is. I remember someone coming up to me and saying, oh, Chris, I'd love to be a foster parent, but I'd love the kids too much to give them up. And on a bad day, on a good day, I might smile to myself and just not hold my tongue, as it were. On a bad day, I'll say, oh, hang on, wait, what are you assuming about us, that we don't attach to these children, we don't love them, that we're some kind of uncaring robot, and you're this incredibly loving person. In fact, you're so loving that because you think you might be hurt by attaching to these children, you're not going to get involved in their lives at all. That isn't love, that's self-preservation. In fact, you could call that selfishness. So, that self-excuse that says, oh, I'd love to be a foster carer, but I'd love them too much, that actually is quite a narcissistic approach, actually. Love means that you're willing to get hurt in order to help somebody else. Love means that you'll put someone else's needs ahead of your own, and therefore you're willing to experience pain. Love means that you're willing to be the grown-up, actually. As grown-ups, we've got more resources to deal with stuff that's going on in our lives, and children often don't have that. And so you're willing to step up and be that for them. So yeah, that's that was one of the things that came to my mind when you talked about those tough conversations. Some people saying, oh, I'd love them too much. I'm thinking, actually, you don't love them at all. Let's call it for what it is.
Or it's conditioned love rather than unconditional love, which is more about letting go.
Yeah, it could be that. That's right. Yeah.
And it's interesting because there is that heartbreak and you're having to let them go. But I'm hearing it's actually giving them love in letting them go. You've actually created something for them, a possibility that their life could be better. You've given them some form of resilience and a way forward to know that someone out there cares. And that is a huge support for them.
Yeah, I hope so.
If some people might feel that they're stuck in relationships, or in all sorts of, they make decisions and there's always an outcome that ends up in a heartbreak relationship. As a Christian leader, what advice could you give someone who is stuck in life, where no matter what decision they make, the outcome always seems to end unpleasantly in a heartbreak?
Yeah, that's an interesting dilemma. I would say heartbreak is an occupational hazard for love. Some people think, I think it was C.S. Lewis used to talk about it, that the only way to avoid heartbreak is to keep your heart in a box, not allow anyone near it, protect yourself, build these kind of security features around it. And that's how your heart will be kept whole. But actually in that box, your heart just hardens and becomes actually not useful to you or anyone else. So heartbreak is the vulnerability, isn't it, of risk, of investment in other people, of opening yourself up, of giving yourself away. So I wouldn't necessarily, heartbreak is of course painful, but it's not a failure. It's actually, heartbreak is a gift that you give to another person, isn't it? You're saying, look, I am willing to take a risk on this relationship, to invest in you for your benefit, because my definition of love is it's other person centered. Love is not about you, it's about the other. Okay. And so when you do that, when you invest in a vulnerable child, or you help a neighbor, or you start a romantic relationship, that's always a risk, isn't it, that you could get hurt from this. And heartbreak is just, I guess, a good sign that you're alive, that you're a functional human being in a broken, upside down world. And the fact it still hurts means that you're human and not a robot. You're not this disconnected person. And so it's a little bit of pinch of reality that you're alive, and it is painful, but it's part of the privilege of being alive and being able to relate to others. So I would say that there's a flip side. That heartbreak is both obviously a negative because it's painful, but it's a positive because it means you risked and you were willing to invest in another person, and that's a sign of love. Do you remember the Queen said it? Grief is the price that we pay for love. And I think she quoted that at 9/11. Trying to comfort the victims of that terrible, attack in New York and America. Grief is the price that we pay for love. You could also say heartbreak is the price that we pay for love, and it's worth it.
We grow from our pain. We don't grow from comfort, we grow from pain. And I think that when we are open to heartbreak, we're open to expand our heart to be able to love more deeply. So
yeah, that's right. Maybe it's a bit like I'm a terrible runner. I keep injuring myself, and every time you got to start again, haven't you? And it hurts. It hurts. But that what do they say? No pain, no gain. If it isn't hurting, you're not stretching your muscles, you're not increasing your cardio. It's the same in relationships. If we're unprepared to get hurt, then we won't grow, and we won't be able to help. So yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it, Rachel.
I love what you're saying about it. That heartbreak, it is that vulnerability, and it's a sign you're alive. It's like you're not dead, you're not emotionless, and it is that vulnerability. And I love that. Yes, when you're sharing that with others, whether it is fostering other children, it is making yourself vulnerable to that possibility of heartbreak. That you are there for other people. You are alive. You're investing in life, and not just your own life. You're investing in other people's lives.
Yeah. There are lots of professions where this happens. Like, think of nurses or doctors or palliative care workers. When people don't open themselves up and give compassion and kindness and empathy, it's a very transactional relationship. Maybe you've been to a hospital where you were just treated like a body rather than a person, and it's dehumanizing for you, but actually it's dehumanizing for the caregiver. If they're refusing to give care, they're not operating as a human being. You know, we are more than robots. We're more than just a function. But when you see, you know, my mum was a nurse, and she often nursed people at the end of their lives. And a lot of people would have held themselves back, wouldn't they? And said, look, I'm not going to attach because this is going to end in heartbreak. But actually, the gift you give to someone, let's say the patient, is that they get to know that they're loved and that they're important. And actually, even though it's going to be painful, it's a gift to you too, because you know you've done the right thing. That you know, your work shouldn't just be about making money, it should be about making a difference. And boy, the difference you can make to people at the end of their lives, or, you know, a vulnerable child, that there's incredible satisfaction, even though it's painful, knowing that you've done the right thing. Someone once said there's no softer pillow than a clean conscience. You know, being able to go to sleep at the end of the day knowing I gave my best. It was painful, I was scared, I was worried about that person, but I gave my best. There's something very satisfying in that.
So how do you claim freedom in your life when you're going through heartbreak?
So again, how do you claim freedom?
How do you claim freedom?
How do you claim freedom? That's an interesting word. So freedom, what one of the definitions I have of genuine love is it's a free gift. You might have heard the word grace, you know, freely given. Take for example, that they used to talk about shotgun weddings. Have you heard of that expression? Maybe the two people have, you know, have slept together and there's a baby on the way. And in olden times, the father of the bride would kind of chase the man down and get a shotgun. I don't know if that ever actually happened. And there he was standing at the altar, and there's dad in the background with a shotgun. And you're going, not sure that marriage is going to work out. You know, is this a good start? There's been no freedom here. This is a forced, imposed relationship. And so genuine love is freely given. There's no coercion, no manipulation, no quid pro quo, no bargaining. This is a free gift. And so again, this decision to love someone, that has to be out of freedom. Otherwise, it's not genuine love. So some people think of freedom as avoidance of restriction. You know, so, you know, I don't want to tie myself to another person because that's going to restrict my freedom. And therefore I want to be free of everything, you know, free of pain, free of commitment, free of responsibility. That's freedom, you know, skydiving in the air and floating down with no one holding me back. But I don't think that's necessarily a Christian understanding of freedom. It's not my understanding of freedom. Freedom is again, it's part of that gift. I am choosing of my own free will to give you something, even though it might be costly to me. And I'm willing to take on responsibility for you because I love you and because you're precious to me. And I'm doing that not out of some compulsion. There's no one standing there with a shotgun. It's a free gift. And that means more, you know. So, you know, with foster care, there's money involved, which is complicated, isn't it? So children could think, you know, you're being paid to do this. Is this genuine love? Couldn't they? Is it really freely given, or are you being paid to do it? I personally don't have a problem with foster carers being paid, just like I don't have a problem with nurses being paid. I think a nurse can be genuinely compassionate and empathetic, even though she's paid, or he's paid, because it's about the manner in which you do your job. If you're just doing the letter of the law, I need to turn up, give you an injection and leave, that isn't love. But in the context where you are a nurse or a doctor or a care worker or a foster carer, if it feels like a transaction, I've got a problem. But I don't have a problem with money being involved, even though I think foster carers and other carers genuinely can love others. Wow, was that where you wanted to go, Carol? Come back with a follow-up.
Actually, it's Carol Ann.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Caroline. It doesn't come up on your thing. Carol Ann. I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah. No, it was just an interesting question, and I love where I think it's having the freedom to be able to give your own response, to give your own ideas. And sometimes we are asked questions and we're going, oh, what am I meant to say? But it's not about what am I meant to say. It's about what am I thinking? What are my thoughts here? And being allowed to freely express them. And I love the way you answered that question with what you came up with, because it got me thinking. And I think that's the beauty of being allowed to just answer in your own words, in your own way, and to go with a question in whichever direction you happen to go. And if you hadn't quite answered what I'd wanted, it's then for me to have that freedom to come back and just ask another question. And draw it back in a different way. And this is something I'm learning, because for me, language and words, I've always hated all my life, because it's like, what do people mean? What do you mean? What would you want me to say? Whereas now I'm much more comfortable with that, just talking, discussing, and knowing that it's not an argument if you disagree with someone.
Yeah.
Because I was always in that, well, stop arguing with me. Well, it's like, we're having a conversation here. I'm allowed to disagree. So I think it's that freedom to be allowed to disagree, to have your own opinion. So, I love what you were saying about it's a gift. This whole thing about it's a gift in letting others and know that they're important. So thank you for that, your reply to that and response.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm going to get your name right now. I apologize before.
Thank you. If you're not told, you don't know. That's the thing. If you're not told, you don't know. Yeah.
Someone's got to go. Do you want to ask something? Was it you, Claudia?
Any words of encouragement, Keith, before you leave, for our audience that are going through heartbreak in relationships, finances, wealth, in all walks of life, all different lives? What can you leave with them as a child of God? Let's put it as a child of God, because he's bigger than them all. So leave a message based on a child of God.
That's really helpful. Let me just say, if you are suffering heartbreak, you are close to God, because God is the one who comforts the heartbroken, and God himself has had his heart broken. If you remember when Jesus was going to the cross, he looked at the crowds and it said he had compassion on them, because they were like sheep without a shepherd. And this when you look at the person of Jesus, the thing I most appreciate about him is he's so powerful, right? He's the one that spoke the universe into being, and yet he has compassion. He feels pain. He's had his heart broken by the world, and yet he's still willing to die on a cross in order to, offer hope and salvation and a future. So I think that's the first thing, that if you're feeling heartbroken, God can actually empathize with that, because he knows what that's like. And so when you reach out to him, and sometimes it takes heartbreak for us to think about praying, when everything's going great. Who needs God? We'll just kind of live our lives. But sometimes heartbreak can be an entry point into talking to God and asking him about what's going on. And I think secondly, that big theme we've been talking about together is heartbreak is a sign that you are emotionally alive. You are not dead. You know, I'd be more worried if you never felt anything. And the fact that you're feeling, that's like, I don't know, you've seen that if you're not sure whether a person is alive or dead, they'll often try and prick you with a pin or something, won't they, just to see if there's any sensory response, you know. Well, they sometimes prod an eyeball. I've seen ambulance people do that, haven't they? It's like, is this person dead or alive? And the fact that you can respond to pain is a sign that you are alive. Now, that might feel like a low benchmark, right? But being alive is one of the most wonderful things you can have, right? Because the opposite is worse. And if you're alive, that means there's hope. You know, you can respond, you can change, you have a future. And I believe in a God who's able to turn around any circumstance. You think about the lowest point in human history is when we ganged up and we killed God, and yet God pivoted that into something good. God's good at what I call the judo move. He could take all the bad stuff and pivot it around and turn it into good stuff. And without the crucifixion of Jesus, there's no resurrection. And so sometimes without the tough stuff, there can't be reconciliation. There can't be a future. So just to encourage you, God is with you. He loves you. He has compassion for you. He feels what you're feeling, and you're alive. And if you're alive, that means there's hope, and there's hope for change. So yeah, it's been a privilege to spend time with you guys, and thank you, Nomsa, for the invitation, and look forward to seeing you soon, probably tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Kish. I will see you tomorrow. Love to the family. Have a lovely day out. I know you guys are going out today. Have a lovely day, and say thank you so much to Mariam for arranging this for you to be here, and I appreciate you so much. We'll speak tomorrow.
See you guys. Nice to meet you all. Bye.
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 So Ngozi Talk Shows coaches, the speakers for 1 o'clock, they've cancelled network problems. So you guys are gonna have to take over this. So I still have so many questions that I need to ask, and you guys are qualified to answer those questions for me. So I am going through heartbreak. And how do I learn to become comfortable with being uncomfortable so I can break free from limiting beliefs, move towards what I really want in life? Where's Rachel? Carol Ann, please. We can have a
Oh gosh, there's a lot of words there.
Yes, we're going to have a conversation.
Yeah, let's have a conversation that we love having.
We can have a conversation until Sandeep comes at 2 o'clock. Okay. So I think that would be nice for us to actually do something for our audience as well.
Yeah. So your question again, would you like to sort of...
How do I learn to become comfortable with being uncomfortable so I can break free from my own limiting beliefs, move towards what I really want in life?
Okay, how can I learn to be comfortable with being uncomfortable?
Yes.
With my limiting beliefs.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's like that question, just my brain just goes shh. And I think it's being comfortable with this uncomfortableness of my brain going, what's that? And twisting itself around. And yeah, my beliefs are that I can't do this, I can't focus, and but it is getting to know your beliefs and being comfortable with them and not making them wrong, just recognizing them. Here, what is it you're saying to yourself that is stopping you from moving forward, or that has you where you are? And I think Elliott actually brought this up in terms of looking, just reflecting, where are you? What part have you played in getting yourself where you are, or in how you've been showing up?
Hang on, Carol Ann, you just mentioned Elliott. That was actually Elliott's question that I was meant to ask him.
Well, there you go. He sort of answers it in some way without directly, but it is that looking at yourself, looking at your part, taking that reflection, taking time out, and just that reflection, and knowing what your beliefs are that are limiting you, and then transforming them into something that's a bit more empowering. Okay, what isn't being uncomfortable? Again, it's what you're telling yourself that's what's making you uncomfortable. It goes back to things that I often talk about is something happened, you made it mean something, and you've collapsed the two together. And that's where the pain is. That's where the suffering is. That's where you've got a belief and made it mean something. Take the two apart. Whatever happened, happened. And that's it. And so there's accepting. And again, I think Elliott mentioned about acceptance, didn't he? And forgiveness. Acceptance, accepting what is and accepting what isn't. Accepting, well, this happened, and accepting, well, this didn't happen. This person said this, and this person didn't say this, or this person was being this, and this person wasn't being that. You know, it's just accepting what is and what isn't, and then coming to finding a place of forgiveness, forgiving yourself for having caused the pain, or to yourself, recognizing that you're the only one that can really cause yourself pain, and forgive yourself, and then forgive the others for how they've shown up, because actually they've shown up in the way that you've asked them to, because there's the lesson for you to learn. So again, this is where I come back to you're creator of your own reality, you're creator of your life, and here's the lessons to learn. I don't know what you make out of this, Rachel. Have you got?
I was just thinking, like, you know, when we think about comfortable and uncomfortable, you know, what is it that's actually making you uncomfortable about whatever it is that is being presented to you? Is it because you feel that you're lacking something? Is it because you feel you're attached to something, so there's going to be pain to letting go? Is it because you fear something? So, you know, when you can get a little, it's usually one of those three. You're either lacking, you're attached to something, or you fear something. So, you know, identify what the uncomfortableness is, and then so let's just say that it's because you feel that you're lacking love, for example, as love is kind of like the theme today. So and then look at, okay, well, what is that really true? Are you really truly lacking love? And start to actually question the subject of lack, because when you start to really like take it from a broad perspective and start to narrow down, you will start to realize that maybe things that you have told yourself or that you were believing aren't exactly now true. There starts to be some cracks in it, and then you start to feel less uncomfortable, because now you start to see a different, you know, reality shining through the cracks. So I think for me, that would be my first step, is to ask somebody, well, what is it that you're truly uncomfortable about? What is the aspect of it that you're uncomfortable? So that you actually take the emphasis off being uncomfortable, and now you're looking at it a little bit deeper. And so you start to just get comfortable with looking at whatever it is that you feel is uncomfortable, and then before you know it, it isn't uncomfortable anymore. Does that make sense? Or does that kind of like, if I just sort of said something that is
No. Not at all.
Yeah.
You know, getting to know what you're uncomfortable with, that's a really important thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does make sense. Sorry, I loved what Carol Ann said, that you are the creator of your life, and if things gets uncomfortable, and if you want to actually break free from your limiting beliefs, whatever is stopping you moving forward, getting the things that you want, you can actually take steps. There are steps that you can do to break free. If you are somebody that, let's say, a relationship is not working, there are some people that make excuses. When a relationship is not working, they'll make excuses for their spouse. When finances are not working, they'll make excuses like blaming their past, like blaming those who are not there. And even for business, there are people that blame their business coaches. And unfortunately, not everyone that we get help, we seek to help us with our businesses is meant to take us to where we need to go. When things are not working, then you have to take action. And like we took action and created this summit. Did we knew where we were going? Did not have a clue. We did not have a clue. We just thought, let's just do this. It started with me going to an event, and I'm doing an event and I'm thinking we are doing a homework, but actually, no, we are doing a real thing. So, and you guys, what really, really touched me was you guys did not doubt the plan. You just went, okay, let's break these chains of that is stopping us moving forward where we want to go, and just take action. And we took actions, and that's why we ending up today. And for those who are watching later on, you guys can come on. We've got Sandeep coming in at 2:00. We've got Bakri. I don't know how to pronounce his name. This man, it's just his name is amazing, but I always pronounce it wrong. Bakri. Okay, I hope I pronounced wrong. If you're watching, please forgive me. He's coming on at 4, so he's going to be talking about finances, heartbreak in finances, and then we have who is coming on at 5? Carol Ann and Rachel. Do you know who is coming on at 5? That's Alvin Law, right? Or am I wrong? Who's coming on at 5?
I've got Ben.
Oh, it's Ben. Ben Wall.
Oh yeah, Ben is at 5.
Yeah, and then it's Alvin.
And then Alvin Law is coming on at 5:30. He's gonna be here for 1 hour with us as well. And Alvin Law is a man without hands, and his story is really, really amazing. And we've got, after Alvin Law, we have Dr. Wendy, right? Yeah, I got them in my head because I've been, I know who has been really supportive, so that's why they're in my head. And I've got, and then after Dr. Laura, we have, is that Catherine?
Do you mean after Dr. Wendy?
After Dr. Wendy, who is coming on?
Catherine.
Yes, we've got Catherine as well. She's an amazing speaker. And she's the last one as well. So we have all these things. We've got all these speakers lined up, and that's why this topic actually is for our topic, because we had to get uncomfortable. We had to be comfortable getting uncomfortable arranging all these things. And Rachel, poor girl, she took some task. And she went on and did a wonderful job. And she went, "No, sir, I don't think I can do this anymore. Let's get somebody, let's hire somebody." And then we ended up hiring somebody. And that somebody that we hired, in the end, they were like, "I don't think I can do this anymore. This is hard." They were setting up something. So I went in for 1 hour. It took me an hour and a half. We managed to set it up. And then they came back. They were like, "Okay." So I was like, it is teamwork. I think she got fed up. But in the end, she became, I don't know whether it was a man or a woman we were working with. She was amazing in the end. So we had to, because we knew what we wanted. We had this picture of what we wanted. So we got where we needed to go, which is today at the summit. And Rachel, one day she got up in the morning and she was like, Nomsa, can we change the date? I was like, not changing the date, we're going ahead. So those are the things that when you believe in something that you want to do, you have to go for what you want. And that's why we are here today. So, and how do I change my limiting beliefs for more success? I didn't get to ask this question to Elliott. So unfortunately, you guys are getting the question.
How do we what? Sorry?
How do you change your limiting belief? Is that what you asked, Nomsa?
How do you change your limiting beliefs for more success?
I think you need to have an openness to yourself and to get vulnerable, with truly understanding and questioning this belief that I'm holding. Is it mine, first and foremost? Where did I get it from? So do a kind of little self-inquiry as to where did the belief originate from. And quite often I find that limiting beliefs are not ones that really we created. It's something happened, usually within our childhood. Something was said, we've had an experience, it was something at school, it was a teacher, it was your parent, whoever has said something that you've interpreted and have from that created a limiting belief, but it wasn't your belief, it was somebody else's imposing something on to you. And I think when you can have that insight that the limiting belief was something that came from external to you, and it was like someone throwing the ball and you've caught it and gone, oh, okay, and you've just held on to it and you've continued to sort of walk through life believing that this ball was always there with you, and it's like, well, no, actually it was given to you. That can be the first step to really help you to say, okay, well, actually I don't really choose to want to believe this anymore. So what is a new belief that I can hold? And it might not be the complete opposite, because for some people that might be a bit too far a leap, because they'll then be like, well, I don't believe that. It's too far the other end of the scale. But, you know, just take it in steps and find a belief that is more on the going towards a positive and empowering belief about yourself. But it doesn't have to be, you know, a complete 180. It can just, you know, be a step towards. So it could be that the belief is I am unlovable. And then it's that you change the belief to the more I'm loving myself, the more I see how lovable I am. So you know that you're in a transition, that you are doing something to help you love yourself more, and therefore through loving yourself more, you know that you are going to become more lovable. If that's what is needed to help you to start to move away from a limiting belief. But I know personally for me, it was when I started to really just narrow down to, well, where did this belief come from? And realizing that it wasn't actually mine in the first place, that really truly did help me to let go of it.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying there, Rachel, and believe that it is something that happens and you take on board. And for me, it's sometimes I call it learned behavior. You've learned it because that's how somebody else behaves, and you think, oh, I need to do that. And I caught myself a few years ago waking up and realizing that, because someone said to me, oh, just be direct, and stop going around the houses, you know, with what you're saying. And I'm thinking, oh, I can't do that. It's like my own conversation going round and round and round. I couldn't be direct and straight to the point. And I realized actually, but that was my mum. She never straight to the point. It was always round the houses. So it is a learned behavior. And when I realized that, it's like, okay, you then got a choice. When you can wake up to it, you've got a choice. And you can choose to hang on to that behavior or let it go. So I chose to let it go. I thought, okay, be more direct. And actually, I'm okay. It's a lot of people, they enjoy more directness rather than going around the houses. And actually, you get a response, you get an answer, rather than people just going, you know, and you never seem to get an answer that actually helps you or supports you. So being able to identify that behavior is certainly key to it, and then choosing to let it go. Another aspect of, as you say, a limiting belief, it is about something that happened and you actually made a decision in that moment. And that's what we call a limiting decision, because then it becomes a belief. And that's part of what we do in the timeline therapy process, which actually takes you back to that point where you made that decision. And something like that actually needs a bit more support, because it can be maybe something that happened. It's either in this lifetime, or it could be, you know, it's something that happened at your birth or before your birth. So, you know, again, it's if you're open to these sort of conversations, and when you can go back to that point and just release it, and then you come back again, and all of a sudden it's like, well, what was that all about? You know, things can change. So this is where actually reaching out and getting support, if you can't change that belief, or if you really find that you're holding on to it, reach out and ask for some support. Because like Rachel's got tools, I've got tools, there are others have got tools that can help you to actually transform, let go of those limiting beliefs. And sometimes we don't want to let go.
Yeah.
And it's like, so again, you need that support to be able to let go. Because why are you still hanging on to it? How is it serving you? And sometimes there's a secondary gain, as we call. There's some other gain that you're getting from it by hanging on to it. It's serving you in some way that actually is no longer healthy. And that is very often a younger you, it's an inner child. It's about being safe. And it's about then allowing that younger you to realize that the decision they made was perfect at the time, because it kept you safe and they did a great job, but it no longer serves anymore. And then invite them to grow up inside you, giving them, you know, these big hugs and saying, you know, I've now got tools and resources that you didn't have then, but you can have access to now. And feeling that shift again. So it's all of these, it's been able to do this in different ways, but it's certainly recognize it for what it is.
Yeah, that's really nicely put, Caroline, because like the little image that was coming up in my head then was, you know, when we can recognize that the limiting belief is actually held by a younger part of ourself, it's not the adult self necessarily. Yeah. And if you can just imagine that this poor little, this little person of you has been holding on to this limiting belief, and it's exhausting. It can be so tiring, and all they want to do is let go, but they want your permission as the adult to say it's okay to let go. And when you can see that image in your head of you, that like we were talking about just a minute ago, that love is about letting go, that you're loving that inner child within you by just giving the permission to say it's okay to let go. And you know, one of the children we ended up then it's that was just the image that was coming up, and it warms my heart when I see that image, because for me that's just really a beautiful way of showing how much you can love yourself.
And it comes back to that self-care again, doesn't it? Loving yourself and loving all parts of you and forgiving all parts of you, because that younger you thought they were keeping you safe, and in that moment they did. That's all
And
it
like
is.
with any strategy, after a while, you know, as you've got older and you've changed and you're not the same person anymore, that strategy is outdated. It's like we need to update it with something that is going to work for you today in this present moment, not what was in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So are you going to say something, Nomsa?
Oh yeah, I was saying it's very, very important to let go of whatever limiting beliefs that are not serving our lives. And also I agree with you and Rachel when we talk about our younger self, that it will do whatever it takes to protect us and to make sure that we don't get hurt. And then it will be then up to us to actually let that younger self know that yes, it is okay to go through what we are going through, and just let it go and do self-healing and heal our soul and heal our spirit is very, very important, because when you are getting hurt, your soul is getting traumatized, your spirit is getting traumatized. So you need to go through healing. And there are some people that when they're going through tough times, they're like, I've got to be strong. Who are you getting strong for? You don't have to be strong. You have to go through healing, and you have to go through forgiveness, because forgiving, it means that I'm letting go of what is no longer serving me. I'm forgiving myself for letting me telling myself that I'm not enough, for believing those negativities from people, because whatever you do in life, there's going to be someone that is going to say you are not enough, you can't do this, or you can't do that. But then it will be then up to you to actually believe in the things that you do. And also it will be then up to you when you are getting hurt, like right now, Rachel, she's been showing up and she's going through life-changing, coming back to the UK next year. And that is a life-changing, that is a heartbreak. The country where she moved to, she's from the UK, and she moved to that country and built a life, but now she's feeling that I want to go back home. And that is a heartbreak for her. So she's like been showing up and sharing her story with our audience, and she's letting her younger self that it is okay for me to return to United Kingdom. It is okay for me that I'm gonna miss the country where I am right now, but we're gonna go ahead anyway and let it go. So step by step, you can do that as well. So if any of our audience ladies are watching right now and they want to break these limiting beliefs, but they are struggling with the self-esteem and self-image, what advice can you give them?
Unmute yourself to start with.
Yes, Carol Ann, it's always me these days.
And also, yeah, you're struggling with self-esteem and self-image. Unmute yourself. Let that inner you have a voice. What part of you has been muted, been closed, been stopped from speaking out, for, saying what you want and understanding what you want, but also claiming what it is you want. And there's something Rumi said, when you do things from your soul, you feel a river moving in you, a joy. So it's about connecting with your soul, because maybe you've disconnected from your soul. You've lost your self-esteem, self-image. Connect with your soul. What is your purpose here on this planet? We've all come in with a different purpose. And maybe you've lost connection with that. And so you're questioning, what am I doing here? What is my purpose? what am I doing? So connect with that. Ask yourself, well, what purpose do I have here? Because that way you get that connection back. It's like, well, what is important to me? What do I love doing? And ask yourself the question, why do I do what I do? Why do I do what I do? And really let yourself dive into your heart, not up here in your head. It's not in your head, it's in your heart. And give yourself that time. Recognize if you're running around and looking for everything outside of you, because it's not out there, it's inside. And we've been talking a lot today about going inward, going in and finding yourself, doing some self-discovery. And that's how you can then discover get some self-esteem, because you get to know yourself. You get to know what it is you're here for. And life can give you curveballs, as Claudia was saying. And it's running with those curveballs, because life is saying, here, this is part of your purpose here on earth. And when I left teaching, when I actually fell ill, I knew that I needed to leave teaching, but I was resisting it, because it's like, I never ever saw myself leaving teaching, because I loved teaching. Again, life had other ideas. And I found educational kinesiology brain gym through my own daughter's struggle with accessing learning. And literally my whole life it changed. It went on a whole different path completely. And I've ended up somewhere where I'd never even envisaged myself being, supporting people with unlocking the writer within, something that I never believed I was a writer, because I hated words, I hated writing. I struggled with it because I loved maths, I still do. And so for me that, well, I'm not a writer, was a limiting belief that I came to realize was a limiting belief, and it was some coat that I put on, because people were saying, but you're a writer, and I'm going, no, I'm not. And then I heard myself, and I thought, well, actually, I am a writer. I have written, and I started to acknowledge how I've been unlocking that writer within, and that I am a writer. And a lot of things that I write, or I've written over the years, and I go back and look at, I think, did I write that? You know, and it's waking up again to who you are and these gifts that you have inside you and what your abilities are. And once you can start recognizing that, there's something deeper that happens. And I think self-esteem is something deeper than self-confidence. And now I'm becoming, it's been a long journey, because the last year I was going, what am I doing with this, Lord? I've gone through all this personal development. I've got all these tools, these techniques, but how does this fit with writing? Is writing what I'm really meant to be doing and helping people with their writing? And I was just getting to a point where it's like, I've had enough. But then there was a conversation we had here on Nkosi talk shows. And I think it was something Amanda said that got me to think, I need to trust the journey. I need to trust the guidance. I've been guided to write a book and to unlock this writer within me. I need to trust the process, because I don't know what's going to come out at the other end. And so that's what's helped keep me going. And actually talking with other people and supporting them in their writing journey, I started connecting more with that joy of what had me be a teacher. I loved teaching. I loved teaching maths, that joy when someone goes, oh, I get it. You know, their eyes are wide up and there's an aliveness that comes to them. And that same thing with people with their writing, because again, there's that inner child that believes they can't write. They question themselves, something happened at school. And so again, it's that. And I realized that actually what I do is personal development through writing. And so I just keep going. I keep going now. And I'm now hearing people say that what I offer is something worth keep going with. I've got something special, whereas I wasn't listening to it before. It's like I could hear it, but it didn't resonate. Now I'm getting it because I believe in myself. I believe in me. And I think it's having that belief in you. But it does start with that connecting with your soul and your purpose here. What are your thoughts, Rachel?
Yeah, I was just thinking about my journey whilst you were talking. I sometimes, to look back on who I was just 5 years ago, but going back, through all the years, for somebody who really truly didn't love herself, I rejected myself. So I would attract the relationships where I could get rejected, and then on some level I would blame myself for that, because it was another way of me rejecting me. To have gone through this whole huge transition. Life itself is a transition, and within that transition there's all these other little transitions that we have, right? And each one I can see now was just another way of life trying to show me that I was needing to get in contact with myself and to learn how to accept myself. And for me to start doing that, I had to just come to that realization that what I was doing had not been working. All the expectations I was putting on myself, all the things I was expecting from other people, that they were going to do something different that would make me feel differently, all these coping mechanisms that I had created over the years, that were all sort of screaming and shouting at me, saying, this isn't working anymore. When are you going to start to listen, instead of walking around with your eyes shut, your fingers in your ears and going la 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 la, thinking that it will all just go away and one day I'm going to wake up and everything's going to be okay. That was putting myself in suffering continuously. And so I think that moment when I said to myself, right, okay, this isn't working, so I've got to do something differently. And having that intention, my computer's just telling me my thing's going to run out 1 minute. Putting an intention out to myself that, okay, no matter what, I'm going to do things differently from the way I have been doing them, and I'm going to commit to that. I'm going to commit to caring about how I feel as a priority, and that I'm going to do everything I can to continue to follow what my joy is, which then brought me to the question of, well, what is joy? Because I hadn't really on some level felt joy. It had been I'd never really felt it because my heart was shut off from myself. And so it was, it was a process of just really peeling back little layers slowly, and taking the time to get to know, like our first guest was saying, our first speaker, getting to know yourself. And I can't express how important that is, that we think that we know ourselves, but what we know is most of the time a false self that we're putting out to the world, that we think is what other people want. And therefore we will be accepted, we will belong, we will be loved. And so it's not really who we are. It's actually the very opposite, in my case anyway. And so that value of, you need to follow your own joy, became a kind of a mantra for me that has really taken me on the most beautiful journey, painful journey. But I feel that I've come out the other side, and I'm very truly grateful for all of the self-hate that I had, because it taught me how important self-love is. And I wouldn't appreciate that if I hadn't have had that self-hate relationship with myself. But to realize that I'm the one responsible. I'm the one who's, like you say, creating my reality. I created that beast in my head. I was giving it attention. I was feeding the beast, and it just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And when I chose to stop feeding the beast, but to actually just love it, it started to do and transform from this massive, ugly thing into something that just got smaller and smaller and smaller. And, it changed and morphed into this, into more of a cuddly beast rather than an aggressive beast. So, I can't remember what the question was, but whilst you were talking, and it was just so nice that it was just, I was having all these little images of where I'd been on my journey. And so, I just wanted to, if anyone's out there who's got a not of great relationship with themselves, they are suffering with all these limiting beliefs that we impose it on ourselves, we create it ourselves, so therefore we can also change it ourselves. It doesn't take anybody else external, it's all within you. And to reach out and ask for help, and to have someone to hold space for you so that you can be vulnerable, so that you can go within yourself and have those necessary conversations with the different parts of you, is going to make that journey a lot more smoother, because it's not easy. It is not an easy task on your own, because that critic, or your mind will want to take you back to where you've always been, because that's familiar. The status quo is what your ego wants. It wants to just stay with the status quo, because there it feels safe. And the moment we try to step out of that is when we start to feel the fear, because we're going into this uncharted territory. It's unknown to us, and therefore we think that it's not going to be safe. But that's only our mind fooling us. And it's actually a beautiful place of creativity when you go into the unknown, and you really start to go deeper within yourself, and you'll find things about yourself that you are previously not privy to. But it takes that silence, it takes that time to just nurture that quieter place within you, because within that silence there is a voice. It might not, you might not be able to literally hear something, but you'll feel it. It's a voice that comes through feeling, what it did with me anyway. And you just know that it's your truth. And when you start to feed that, then some beautiful transitions in your life will start to have, and you'll start to transform yourself. So,
and I love what you said about that voice, and you qualified there that it might not be something you hear, because you might not be an auditory person. I'm hearing is you're more kinesthetic, because you felt it. With someone who's more visual, they'll get pictures, and that's what the voice is showing them. It's more of a picture. So, if you're not somebody that actually hears the words, they'll go, oh, well, I haven't got a voice. There is a voice. It's like, what are you feeling? What are you seeing? And go with that, because that is your inner self giving you that guidance. And I love what you said about you need to find your own joy. But first of all, you need to know what joy is. It's like you were saying to yourself, what is joy? So again, going back to a question that I think Hayley asked us, what does happy mean to you?
Mm.
So what is joy to you? And it's allowing yourself to find your own definition of what joy is, and then allow yourself to find it. And recognize that we learn through comparison. So yes, what you were saying is you had to go through the safe self-hate, because then you could recognize what self-love was. And that is how we learn, by comparison.
Yeah.
Because once you've got something to compare with, it's like, oh, right, now I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't beat yourself up that you've gone through self-hate, because it's part of your learning journey.
Yeah.
It's part of,
Mm.
being able to then recognize what self-love is. And also what you were saying about the body wanting to keep the balance. There is something called homeostasis.
Yeah.
And the body is very strong at keeping homeostasis. So it's something that's inbuilt in us, and it's been able to work and change that homeostasis so that the body goes, oh, okay, I liked it this way, but it's okay this way now.
Yeah, and that
And
takes repetition and time, because it's like with weight loss, that people they'll go on these diets and they'll lose the weight and they're like, yes, I've got there. And then very slowly they kind of fall right back again. And then they wonder why. And it's because, well, you didn't change your identity. You changed the weight, but the person who's carrying the new weight was like, well, that's not who I am. I am the person. You're still the person in the past, so to say. And so you have to really work on your identity when you are doing anything in, to change that set point.
Yeah.
And you have to do it for a long amount of time, but it's certainly linked to your identity. I know when I was a smoker, it was, I stopped from one day to the next. I'd been smoking for quite a lot of my, number of my adult years. And one day I was just smoking in the garden, and I had been continuously saying to myself, about becoming a coach through what I had learnt on my journey and etc. And something said to me, but you're inauthentic if you go out and be a coach and talk about blah, 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 and you're still got this smoking thing going on, which is a coping mechanism for when you're stressed. And I just said, that's not who I am anymore. And I put my cigarette out, and that was it. I didn't touch another cigarette from it, because in that moment I changed. Like, it was so strong for me. I found my purpose through my own healing journey, that it was so strong that my identity in that moment changed. And I know, I'm not saying that I didn't have any cravings afterwards. I did go through the same thing, but the willpower, the willing to want to be this new identity was so strong within me that it didn't resonate anymore to smoke. And so I know that for me, and I when working with people, that identity is really important. If you don't update your identity with who you want to become, but you keep believing you're still the person that you are today, then you're always going to keep falling back. And that's that homeostasis that you're talking about, right?
Yeah. And it is that something stronger that takes over. And even though those little voices can still be going, no, this isn't there's something inside of you that just it's not even thinking or anything. It's just, you find yourself acting and taking the actions that you've been putting off taking that are more healthy. Yeah. It just happens.
Yes.
Because as you say, something just triggers, and in that moment you had that trigger, and it just triggered that healthier behavior. And it doesn't matter. You have the cravings or the other voices that come in that would have pulled you on the old path, but that you've triggered is far stronger.
Yes.
And it keeps you on that new path. It's amazing, isn't it? It's just, yeah. There's been times when I found myself on the new path and realized, oh, I'm just doing it. And I can hear the voices going to do it, like they're fading away into the background. But I'm going, I'm just doing it. I haven't had to will myself or force myself. Just do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I recognized that when those voices would come in, it would be like, okay, this is my old identity that wants to just get me back to what it knows. But instead of resisting it or fighting them or like getting, I would just welcome them in and go, what do you want to say? Oh, don't you think you need another cigarette? And go, well, no, not today. No, actually, I don't. And then just by not fighting it, by just allowing it to be there and not making it wrong, just saying you're more than welcome to come in, but I'm not going to be listening to the advice, was enough for it to just, okay, fizzle away. But if I had been like, oh, just go away, I don't want you here, like, and get upset with myself because I was having these thoughts, then you've got the resistance that has come in, and that resistance is feeding and giving the attention to those thoughts. So more keep coming in, and the voices get harder or louder. And so if anybody is listening and they've got those voices, it's accept them that they're there. Don't fight them. Just allow them and give them the space to have whatever it is that they want to say, and then just say thank you, but not today. And they'll just, okay, and the thought just does then dissipate. No, what's the word?
That's right. Dissipate.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah.
I cut the cords off, Rachel. Whenever I'm going through something, if I'm going to the next step, if I break the chains and then I find something pulls me back, I have to cut the cords out loud. And sometimes I physically get the knife and say, the cause of I'm not enough, break. I just, when I pray, that time is time for me to actually cut those cords. It's time for me to cut the past. And I will say to the past, I do understand you want to come back to my life, but unfortunately, I am that person that you met, but I have grown to be something that is amazing, something that cannot be broken. Because when you believe in God, for me, I believe in God. I don't know other people, they believe in the universe. I believe in God because He is the higher power. He is somebody that created the universe. So I'm not going to believe in something that is created. So I believe in Him. When I believe in God, whatever voice comes in my head, the voice of I'm not enough, the voice of people who have hurt me in the past, the voice of those who were not there when I needed them the most, the voices of maybe people trying to pull me down and telling me that I'm not enough, or voices of clients saying negative things just because they are going through something. I just have to tell those voices that I love my clients. I've created this Hope Springs Eternal Introduction Agency and Ghost Talk Shows to actually bring clients for me to help them. They don't come to my life to cause trouble. So I chop, break. And when I break, I say, bring it on, bring something, or the voices. I always have my earphones on. So sometimes in 99%, when you hear me talking to myself, most people think I'm talking on the phone, but I'm actually telling the negative voices that, okay, you want to come into my life. I'm like, unfortunately, there's no room for here. Or unless you want to come and pray with me, we can pray together. But if you want to pull me back, so I'm no longer that person. And that's why I like the topic of breaking the chains and breaking limiting beliefs. I even have my chains there under my desk where when things are not working well, I have to look at those chains. I have to look at the chains that I had to break. I was a follower before. And when I'm saying I was a follower before is, Rachel, you said something that you found joy within, and you had to define what it means to have that joy so that joy can be unique to you. And for me, I was a follower. And when I found that joy of what it means to be me and unapologetic, then I had to break away from the chains of being a follower, following my friends, how they speak. They speak like a different accent. They speak whatever language. When they go out, we wear cleavage that shows the boobies, so that that's what I believed, that men actually want to see my boobies, how beautiful my boobies are, in order for me to date, for them to approach me. And I'm sure there are girls that still believe those things. But when I was breaking those chains, it made me realize, actually, I am beautiful. If I believe that I am beautiful, the men will come to me. They will approach me because I believe in myself. So I had to honestly, physically burn my clothes. The clothes that were expensive, the clothes that I spent like loads of money on it, I had to close my eyes and take a lighter. And I had to go to the garden. And I remember one day, and I went to the garden, I burned my jeans, the ripped jeans, cold ripped jeans. So I was like, why am I wearing cold jeans, ripped jeans? It's freezing, but I'm wearing them. I was like, okay, this is not my identity. So I went to the garden. I was like, I'm normal person with my own identity as an individual. I don't need to feel the cold and go out and wearing ripped jeans. Whoever designed them, I had to thank them for that. And I had to go and bend them. I had to go and bend my cleavage. And I had to bend, like the G-string knickers, when you wear them, they're actually sticking into your bum. It's so painful. Your bums are big. I had to bend them. I was like, I like lace. I like wearing nice, comfortable, beautiful knickers. I don't like wearing lace. So I had to bend all those things. And anyone who is watching right now, the reason I'm sharing this is because we go around judging people, and we go around judging ourselves. We go around following people, what people want, what people do and things like that. What about us? What do we really want? And for me, when I did that, it was me, all me, my identity, and not judging my friends. I still have friends who wears the same thing that I bend, and I love them because that is their own identity. And I see a celebrity, they're wearing their clothes. Before, I'll be like, I just love what this person is wearing, and then I'll go and buy the same thing. But you know what? Celebrities, they design their clothes. They bring designers, they sit down and they plan it all. But in my mind, I was taking somebody's identity without knowing. So now I look at the magazine and I'm like, you're beautiful, you're gorgeous. And I leave it there. I don't take their identity, but before I will do the same. And Carol Ann as well, you said you found a breakthrough from your daughter. Yeah, here's Sandeep. Okay. Hey, Sandeep.
Hi, Namsa. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
All good.
Awesome.
Very well.
Meet Rachel G and Carol Ann. They are the panel at Ngozi Talk Shows. So we will be asking questions. So how much time will you give us? I know you are here for half an hour.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, if you want to shorten it or expand it, your choice.
Do you want to stay longer or are you flexible?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sandeep, guys, is flexible because some of the speakers, they signed the contract and they decided not to turn up, or they decided that their network is not strong for streaming. So some of them are away on holiday. So they thought it's just going to be a nightmare for them to go and find some way to stream. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to grab whoever comes on, and they have time, they'll stay. So we have another speaker is at 4 p.m. So you can speak as long as you want, 1 hour, half an hour, 45 minutes is your call. So Sandeep, please introduce yourself to our audience and tell them where you are.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sandeep from India and super excited to be here on the Breakthrough Summit. And it's a wonderful initiative by you, Nomsa. I'm so grateful that you asked me to be a part of it, where everyone out across the globe is sharing their real life experiences and teachings they've got for themselves and their clients as well, how to overcome heartbreaks in life, how to overcome limiting beliefs, and eventually pave the way for the life they've so always cherished but never really been there. So happy to be here and looking forward to share my views, discuss with the panelists out there, and let's see how it goes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Sandeep, you've written a book about divorce. So the questions that we took them from the book. So ladies,
wow.
Yes, we took. I don't know. I was like, he's not gonna know. He's gonna know on the day. So I went on because I did some research, and then I went on Amazon, and I was like, this guy has written a book, so I don't need to worry about the questions. What I'm gonna do is written a book about the topic, the divorce, and I'm just gonna take the questions from his book and create them based on what you've been through and what you believe about heartbreak and what you believe about divorce. And ladies, please take the stage. Ask Sandeep a question.
I love the title of your book, actually. Divorce, the best thing ever happened. It's like, wow. So can you actually explain to someone that's maybe going through a divorce right now and going through that heartbreak, why do you think divorce is actually the best thing that ever happened?
Well, first thing, good evening and thanks for having me here. You put across the perfect question I always love to answer ever since I came out with this book in 2021. And surprisingly, it became the bestseller as well on Amazon on the launch day. The title itself is quite intriguing. That's what really excited you as well. Divorce, the best thing ever happened. And it's quite contrary to the popular belief we've carried since ages in our society. And typically, if I talk about it from my part of the world, that people are really not that open to explore the possibility of having a divorce, because marriage is something really believed that once you are into a relationship, typically once you're married, well, that's life and that's the end of everything. You got to stay in the game no matter how risky it is, no matter how brutal it is or whatever happens across, you got to be there for the rest of your life. It doesn't matter even if you're alive while you're living or even if you're living while you're alive. Well, I put across a question mark at the end of the title of the book. So it's like divorce, the best thing ever happened with a question mark. And there's a reason behind it. The reason is quite simple. I want everyone to think for themselves for a while, take a pause and reflect upon their life, how they are living and leading their married life, and see whether it can be the best thing for them. Because once they deep dive into the book, and it's like divided into 8 segments, taking you through every journey one experiences during a relationship. And for that matter, it also gives the guidance to the ones who are not yet married about how to go about finding their soulmate, about how to approach the concept of marriage and realize how crucial it is in our life. Because we've had the best of research across the globe. There have been people working on relationships and other aspects of personal life. But sadly, there's never been any curriculum, so to speak, which talks about how to lead your life personally. Because we believe that's something obvious everyone will do with age and time. But that's not really the case. And that's where exactly people get stuck. And when they get stuck at a point, a crossroad, where they're unaware or not sure whether they should stay connected or part ways, they need to figure out if divorce is the best thing ever happened. And when I say so, I say it from my own real life experience. And I'm happy to be honest and vulnerable out here across in front of the audience across the globe, that I've been through a mess myself. But as my mentor, Tony Robbins says, turn your mess into a message. So I was glad to turn my mess into a message and come out with a book based on my real life experience and the experience of people around, that yes, divorce can be the best thing ever happened, provided you realize dead end is not the end. There is life beyond divorce. There is always a possibility of exploring new avenues to reunite with yourself, to reconnect with yourself, and to re-establish yourself when actually the entire world is looking upon you with a different mindset, that if he's going through divorce, well, he's in a shitty place. So, just like every emotion, there are two sides of it. People think getting angry or being furious is a bad thing. But what if somebody is experiencing a situation like where a guy is trying to pounce upon a girl, attempting to rape? Should that girl be at peace with it, or should be furious and agitated or angry with it? So divorce is a taboo in the society, typically in our part of the world. But the idea is, ask somebody who's going through that pain, where he's bleeding without his flesh being cut, where he's being traumatized without going through something similar in real terms, yet feeling that impact, which nobody but the person going through that pain can only realize. So for him, definitely, I say it out and loud, divorce, yes, it is the best thing ever happened.
Absolutely. And it's this whole thought, what you were saying about people are not open to divorce. It is that belief, no, once you get married, that's it. And I guess it's in the words that you say, because for me, it was, I made that commitment. I made that promise. I promised, and so for me, it was like, it did rankle a bit afterwards, because it's like, well, I've gone against my word. But I was actually, I think, fortunate in as much as that both myself and my ex-husband, we had healing prayers over each of us individually to actually separate and to cut our marriage and to stop it. So for me, that gave it like God's blessing in a way, and helped me to move forward, because actually, when I think back, it was the best thing that happened, because it did. And I love what you're saying. It gives you that opportunity to find yourself, and it's enabled me to find myself. And I can't believe that I'm almost as far beyond being married as I was being married. It was almost 24 years that I was married, and it's almost 24 years ago that we parted company. And it's like, well, where's that time gone? But would I have done what I've done and found myself if it stayed? I can't answer that. Some part of me thinks, well, why couldn't I? But I wasn't meant to. So it is giving yourself that opportunity to explore it, that question, and say, well, what is holding you into the marriage? Because I know for the longest while that really I should have let go, but I was holding on, thinking, oh, I can't. I was fearful of what was beyond it. So how do you reassure someone that's holding on, that's got that fear? Because there is that roller coaster emotions and things as well that goes with it. Because one of the crazy thoughts I had, because my ex-husband was a policeman, and it was like, I'll never be able to look at a policeman again without thinking about him and thinking, oh what? Where did that come from? I can look at policemen now and go, oh yeah, it's okay. But that thought, that was one of the single thoughts that held me holding on to that relationship. I remember thinking, oh, I don't think I'll be able to get to know someone else again. Oh, it's going to take time. I can't do it. So how do you support someone, or what do you say to them to be open and willing to sort of step into the idea that divorce is the best thing for them?
Cool. So it's like, we need to understand that we get life just once. People believe in, birth after life, or a rebirth or reincarnation. But in real terms, if we look at our own existence on this planet Earth as of now, the only thing we can realize is the moments between when we were born and the final moment when it comes when we got to part ways. That is the only time frame, the only duration we are going to experience vividly with our all senses. What happens beyond that, nobody knows. As they say, nobody came back to let us know what exactly is happening out there. Even when it is believed or it's there in the scriptures or texts or, different people have their own theory. But as a layman, as a common person, everyone around simply knows life is something we get just once. And since we get it just once, it is our responsibility to ensure that we live it to the fullest. Nobody is ever born with a condition that you can't be happy. Or if you got into a mess, well, that's where you got to stay. Because change is constant. Change is the only constant thing in the world. And I remember what Charles Darwin said, and I read it in school, that a thing which doesn't grow dies. So somewhere, somehow, when we are gonna die is already determined or something unknown to us. But why do we need to invite that situation when we are alive and kicking, and we can still have the opportunity to be happy, to feel and experience new things? Because what is really crucial here is to understand that we need to cut through redundant beliefs. What is actually holding us back? They say during a marathon, while you run half the marathon and you are exhausted because you were running with your body, but you still can make it to the finish line because now you got to run with your mind. So it's all in here.
Yeah, for me, I decided to basically choose my hard. As in, am I gonna, for me it was harder to start to live a life that was unsatisfactory than to actually kind of just go out there and work for something that was satisfactory. And I quite easily we can get into having a comfortable life that is unsatisfactory, and it can just eat away at you. And it's really important, I think, that sometimes maybe people that word happiness, for me, that's something that comes and goes. Happiness comes and goes, but being satisfied is something that you can is much more what's the word, that it's more continuous. You can have more of a satisfactory life, and that I think is more important than looking as to whether or not are you happy, because you can have happy moments in a marriage, but are you satisfied is something very different.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what if somebody is confused whether or not to stay in a relationship or to part ways? What would someone remain stuck in that web of wedded life? What's your thoughts on this?
Well, this is something I'd say, again, a couple of things come from real life experiences, and that when I see with my clients across the globe, people remain stuck or remain confused because they fail to get back to the basics. And, it's always said, whenever you're stuck with anything in life, go back to your roots, get back to the basics. And the basic premise of a relationship is, why did you get into it in the first place? Yeah. So when you're confused, not sure whether to stay or part ways, get back to the basics and realize, why did you start in the first place? And if at all you feel there were some good reasons why you entered into that zone, and I'm sure everyone has some good reasons, the reason we start something. It's never like we'll start something with an assumption or understanding that it's going to hurt us. Our subconscious is caring enough to assure, even when we are walking in the dark, somehow it will protect us from the dangers coming ahead. So while entering into a relationship, we'll always have some positive reasons or belief about the other person and ourselves. So get back to the basics, understand why you started in the first place. And if at all you feel you can still pour in some efforts, or maybe you haven't done enough yet to do your part to make it work out somehow, do it first. Do it first so you never regret later in life that you didn't do your part, which could have saved your marriage. So that's the first step, that you need to come to that drinking point where you are certain that you've done what was relevant and realistically possible from your end. And now there's apparently no more possibility of doing anything from your side. And then make a choice. But the problem is people still remain stuck. Number one reason is the family. The mindset, the conditioning, the beliefs we have had, and our beliefs are always shaped by our environment, starting from the family itself. So those beliefs, those ideology, those principles, those set of values we have imbibed from our parents and the society, or maybe the friends around, kind of keeps us stuck into that zone where it feels like a commitment we made to the person that we're going to be with you for the rest of your life. But we fail to realize that it's not only about the other person. A relationship eventually has to be a relation of equals. So if you are feeling lost or nowhere in the relation, but it's always about the other person, then it's not a relation, it's a slavery.
Yeah.
And I wonder if we were born with the idea or the tag that we're going to be a slave to somebody else, no matter what. So the fear of unknown, the lack of support, understanding that how we're going to pursue our life once we step out of this zone. Because, remaining stuck in a relationship is nothing but like remaining in your comfort zone. You have a routine set, a pattern, your finances are sorted and everything is working around, except your emotional and other things in life, which is most crucial in a relationship or a marriage, so to speak.
Yeah.
That is what keeps us stuck, and that is what can actually help you decide. Because universe will give you problems, only those you can handle. This is again a belief.
I love that, Sandeep, when you say the universe or God gives us the problems that we can handle. So just to let you know, guys, you have people on YouTube that are watching and they are enjoying the talk, and they think it is amazing. So just keep doing what you do. So thank you so much for our audience that are watching. And I like the part of slavery when you say relationship becomes a slavery. Could you please go deep in that part, Sandeep? Because I believe that there are some people right now who are in a relationship and they're not really enjoying that relationship. They feel like they've been slaved in something that was meant to be love, and that has become hatred. Hatred has been created, and it hurts them so much.
Sure. I always call it as a slavery because it's based on a very simple logic. If somebody can control your emotions, your feelings, your happiness or sadness in simple terms, you're nothing but a slave to that person. So in case of a marriage or a relation with your boyfriend or a girlfriend or your spouse or brother or sister or your corporate or wherever, relationships in general, not particularly related to your personal life, if the other person has got that remote control, that you are feeling happy only when something happens or triggers from their end, and vice versa, you really get into that sad mode, it is nothing but slavery. Because you got to keep that control within yourself. And that is only possible when you practice the most important thing, self-love. If you can't love yourself, if you can't respect yourself, if you can't take guard for yourself, if you can't stand for yourself, then trust me, nobody gonna do that for you. And if you can't be a man or a woman of substance, forget about your partner looking at you like that or treating you well. And there's a thread line difference between self-love and being egoistic. Because people confuse there as well. They believe that if we have to practice self-love, the relationship has to be just about us. We got to be a boss, which is not the case. Self-love is nothing but empowering yourself or, filling up yourself with those kind of emotions for you first, which you can later emit and give to the other person in the relationship. So if your reservoir is empty, what can you give to others? And that is what I feel. Avoid being a slave, because you get life just once. You got every right to be happy. If you let other person control your emotions and feelings, you better stay alone. Because eventually, even if you're in a relationship, you will never be happy. And somewhere, somehow, that will start reflecting in your health, your vitals, your finances. Because, nowadays, the style of coaching, which has evolved, especially post-COVID, is more around niche area. Everyone is limited or focused or attuned to a very specific thing in your life. But as my mentor, Tony Robbins, says, that when you're working with a person, you're working with a person, not a problem. The reason why I am a life and relationship coach, where I'm a life coach first, simply because I work with the life of the person while touching upon relationship specifically. Because one thing will always impact the other, no matter what the person realizes it or accepts it or not. And that is, again, nothing but slavery. They know their situation, but they're not willing to accept it. Sir.
Yep.
Yeah, that's so true. And it is recognizing where you're stuck and you're holding on to it and you're not willing to move forwards, and that yes, you're actually being a slave to it, but it's and it is the person that needs to change. And so supporting someone else, it is the whole person, but there is that soul there. And there's something about you're talking about wounded souls. And so is there a framework of empowering the wounded soul and how they can heal their past and overcome their fears and live happily ever after? So could you tell us a bit about that framework?
Yeah, certainly. Because this is something simple yet so powerful. And I say it's simple because everyone can practice it. It's so powerful because it really brings you that kind of insight and empowers you to forge ahead in life. So the first part of this framework is understanding your situation, understanding your redundant life or limiting beliefs or the situation where you're stuck. Because without understanding anything, we can't take any action or effort. So if we are unaware that our relationship is redundant, we can't do anything about it. Now, what is a redundant relationship is the question. Simply put, it's a relation or a situation where neither you are growing, nor there is any contribution towards you in life from your partner. There is nothing that is serving your higher purpose or helping you to achieve your goals. Rather, simply sucking your time and energy. So it's more or less like somebody being a parasite than being a support system. That is what a redundant relationship is. So the first aspect is to understand the situation. Now, understanding is good, but then the second thing comes into factor is realization. Because it's easy to diagnose the situation for others, but even once we become aware, we still feel reluctant to realize that yes, it is us who is into this mess. And it is because we fail to do the third thing in this framework, that is acceptance. Because I always say, for major things in life, acceptance is the key. Acceptance of the fact that yes, you are in a redundant relationship. Acceptance of the fact that life is a mess right now, because life is equal to problems. And nobody is immune to it. As coaches and people working with people globally like us, and I give my own personal experience always, happy to be vulnerable. that life has been a mess for me as well. But thanks to my mentors like Tony Robbins and others, I turned my mess into a message. Surprisingly, life made me a life coach first, followed by all the certifications and trainings. Because when you get stuck, when you are hit with a roadblock, you can just do two things. Either stay there forever or move forward and realize how much did it hurt you and help others to overcome that pain when they encounter a similar situation. Yeah. So accepting the past, because past is known as past because it is meant to stay in the past, not be your present or your future. And you will always remain in your past as long as you want to. So it's a conscious choice.
Yeah.
You know, overcoming fears when we talk about of moving ahead, stepping out of our redundant relationship, out of our comfort zone, it requires effort. And the simplest effort for overcoming a fear is just to face it. You know, I always dreaded stepping on the beach side, forget about going for swimming. But then I always had this feeling and desire of doing a deep sea walk, undersea walk. So one fine day when I was in Thailand on a holiday, and I found a small girl, hardly 10 years old, came out of, after doing an undersea walk. I was like, man, if she can do it, then what's stopping you? The only thing stopping you is fear. And the only way to wash away your fear.
Sandeep, I just want to pass the message before you continue with fear. Your audience are too loud. They are really amazing. They want you to know that they're here. They're listening to you. They're like, tell him I'm here, I'm listening. So yes, they are here. And when you finish, you can go and reply to their messages on YouTube. They are mostly on YouTube. So, and they are very active as well. So continue, please. I just wanted you to know that you have people cheering you up.
Well, you know what, that is the biggest motivation I am into this zone. You know, I come from a finance background. I've been into corporate consulting globally, but then my calling, my realization of turning my mess into a message, helping the people at large, healing the wounded souls, got me into what I'm into right now. And that is nothing but possible because of all these lovely people around, all the lovely audience and the world out there waiting for us to reach out and help them and get that realization that everybody can do something for the other. So why not us in the first place to begin with? So lovely audience, thank you so much. And for you, once again, coming back to the idea of fear, because I know every one of us have some fear or the other in our life. Maybe related to a relation or a job or a career change or a switch in anything, or just doing the simplest things, taking that leap of faith. Everyone's got some fear. And the only way to overcome your fear, face it and chuck it off. So I had this fear of stepping into the water. And one fine day when I was in Thailand, I realized this is the time. Let me wash away my fears by doing this undersea walk right now. So I went all alone there, had amazing shoots. The video came out so beautiful. And the moment I stepped out after approx 30 minutes, I was a new person altogether.
It's never usually as bad as what our mind is telling us, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, what I'm hearing with with everything you've just said is that, you know, love is not always enough to keep a relationship, but it's enough to let it go. If you're willing to let it go, you know, that is actually a form of love. Holding on to something when you know that you're not truly satisfied and you're expecting somebody else in the relationship, your partner, to do something different to make you feel better, is not loving. Actually, you know, it's the opposite. because that your partner is never going to be able to fulfill your needs to what you want, because you've already actually on some level made a decision that it's kind of over. But because you're fearing going into the unknown because you don't know what that's going to look like, then your ego is telling you, well, just stay with what you've got. But then there's that blame and there's that resentment that starts to build up in the relationship. So again, it comes back to choose your hard. Do you want to live a life that is unsatisfactory and that you're just continuously in these arguments and it's not going anywhere? Or do you choose the hard of going in a direction of unknown and you can't see what's ahead of you, but actually reframe it and think that, well, that's an opportunity for me to create something that I truly do want, right?
Absolutely. In fact, couple of things out of what you said. First thing, like being satisfied in a relationship is crucial. Yeah. So feeling happy, it's just an emotion. You can be happy and sad simultaneously within the wink of an eye. So you never know how soon you're gonna transform into a emotion which you felt is going to be permanent based on something you believed will happen and will keep you happy for the rest of your life. But that's never the case. Yeah. But the satisfaction is that kind of a basis, is that kind of foundation of a relation. If you feel satisfied in a situation or a relation or a connection with a person or your job or your company, no matter what the hail, wind or storm comes your way, you will always sail through those turbulent waters. As long as you feel you are still satisfied being there and not merely happy or sad based on temporary situations or emotions.
Yeah.
The other thing, love is never enough to keep you there. Well, I firmly believe love can never be a reason to be in a relation, or rather it shouldn't ever be a reason to be in a relation. Because love is again an emotion, a temporary thing. It's a verb. You got to do it every day. So what will really keep a relation thriving and fostering together for the good for both of the people out there? Respect and care. So if you respect yourself first, you respect the other person, you respect boundaries for both related to certain things, you respect each other's ideologies, value system, beliefs, principles, and the fact that there's gonna be differences, and you care enough to help each other handle those differences smoothly, only then you can say you are in love with the person. People look at it the other way around. They feel you are in love, I love you, and that's it. Period.
Yeah.
The third thing you spoke about, the ego. I simply believe that in a relationship, either you let go of the ego, or if a relationship is come to that stage, you better go out of that relationship. Because only one thing can sustain, either you or the ego. So either let go of the ego or you go away. Simple.
Yeah, which is why it comes back to what you said about loving yourself first, because when you can love yourself truly, then you're going to be able to love somebody else. And until that point, if you don't really 100% love and accept who you are as an individual, and that you're complete with or without another individual, then all you end up doing is really just projecting onto the other person and expecting them to fulfill what you feel you're lacking or you're empty, that is empty within you. And so, like you say, that's all ego based. And you're already probably setting yourself up for the confrontations and the arguments and the resentment and all those negative things, which are fine if you're prepared to see that is a sign for you to look inwards and start to grow as an individual and see how you can help one another to become better individuals. But if you're going to use it as just finger pointing, then you're heading for divorce, and then it's great that you divorce. Right?
Yeah, either way. I always say I want to help people to live happy, either within a relationship or out of it.
Yeah.
The ultimate goal is to be happy. Which place suits you depends on the circumstances and the facts of each case. Simple.
Nice.
So is it actually possible to fall in love again after a heartbreak? Laughter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Why
And
not?
what makes you
I
say
mean,
that? What makes you say that?
I know that answer came out so rapid because I firmly believe in that. Because heartbreak is again nothing but an emotion. It's not actually a heart failure. You didn't really, your heart didn't really break in literal terms. So it's just an emotion. It's just a feeling. Just like being happy or being sad, heartbreak is nothing but a temporary phase when encounters when you go through it. You know, with all my empathy and concern for everyone who goes through heartbreak, the fact is, yes, you can definitely fall in love again, even when you had a heartbreak. I'd rather say if you have never had a heartbreak, you haven't lived yet. You haven't been out and loud in the world to explore the vistas of possibilities of connecting and sharing and realizing those emotions. If you've never had a heartbreak, maybe you were so serious or so protected in your cocoon that you just never stepped out, or maybe you had some other thoughts. Moreover, I believe that you can definitely fall in love again beyond a heartbreak because it's again your choice.
Absolutely.
You always have that reservoir full of love, emotions, feelings, empathy, and all those things you want to give to your partner and experience. But it's your choice if you want to open up yourself again or keep the lid closed. Because a heartbreak will never snatch away the power to love or connect with somebody. We feel it's all over, but it's not over until it's over. And it will be over only the day when our life is over.
Yeah.
So what steps could we do to actually find love again? What steps could we take?
So, something you'll always hear, I'll say, number one, accept the situation that you had a heartbreak. Yeah. Because the moment you accept it, half the job is done. You've already won the game. You come to terms and peace with what you just went through. Because unless that happens, you'll carry the baggage. Baggage of resentment, fear, uncertainty, which is definitely going to reflect in how you connect with someone new in your life. For that matter, you won't be able to open up yourself until you accept what just happened with you. Because you can never drive forward while looking into the rear view mirror. Yeah. So it's like every relationship has an expiry date. Now, again, just like my book, this might sound crazy, but I love to repeat, every relationship has an expiry date. Some finish off early, others continue till we become Mr. or Mrs. Late. That is when we die. But every relationship has an expiry date. Nevertheless, there is no age limit for dating, for falling in love again, for moving on, or connecting with someone new. Because you get life just once.
But recognize when your expiration date is up. Otherwise, it doesn't smell very nice, the relationship, if you go beyond that expiry date, right? Yeah. Just like, milk if it goes off. Yeah.
That is where we need to understand if divorce is the best thing ever happened.
Yeah.
But it's also that thought that the expiry date could also be, well, when you actually die, because it is in that moment, it's like, because there's a part of me going, but no. What if we're meant to be together? But if you're meant to be together, then it'll be until you die. But the relationship then has an expiry date. So yes, thank you for popping that in there, because yes, yeah, there is.
It's like either it stays for a shorter duration based on how the equation goes between two people, or it continues forever as long as we are there on this planet Earth.
Yeah.
But one fine day it's gonna finish. But let's focus on what best we can do right now to make that experience worthwhile for the other person who trusted you. Experience similar things because it's a two-way thing. You know, people say avoid expectations, and I say, why do you need to avoid expectations? You know, I have a contrary view on this. Many people will help us understand, avoid expectations in a relationship. You're gonna be hurt. But I say, if there are no expectations, then why the hell are you getting into a relation? Because again, it's a positive thing or a negative thing based on how you look at it. It's not expectations, it's rather getting those crucial needs fulfilled while attempting to help the other person realize it first, and then it's a two-way channel. But if it's one-sided affair, sooner than later it's gonna crash.
Yeah, I like the way you said about the positive and negative. I mean, for me, something that I've really started to reframe, like, just because the word negative suggests it's negative, right? For me, let's look at it differently. You know, like you have a positive and negative for a circuit. You need both, and
Precisely.
the negative isn't something bad. It's actually can be, it's useful, it's good, it's needed. It's, you know, you can't not have it with the plus. That they come as a pair, and they have both have their purpose to be able to make the thing complete. And so when you talk about like heartbreak, we immediately think that that's negative, whereas I start to look at it more from, actually, heartbreak is really positive because it's allowing my heart to expand. It's allowing me to love deeper. It's allowing me to feel what love really truly is. And by having that, then there must be an opposite that I'm going to have as well, which is that I'm going to have, let's say, a heart explosion in a, you know, from the depth. I'm going to go high, because everything has its opposites, right? So the more heartbreak you have in your life, the more the opposite you're going to also have the capacity to experience, if you allow it yourself. Of course, it does come down to you having to give yourself that permission to say, I can continue to have these experiences and love them for what they are allowing me to feel. I'm alive. I mean, if we don't feel, then life is just numb. It's not really much fun, really, is it? So I'd rather feel the pain and know that I'm alive, and know that I experienced something that made me feel this way, and now it's going to open me up to be able to experience something even greater.
Absolutely. I love the way you said
Sandeep,
it.
sorry to distract you guys. So I'm just passing the message as well. Again, your audience are saying, God bless you. And the love for you guys listening to him is really amazing. And is it Nina? Yeah, Nina Madani says, God bless you always. Very happy to see you on this platform. So I just thought I should pass the messages. And there's so many messages that your audience are too loud, which is good. So they're sharing how they feel, how you guys are making them feel, how Sandeep is making them feel. So thank you so much, guys. And Sandeep, I know before we go to what you wanted to say, if anyone is watching right now, and because it's gone crazy, YouTube is gone crazy. So if anyone is watching right now and they want to know how can they find you, and also, do you do any coaching online as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. So, you know, I always say, if you're stuck in life, here I am, someone you need. So that's my brand name, and that's my mindset, how I connect with people, being the one, someone you need. So they can always find me on someoneyouneed.com. And of course, I welcome you to visit my personal website, sandeepbogra.com. Both places gonna help you connect with me. You're always welcome for a 30 minutes discovery conversation, a clarity call to realize where you are and where you want to be, and how we can work together to bridge that gap. In fact, there are various places you can find me, but the best way is reach out on someoneyouneed.com, and I'll be happy to welcome you there. And lovely audience, thank you once again. Thank you, Nomsa, and everyone out here who got me this platform today to connect with the world and share our views. And we still continue So it's amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys can continue. I'm sorry for interruption. I just gonna keep interrupting because the audience have gone. They're really enjoying this talk. So never mind me. Continue, please.
No, it's
I'll
lovely to
just
hear
say
that.
one thing more out here to Nomsa before we continue. While you apologized for interrupting a couple of times, I firmly believe that's one of the key principles we follow in coaching. You know, we do the pattern interrupt because that is where the real breakthroughs happen. And we are in this online breakthrough summit today. So interrupting is something the most crucial and the most powerful thing, the most impactful one, I say. So I'm glad you're interrupting us and bringing us that flavor and that information and different side of life and things. So thank you for doing that. Keep doing, we'll be glad.
Yeah, it's lovely to hear that there's others out there that they're cheering on, that they're encouraging, and that they are shouting, and they can never be too loud. Just be as loud as they want, because that's just beautiful, and it's actually feeling that love. So thanks, Nomsa, for sharing that, because otherwise we're not aware. And I think it's when you can be brought that awareness, it just helps you to keep going through something that you might be thinking, well, is this going all right, or not? So and yeah, it's a beautiful conversation, and there's lots showing up
you
here.
guys are wonderful. You're wonderful. I'm actually so blessed to have this, because you're wonderful. And Sandeep, hopefully one day you'll come again and join us, and please continue, Carol Ann and Rachel and Sandeep, continue with your conversation. You're doing wonderful.
Awesome. Thanks, Nomsa. So I'd just like to ask, is there anything you should not do after you break up?
Couple of things. First thing, avoid getting into the mindset that it's all over. Because we believe once you had a breakup, it's all over. You can't fall in love again. You can't open up to life. You are not meant for being loved. You are not allowed to experience new things. And it's the end of everything. Avoid stepping into that zone. Because again, it's a choice. And it takes real power and struggle to get somebody out of that chaotic situation. Once they've made up that mind that they can't do anything more beyond what they've just suffered. So that's the first thing. But simultaneously, I want to suggest avoid rushing into a new relationship as well. While you should always avoid thinking that you can't have a new relation, but avoid rushing into a new relationship as well, because then you're going to be in a challenge.
Yeah. I'm personally going through a situation now. So, and what I've done is I've continued to tell myself that this too shall pass. When you're having the emotional dip, I accept that I'm going to have this and I'm going to have that. And then simultaneously, what I'm doing is I'm dating myself. I'm having a relationship with me. It's all about me now. And I found that this relationship breakdown compared to my other ones is having such a different experience because of where I am at with my own self-growth, but also because of having this attitude of dating myself. I'm not some victim here. I'm gonna come out of this a lot stronger and more knowing myself on a much deeper level, because I've actually dated myself. For the first time, I went to a cinema on my own. I took myself there, I got myself my popcorn, I sat down and I watched the movie, and some people were looking at me a little bit strangely, what's she doing here on her own? But I had no problem whatsoever, because it was like, no, this is what I want to do. I want to come and see this film. There was nobody to go with, and so I thought, you know what, I'm just going to take myself and I'm going to enjoy my company. And it's been, and that has encouraged me to do other things. And so if anybody's out there going through a divorce or separation of any kind, don't focus on the fact that the relationship is breaking down. Focus on yourself and take yourself out and get to know yourself, because that's what it's all about. It's an opportunity, right?
Proud of you, Rachel. You're a real life example of self-love. So glad to have you here. You're a real life example and so praiseworthy, dating yourself. That's something everyone needs to understand and put into practice. I did a similar thing, not really in profound terms the way you said it, which is so good. But I also did a similar thing after I filed my divorce case. I had this dream of going on a holiday to the US. So I planned it. I took a break at Hong Kong and things like that, went to Vegas and whatnot. So I really started enjoying my life. Things which I was avoided to do when I was in a relation, I was in a slavery or whatever. But then finally I started reconnecting with myself, reuniting with myself, re-energizing myself, and realizing that life is not just about a relationship with someone else. It's something more with you first. So build yourself first, be the man of substance, and you will definitely invite one fine day a woman of substance in your life, because like attracts like.
Yeah.
So be there where you belong. And that's exactly what you're doing, heading your way on that journey. So proud of you. God bless.
Thank you. I'm proud of myself too.
Should be. You deserve it all. So, as I said, avoid the mindset that you can't be in a relationship anymore, but be mindful of not rushing into a new relationship as well. Beyond this, avoid carrying those hurtful feelings or the mindset of taking revenge from your ex. That is one shitty place where people get stuck into. Now they just want to take revenge, no matter what, because they went through something painful. Now they want to inflict that pain back to the person who did it. Avoid that. You're just creating another round of rut for you, nothing else. Because if you're...
No, I was going to just say, and also the opposite, you can also sometimes, you end up forgetting what was not going so well and actually sort of suddenly seeing the relationship through rose-colored glasses and only focusing on all the good things, and then sort of thinking, oh, well, maybe I should go back, or try and get it to work again. It's like remember to keep a look at the whole picture and not just focus on one area. Keep the entirety, keep a bird's eye view of what really was going on in that relationship, and don't fool yourself. Yeah.
Precisely, that was the next thing I was about to say. Forgive the person, remember the lesson.
Yeah.
Because it's vital to avoid resentful feelings, the idea of taking a revenge or being angry with the person once it's over. Because anger is again nothing but an emotion.
Yeah.
And emotion is a feeling you are still having within yourself that keeps you connected with that person. So even when you say you're angry with that person and it's all over, but all the time you're thinking about that person from a negative mindset or a resentful mindset. So one may believe it or not, you're still connected with that person in a different way though. So avoid those, forgive the person, and really practice this ritual on a daily basis that you have forgiven that person, because that is going to help you heal out of that difficult situation.
And also forgive yourself.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah. That's something that I've, it's like forgiving because I was the one who decided to decide it was finished. It was time to say goodbye. And I needed to really, truly forgive myself, because there was nothing really untoward going on. There was nothing that had really happened apart from the fact that we'd grown apart. I just knew that there was. I know that I'm allowed to experience something more, that I'm desiring more, that person can't give me anymore. But they've done nothing wrong. But it's very difficult for them then to come to that acceptance. Like, well, why? They were just happy with the mediocre, they'd got to a point where they were just satisfied with what is, and there was no more growth, and I was not. And so to make that decision to walk away, to say that it's over, was really quite a difficult one, because it would have been easier if someone had cheated on you and you can say, right, well, now I've got a good excuse or a good reason to say, right, this is over. Whereas when there isn't one, it is actually quite difficult for you to say, right, okay, because you're going to hurt the other person as much as you're hurting. But there is this kind of, everybody looks at me and says, oh, they must be really hurting, and like as if I'm not, because I made the decision. But you hurt just as much making that decision, because you do still care for the person. You just know that it's not right. The expiration date has come to an end.
Right.
So yeah, forgiving yourself is really part of that process. And if you can do that, then you will be able to forgive the other person as well for whatever behavior they demonstrate during the relationship breakup, because now you're going to see a side of somebody that up until that point in the relationship you've never seen, because you haven't experienced this particular situation with one another, and so you see different sides. So it's an interesting journey.
In fact, you exactly did what I said the first thing in our conversation today. You realized what a redundant relationship is. So it's not heading anywhere. It's not helping you realize your goals, to grow further, or any significant contribution to where you belong. So it's not about something being hurt, or really that kind of mental or physical harassment or whatever people generally feel, or being cheated, or a toxic thing. But it's beyond that. Ultimately, a thing which doesn't grow dies.
Yes.
I have a question that I need to ask. How do I find purpose after a hard fall?
How do I find what?
How do I find purpose?
Purpose.
Yes. Now I've fallen. I've been in this amazing relationship and it's been amazing, but things have I feel that my life has been stripped away. So how do I find that purpose that everybody is talking about? To find your purpose, break your limiting beliefs, live the life that you want. I have no clue how to find it. The audience right now who are watching, they're saying they don't have a clue how to find it. Please, can you explain how they can find that purpose after a hard fall?
Well, on a lighter note, I'll simply say, come to me and I'll help you. Nevertheless, I'll be happy to address the question. It's really vital. How to find the purpose in life. See, again, I always start with one key thing: acceptance.
Yeah.
Accepting the fact that you get life only once. Being happy is the most important goal one should ideally have. And it's purely your responsibility that you got to work towards it. So it's like, no matter what the economy is going with, there are lots of employment opportunities and everything is going pretty well on the Sensex or the Wall Street. But nobody's going to come and ring your doorbell and say, hey, we got a business opportunity for you, or an interview is lined up, so come over. It's you who got to take those efforts, that leap of faith, to really go out there, dive in the ocean and find the pearls for you. That is precisely what finding your purpose is all about. And how do you really do it? Simple. Number one, connect with yourself. Now, a few people do that by doing a meditation, or doing some spiritual activities where they are just spending time with themselves, just like dating themselves. Because there are moments of truth where suddenly that spark comes within you and you feel this is your calling. That is one good way to get started, because you can always find something when you are at peace with yourself. So first you need to calm down. Number two, as my mentor Tony Robbins says, every human being on this planet Earth, irrespective of caste, religion, nationality, sex, or whatever, we all have 6 human needs. in that detailed framework, and when we sit down with clients and work upon those 6 human needs, they realize ideally 2 crucial needs which are most important at that moment in their life, which is related to the purpose they're calling. The third thing is to look back in your past, have a view of your present, and dream your beautiful future to realize where you are and where you aspire to be. Yet another way to see and find your purpose. Because purpose is nothing but what you really want to do beyond what you are either already doing or beyond what you feel everyone's meant to do. I'll give you my own example, and I love to do that always. I was in the finance industry. I've been there for a decade, worked with the best of corporates, been with McKinsey and Company and whatnot. But there was a calling, and that just happened casually with a set of friends in college, that they would turn up to me with their crazy experiences in those teenage young adult times, and I would just help them casually, but that would really create an impact or a breakthrough in their situation. And I never realized this more until my mom passed away due to cancer, and I found that she was kind of someone you need for people around, in her friends and family and neighbors and all those circles, the social circles, where I connected most and felt, well, this is something I really feel so happy. I get a kick, as they say, when somebody comes to me with a problem and leaves with a smile on their face. Well, is that my purpose? Hell yes. I got the answer. So while I was still into my corporate world, this is something which still carried on parallelly. And, COVID has been a testing time for all of us. My condolences with all those who lost their loved ones or lost their lives. But again, you just look at the way you want to. COVID was definitely a horrifying experience for many, but still it gave an opportunity to many to step out of their comfort zone, find the new you, unleash their power, and bring the best to the world. And that was a time when I quit my corporate stint and finally deep dived into what is my real calling, my real purpose in life. So I always say I'm in a passionate profession. So find something which you're passionate about. Probably that's what your purpose is.
Yeah. I think when you make it your purpose to stop putting conditions on yourself and actually just start loving yourself, and then things will start to unfold naturally. And within that process, a new purpose, or a purpose that has always been there, you just haven't seen it, will start to reveal itself to you. So that's certainly what happened to me anyway.
Lovely.
So much. Thank you so much, guys. Sandeep, are you still okay to stay, or do you need to go?
Well, if there's something you would love to discuss or ask or share, I'm happy to be here for a while.
Okay.
It all depends upon how it's going. Yeah.
We have a speaker to 4 p.m. so you guys can you can share. I do have a question. Can you tell us about your personal journey and the insight tools you've used to overcome some of your deepest traumas, and how how anyone who is watching right now can do the same? Because we are here what we are today because of the framework that we had to use to become the person that we are today. And you've written books, and behind that there is a as a lion, I can say there is an angel of God that has been guiding you through. There is something that has been driving you to do the things that you've done. So do you mind to tell us your journey so that we can relate with you? So we can actually connect with you. We can sympathize with you and relate with you and walk with you and connect with you, and then create our own framework to find that breakthrough. Because in order for the audience to find that breakthrough, they need to understand. We've heard about Rachel's journey. It's been tough, but she's found that breakthrough. Carol Anna, you've been hidden. We've not heard about you actually a lot about your journey. And Claudia, how are you doing? Yeah, so please tell us the journey, Sandeep, how you got here. I know you went to Tony Robbins, you were trained by Tony Robbins as well. So please, before you go to Tony Robbins, how was Sunday before he wrote all his book? There's so many questions that I've thrown at you. So please choose whatever you want to use and just tell the audience.
Sure thing. So, simply start with answering all those questions you put in, and I don't remember any of them, but I'm sure I'll answer all of them. As I always say, life made me a life coach first, and then all the certifications and trainings globally happened. So it's very simple. I am not here because I just wanted to be here. I'm here because life gave me all those reasons to experience this mess first, and then realize how difficult or easy it is to step out of that. And then really came that real calling to start doing this for everyone else around. Because when you have been through that pain, something only you can realize and nobody else. One can empathize, one can say, I know how it feels, but you don't really know how it feels. Because my pain is my pain. But then it's a conscious choice which I made, whether I lose myself to that or I gain something out of that. So when you start using your own challenges, your pain points, your experiences to empathize and connect with others and start helping them in their situation, your half the pain is gone because your focus is shifted. Now that's the breakthrough thing. As Tony Robbins says, where focus goes, energy flows. If I stay in my own room, stuck in my own Netflix with my pajamas on and doing nothing but wondering why the hell did this happen with me, that's the only thing I'm going to be surrounded with.
Yep.
Instead, I use that same iPad to reach out to people and start sharing my experience as we do it right now. And tell them divorce can be the best thing ever happened. There is life beyond what you considered the only thing in your life. And it's not over until it's over. So how did it happen? Well, a couple of things happened. First, I accepted what I went through. 2, I connected with myself. 3, I stayed committed to my goals and my values and my belief system about relationships. In a way, what I feel is an ideal way to do something good in a relationship. And no matter what somebody challenges that, if that feels right to me, that's right for me, period. Because there's nothing right or wrong. It's all perception. Perceptions based on our beliefs, our value systems, our principles shaped by people, friends, family, society, culture, religion, and lots more. How do you step out of that difficult zone? Change your focus. start dating yourself. Start believing in yourself and throw yourself open to the new opportunities and challenges. Because you've already been a shit. It's not that you haven't experienced heartbreak or failure or whatever. And there's again something which TR says. There's no failure in life. There's only a feedback. So you'll never be able to open up to the possibility of connecting again as long as you consider yourself a failure in the relationship. So you rather take a feedback and move ahead. Not sure if that answers all your questions because there were so many. But I believe I summed up to an extent to whatever best of my capacity.
Yes, you answered my questions. You really answered my questions. And how can I truly embrace my power to succeed and lead from within? At Ngosi Talk Shows, we believe in finding your own voice, and we believe in leading from within. So if anyone that is watching right now, your audience are watching you, they've been here ever since you started, and they want to find power and embrace, and they want to find it. They want to embrace their power to succeed and lead from within and find their own voice. Can you explain how can they do that moving forward? Now that they've broken all these chains, now they want to become who they want to become.
I'll be happy to answer with one experience I had on my European holiday in Italy. So we were there in this factory visit to one of the places where they sold the finest of Italian leather shoes and bags and wallets and whatnot. Like Italy is quite famous for that. So this guy out there took us on the factory tour and was happy to serve us a cup of coffee with cookies. And we were a group of 50 people. Towards the end of the tour, what he said, that I'm pretty sure a handful only out of you are actually going to make a purchase. Everyone else out here is just to enjoy the window shopping and enjoy our cookies and coffees. But in Italy, we have a signature style. We do something like this, scratching our beard, which means who cares? So for all my lovely audience out there and for the world at large who want to understand how to step out of their comfort zone, lead from within, take that leap of faith and go out and find their voice and pave way for progress, just start scratching your beard. Because the only thing that's going to pull you down or stop you from moving ahead is nothing but the fear of what others are going to think about you, of how others are going to perceive you, of how others are going to stop you. So the moment you start scratching your beard with the mindset, who cares, you're ready to move ahead. When I spoke about why people remain stuck in divorce, in redundant relationships and never part ways, one big reason is society or the family or the relatives, how they are going to see you, how are they going to perceive you once you take that decision. And definitely they are not going to consider you someone good, somebody who broke a commitment, which keeps us stuck. But then I've written in my book as well that what is an ideal way, rather than wondering how people are going to perceive you, go out loud and clear and announce it to the world that you've decided to part out of your marriage or your relation. So when you proclaim that yourself and make that announcement, half the noise is over. And for you and your family and the ones connected to you, everyone's at peace. Because no more questions from the society, who anyways doesn't care. But we are the only jobless fellows out here who care. So start scratching your beard with the mindset, who cares? And trust you can do any damn thing you want to do in life.
Amazing.
So we have another 10 minutes and then we'll wrap up. Anything else you want to throw my way, and I'll be happy to play the ball game.
Okay. How do you feel? How do you stop feeling broken-hearted?
Well, simple. It was just a temporary phase. My heart is still alive and kicking. Picture perfect. I got my vitals checked off recently. It's all in good shape. The lipids good. I'm breathing well. The heartbeat and the heart rate and everything, it's all static. There's no challenge out there. Well, the funny thing, having said that, the reality is very simple. It was a phase. It came with a purpose. It was meant to happen. I'm fine with it. I'll take the feedback to ensure, if at all, whatever I did wrong in the past relation, I'll avoid that in future, the feedback. And that's pretty much. Now, if you say it's easier said than done, because many a times the audience and the clients and the people who come to us always ask, it's easier said than done. So my answer is, you hit the gym, but you don't develop those muscles on day one. You got to train yourself over and over and over again until you reach that point. So is the case with your mind, because mind is a muscle.
It's been amazing. What do you
I think
think,
Claudia,
ladies?
Claudia had a question. I think she wanted to ask.
Claudia, please ask Sandeep a question.
Yeah, Sandeep, it is just like general. I was just wondering, what do you do when you have a day and you feel a bit down or something, and the relationship as well is a bit like not going the way you want it to go? Well, it's a personal question, Jill. What do you do on those days? Because we all have those days.
Absolutely, yes. So, welcome, Claudia, and happy to have your question, because that's one of my favorites. What do I really do when I'm feeling low or I'm stuck in my personal space? Because, when you're in this kind of position of authority, being a life or a relationship coach and connecting with the world, helping them, healing their difficult situations, everyone believes that you are sorted in your life. It's all picture perfect, which is never the case. Everyone's human. We all will always, now and forever, go through challenges. No matter what we know, no matter how best we feel we can, and we will do, but everyone will go through challenges. And as they say, a doctor can never cure oneself. Similarly, a life or a relationship coach can never go and coach his or her spouse. So forget doing that in your own personal space. So the answer is acceptance. And you'll hear this quite often. Accept the fact that in spite of being a life coach, relationship coach, or in that position of authority, you still can go through a similar situation, just like your clients or the world outside at large. Number one. Number two, always have your own support system. So when you are feeling low, irrespective of whatever is the reason, have your own set of mentors, your friends, your people whom you can connect with. Unwind yourself and re-energize yourself. And to answer your question in particular about the personal space, again, get back to your roots, get back to the basics. So when you think it's getting difficult with the person you are with in your life right now, because of that temporary thing which just happened and shook your belief, go back to the basics and realize, why did you start with this person in the first place itself? If you still, and apparently you will feel convinced, everything's gonna be fine.
It's just been amazing to have Sandeep with us, and you've shared so much. Hopefully you liked the ladies, the panel ladies, and I would love to have you back again and talk more about your book. Basically, because it's so much. When I looked at your book and I looked at Elliott's book, I think one day I need to bring both of you. Your books you've never met each other, but you've written books and you're all using the same similar system where you've created your own framework, and you are living this life that you really, really want. And I love to bring you back for interview with Elliott. Actually, one evening, one day, please do email me and let me know when you are free so we can just sit down and have a chat, and myself as well, I can sit down on the chair and feel comfortable and listen to all the nuggets, because today it was enough but not enough for us. So, and we appreciate you so much, and the energy has been so amazing, Sandeep. And any words of encouragement you would like to leave with our audience? I know you said 10 minutes, or do you want to stay more, or do you want to go now?
Well, we thought it's going to be a 30 minutes crisp conversation. And it's been almost 3 times, and I'm still fully energized and happy to be here.
Just give the audience the words of encouragement.
So it's all because of the lovely audience.
Yes.
And the panelists out here, all the lovely ladies who've been so patient with whatever I've been talking about. God knows how really worth it was, but I believe I was happy to give whatever best I could bring to the table today. And if you ask me something, I would love to say to everyone out there, just 3 simple words: follow your heart.
Thank you. It's just simple. It's simple as like it's just simple, but we complicate it, and we blame ourselves as well. Carol Ann always says, don't make it wrong, don't make yourself wrong. And like Sandeep is just like in one word, like follow your heart. That's all you got to do. Just follow where your heart leads you. And your heart does not lead you to Rachel. It does not lead you to follow Carol Anne's anything. Your heart wants you to be that, create your own identity and create your own image. And thank you so much. It's just been amazing. Yeah, it's been really, really amazing.
Happy to be here with all of you. And my heartfelt gratitude to everyone out there who were so patient and willing to discuss their ideas and share our experiences with each other. And I'm sure this concept of the Breakthrough Summit you came with, NOMSA, is gonna help millions out there and really impact lives. The sole purpose everyone in this industry like us carry, and hence we follow our heart, and that's what we want to advise to everyone out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm glad I followed my heart. I wanted to replace the speakers when they said they were not going to come on, but my heart says don't. And my heart says don't tell these ones that are already been booked that they might have to stay long, because they'll start thinking about it. So when they come on, just ask if they can stay, they can stay. If they can't, they can't. And I'm really glad that things have worked out, and you've shared so much with us, and we appreciate you so much. And Sandeep, before you go, Sandeep has a free gift to anyone that is watching. That link, you can still put your emails and it will take you to the free gift where the link for Sandeep, and please just download the free gift and just use it. I know his fans are watching. For those who are watching, the link that is on YouTube, it will take you to where I just said it will take you, and then download and just enjoy it and follow his framework and be the person that you want to be, and follow your heart. Follow your heart.
And I just say one last thing about the free gift. Well, it's the door to destiny. It's an ebook, which I'm happy to share with everyone who want to take it. It's the door to destiny because it really helps you to understand and realize how the law of attraction, the law of karma, and your own other set of things in life really connect with each other, impact each other, and how you can make the most of it. Because there are so many unaddressed questions before we start following our heart. So go explore my gift, open your door to destiny, and good luck be yours. God bless. Thank you.
God bless you too, Sandeep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you then. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. See you then. I'll be in touch.
Sure thing. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies. And hi, Claudia.
Hello,
How are you doing?
I'm good. Good.
You're looking glamorous today.
Thank you.
I seriously need to eat. Russia need to eat. You go and eat, girl. And I don't know, Bakri, if he's going to join us. He wanted to join us, but he's thinking about it. Hopefully, he's going to pop into Zoom just now. Hopefully, then we can have a discussion with him before his session at 4. So he wanted to come on. So I don't know. Let's hope he comes on. So we can continue with the heartbreak. And so Claudia, so at this moment I have chains. I have chains that I need to break right now with Carol Ann. Carol Ann, when Rachel comes back, if you want to eat, you can go and get something to eat as well. When she comes back, I think Dr. Biggett will be here in 25 minutes. When she comes, then feel free to go and get something to eat. I have chains. Heartbreak has left me with chains. I'm actually wondering if I can, with my age, I am 65. I'm not 65, but right now I'm 65, or I am 55, or whatever age that I am. So can you tell me that, does age define who I am as a person? I know that there are some people who have labeled themselves with age, that I'm in this age, they've created so many things when it comes to age. So now I am heartbroken, and can you tell me if age defines who I am as a person?
No, I don't think so, because this is just something we might have picked up from someone around us as well. Society is telling us as well a lot, especially as well, like women, a bit more mature age, and then they get divorced or separated as well. I think it's just the society around us, and then as well we buying into the story. Yeah, but I don't think it's actually as well the truth. I just had my birthday a week ago and I turned 48, you know, and obviously you hear people around you mentioning as well the magic 50 word and so on, but I just don't buy into it. I choose not to get into these stories. I rather make my own reality in regards to age. And to be honest as well, I'm so excited as well to step into every age into my life. I can't wait actually as well to turn 50 and then the 60 and so on, and to become all the person with all these experiences. So yeah, I would wish many would think this way, because actually when you shift your thinking around your age, it's just totally different story. And I would say as well, here it's about acceptance. Just simple, yeah? Acceptance. Just what we just, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Simple. Some people might say no, but
Yeah.
it's just stepping into acceptance, and age is just a number.
Yeah.
And it's never bothered me as I've, each age has come and gone until I got to my last birthday where I turned 68. And something started to nudge me, and I started thinking about it as a number. And I remember thinking, what's all this about? Because normally it doesn't bother me, it's just another birthday. And as far as I'm concerned, you're as young as you feel. It doesn't stop you doing anything. And when people say, oh, you're getting old. No, your age on this planet is, the number of years that you spent on here is increasing. That's all it is. But it shouldn't stop you doing things. But what I realized was that 70 seemed to be a milestone that seemed to block me. All those other, like you're saying, you're coming up to 50, Claudia. The 30, the 40, the 50, the 60, they never phased me. It was like, okay, it's just another number. It's a milestone to celebrate. But 70 seemed to have a darkness to it. And I realized that I couldn't see beyond it. So I ended up doing some work around that. And now there's the horizon, and there's light on the horizon. I can see beyond it. I can see there's a glimmer of something happening. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, it's just another number again. So we can choose if it defines us or not. We have a choice. Or whether we let society define it for us. An age is just a number. And it is your own mindset. You make your own reality with regards to age and life, is what you said, Claudia. And it's true. It's your choice how you want to see it. But it's also recognizing where you might have put in a story. Because for me, there was a story. It was literally totally black, 70. There was no life beyond it. And I was like, oh, and I could feel fears happening. And am I going to be able to get done what I want to get done? And what if I don't? And And it's like, as soon as I started to work with that and open up that darkness and bring the light in, then I was able to start focusing on, well, what are the actions I now need to take? And keep working towards doing what I'm meant to be doing, rather than sitting and doing nothing, because I was fearing, oh, what if I don't make it? What if I don't make it? It doesn't help. It really doesn't help.
Yes, and the thing is as well, I'm actually quite excited. I can't wait as well, because if I just think of the version me 2-3 years ago, it's just like, no, I don't want to be her, despite as well 10, 20, 30 years ago. No, so actually excited to go ahead. And obviously it comes as well that you get older, and then you do all the time, you work on yourself. So I'm actually excited about the person, I'm going to be.
Yeah.
Or to become. Yeah.
To become.
To become. I can't wait about it.
Or you're becoming. It's like
becoming.
It's part of that process.
True.
Isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Each age brings another set of challenges. And
So we've got someone joining.
Bakri.
Yeah. Bakri, yeah.
Hi, Namsa, you here? Yeah. Hi, Bakri.
She's muted.
Is that how you pronounce your name? Bakri, is that correct?
Yes, Bakri. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Bakri.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Doing well, thank you for asking.
So you've decided to come. So ladies, he's decided to come on, and because some speakers pulled out, so just before he starts talking, just to join in, and you can ask him any questions. He's meant to come at 4. So right now You can ask him anything before he makes excuses. Okay, before we ask you any questions, can you introduce yourself to our audience? Tell our audience who you are and what you do, please.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity, Namsa. I am Bakri Jambor. I'm originally from Rochester, New York, born and raised. My name, if you wonder, is Mende. My ancestors are from Sierra Leone. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm a retired Marine. All of the businesses that I'm in business with my beautiful, beautiful wife, Amani Jambor. That gave me some husband points. Yay. I'm into real estate. I'm a life insurance advisor. I'm also in the e-commerce space. Additionally, I'm a transformation empowerment speaker. I also specialize in mentoring young men from the ages to 7 to 17. I also help out men as well. And that's who I am.
My ancestors are from Sierra Leone too.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
My sister, my famboo.
Oh, yes, yes.
How the body
yes.
doing?
Yes. Okay, ladies, this is Claudia. She's one of, you've met all these ladies because you've been watching Gossip Talk shows.
Yes, yes, I love their questions. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, you've been watching the talk shows. Ladies, please. He's actually one of the people that I've been supporting, and he was one of the speakers that signed up. He was the first person who signed up and sent me his bio and everything in one go. In one day, he did the interview with me within a few days. He never complicated things. So feel free to ask him any questions. And when I said I've signed someone up for the first time, that was him.
All right. Rock
yeah,
on.
so thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
I feel all right. You know, my chest got a little bit more.
Good, yeah. Anyone who has a question for him, we're not going to use the questions that we've created for him earlier, and you guys have questions before that.
Yeah, I think I have. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Let me just.
Likewise.
I just had a question actually. Just oh gosh, okay. Okay, I've got the I've got the feeling you and your wife have been together for a long time.
Yes, we have. My wife and I, we've been together over 6 years, actually going on 7 years.
Okay, yeah, I had the feeling. So what's your secret ingredients or your tip for, just like a successful relationship or marriage even? Like a good tip.
Okay, wonderful. Well, for me, what I like to say is make sure that it's divine. I dated quite a bit before I married my wife. And what I recognize is that it will not work if it's not divine. I would say I know it's kind of difficult to do this, you know, because we're all human. We have emotions, we have feelings. I would just say what's meant to be will be, what's not meant to be, let it be. Just have that attitude, you know, because I've recognized that there were some women who I really had thought that like, wow, you know, she's okay, I'm okay. Well, why didn't this work? So it was actually divine because it wasn't meant to be, because had they been in my life, then my beautiful wife would not be in my life right now. So what I've learned is just to learn how to accept destiny. So we also have a prayer life. My wife and I were both spiritual. Okay. We both have solid morals in our lives. We don't come with unrealistic expectations. A lot of us become disappointed when we do that, you know, so we just come with an open mind and an open heart. We learn how to listen to one another, even if we don't agree with what each other says. We still hear each other out. And we work it out that way. To be frank with you, we've never had a counselor. I'm not knocking counseling because I know everybody doesn't have that pleasure to be able to be in a relationship like my wife and I, having that level of maturity and that sound mind to be able to deal with those type of situations. But that's what she and I do. We pray as individuals. We pray together as a couple, and we pray and we both meditate. Because I know sometimes, you know, my wife want to go oops upside the head. So, so I'm grateful for her prayer and meditation time too. I'm alive. I appreciate that. But, you know, that's exactly what she and I do. You know, we pretty much hold on to all the things I aforesaid. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you so much. It makes
You're
totally,
welcome.
it makes totally sense, because we have relationships and relationships. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, ladies, I'm a straight to the point guy.
Do you have a question?
Nothing is wrong.
For him,
you know, I'm just straight to the
Rachel?
point.
Yeah, I was wondering what your viewpoint is on that. You know, there are two in a relationship, but I like to see it as that there's three in a relationship. There's the man, the woman, or whatever these days, you know, what the pair, they come as individuals themselves. And so, but then you've got the third, which is the relationship itself, which is its own little entity. Because, you know, if I'm entering into a relationship, I want to come in being me, fully me. And yes. That I am the person I'm entering into a partnership with is also going to be full who they are in their entirety. But then I recognize that the relationship itself needs also its own focus, not, you know, it's separate to the individuals. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I love that. That's one thing that keeps peace in our household, because my wife and I do exactly that. We allow each other to be ourselves. I don't try to make my wife into what I want her to be. She doesn't try to make me into what she wants me to be. She allows me to be myself, and I allow her to be herself. Now, for my situation, because again, I know that everybody's situation is not the same. I'm married to a powerhouse. Okay, I'm married to a Proverbs 31 woman, a virtuous woman. So with that being said, I recognize that it is more of a blessing for our relationship when I allow her giftings to flow, when I allow her to be her authentic self. It has taken not only just our relationship, as I mentioned earlier, even our businesses to another level. So when she touches it, it turns into gold. You know, so I love to allow her to be her creative, authentic self.
Cool.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Were you going to say something, Claudia? No?
I've got another question when you're finished.
No, carry on.
Yeah, okay. And yes, so
go easy on the guy.
Yeah, sure. No, they just keep coming up. So is there like a regret you have from the past in one of your previous relationships where you which became a good lesson for you, so you do this differently from now on because you learned from that regret in the past?
Wow, I love that question. Yes, moving too fast. Moving too fast. Honestly, that's the reason why all of my relationships had crumbled, because I didn't give it enough time, you know, for me to find out whether or not that woman is exactly the one for me. And let me say as well that it's not that those women were bad women. Again, it's just, it wasn't meant to be. Like, it wasn't a situation that I really wanted to be in. And to be frank with you, I've learned that it's not selfish to really think about yourself as well. Like, do I really want to deal with this? Do I really want to put up with this situation? You know, like if she has multiple children, or if she has children at a certain age, and, you know, do I really want to deal with this? And am I going to be happy if I compromise with that? And so, frankly, with you, I had learned how to not try to be Superman, trying to save everybody, right? You know, come in that situation and put myself in a situation to where now I need to save it. Because, you know, I was over emotional about the situation. So that's what I would have had done different. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
How important do you think it is to know what your non-negotiables are versus your negotiables when entering into a relationship?
Wow, excellent question. Very, very, because for instance, like my wife, I just want to use her as an example. Like she questioned me about what's my thoughts about women speaking, right? You know, and so I wanted to know where she was at in her mindset, you know, about if I say anything as a man, do she feel like, you know, well, she can do what she want to do and say what she want to say and go where she want to go, and there's no accountability. So I think it's very important to understand where each other's mentality is at as it relates to certain things that will make your marriage miserable. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. And how about, you say mental, but how about on the emotional level?
Okay, well, yes, you know, I feel like, you know, because your mind, to me personally, it still ties into your emotion, because the way you think is the way you live. But nevertheless, though, I feel like, you know, when you're dealing with the emotional side, you know, you want to pretty much honor that person's feelings, you know, and you want to see how they feel about those particular emotions. Hopefully, I'm on the right path. I'm on the right path. Am I answering you correctly?
Yeah, it's good. Carry on.
Okay, excellent. So, all right. So, when it comes to, like, for instance, my wife, she has a thing about being disrespected, right? And who really does it, you know? But that's a big thing, you know, watching my tone, right? Watching what I say, you know, watching how I say it, right? Because sometimes, you know, people they may take things the wrong way, you know, and so you have to, even though for me, I may can take somebody having a strong reaction or, you know, speaking strongly, but the other person can't, you know. So I feel like, you know, we have to respect one another's feelings and be very careful too about name calling and things of that nature about that, because it doesn't make somebody weak because they don't embrace your firm, or one would say harsh speaking. And that's just an example I like to use because that's something we actually dealt with in reality.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I want to ask this question because when you're working with your wife, it can cause friction between it, can cause tension between the relationship. What secret do you guys have that? Because when the first time when I went to your website, the pictures that you took together, there are some people who can take pictures of friends. I was like, that's his wife. I even came back and said, that's your wife. That is on the website. So what secret do you guys that you have that keeps you guys going? Because it can be, I can work with my spouse, but I need to know the secret. Sometimes I've read so much people who went through divorce. They're saying they had businesses together and it just drove them to divorce. So what secret do you guys have that is making you guys become the people that you are today and building a six-figure company and having this life that you love and enjoy? Our audience will love to know.
Okay, well, we have our attention. We have our attention. And I have to go back to our maturity level, because it really goes to that. It really does. As I mentioned earlier about her gifting, my wife has expertise in the e-commerce space before she and I started running businesses together, right? My wife had experience in real estate prior to she and I going into real estate. And so with that being said, me being a humble man and revering a woman, it's mindset. Because sometimes a man, unfortunately, men's egos get in the way. And I'm the man, and, you know, whatever I say, you know, things of that nature. And see, with me, that's not my mindset. You know, I believe that we, and, you know, I'm pretty much, of course, you can see what I am. I'm an African man. So in our culture, believe it or not, we look at each other as, for our particular culture, we look at each other as one. We're one. We're supposed to work together. And so the secret is respecting her, not looking at her as a second-class citizen or less than me, or I'm up here. And no, listening to her wisdom, listening to her experience, understanding that she has that, and it will benefit me for me to listen to her when it comes to certain areas in the business, because she has that experience. And so I simply humble myself and I adhere to the wise advice that my wife has to put on the table. And likewise, my wife, because when I was in the Marine Corps, I actually was a logistician. So for our e-commerce space, we have packages, things that we need to package up. And so my wife, she will often say, well, honey, what you think about this? What you think about that? You know what I'm saying? So she respects my lane. I respect rather her lane. And we just let each other just flow. That's what we do. We work together as a team.
Okay, anyone has a question, ladies, because I have a question that I need to ask. And, like you mentioned that African men, my dad and my stepdad, they were both different people, come from a different personality. And I asked them one question: why did you marry my mom? And they come back with the same thing. And my stepdad as well, I asked him, why did you marry my mom? And he comes back with the same thing, that I married your mom because she was independent and she's smart. She's a smart woman. So are you going to tell me the same thing? That's the reason why you married your wife?
Well, as Smokey Robinson says, I second that emotion. Absolutely. And I'm not just saying that because, see, I recognize that just like a man's handsomeness is not going to keep you married for an extensive period of time, neither does a woman's beauty. It's character. It's character. And although my wife is a beautiful woman outwardly, and yes, I was attracted to her outwardly because, I seen her. I was like, oh, yes, sir. I'm going over there. I'm making my move. But, whatever it happens. But nevertheless, yes, in all seriousness, that's exactly what, the reasons, rather, as you just mentioned about why I married my wife, in all honesty, is because she's very intelligent. And she's a woman of great maturity and great virtue and morals. Like her mother and father raised her right. In fact, her mother and father, like they had been married up until the time that my Baba had transitioned. My father, those who don't know what that means. So, once he transitioned, they had been married for a very long time, and we both have family members that have been married for a very long time. So in all honesty, it has a lot to do with our upbringing too, that we believe very strongly, in good morals and values and being of maturity and just allowing each other to be authentic selves, man. It's just wonderful. I love it. I love being married to her.
Third person, honestly, those were the words that made me, when my father has told me those words, it made me wanting to become the woman that I am today. I was like, I need to find out who I am within, because our parents, they plant seeds in our lives, and we become that. So I was like, and I love interviewing my fathers, and my stepdad, what he said was, if your mom wasn't the woman that she is, I would not have married her. My stepdad actually was very, very wealthy. But he came from, before he became wealthy, he was homeless before, and he worked his way up. And he said to me, I respect my life where I've been, and I needed a woman that is going to complement who I become, and that is a mentor. That's when I went to the Bible and I realized that actually he's an architect and my mom, she's a mentor. And so it's actually amazing to hear that you see yourself as an architect and you see your wife as a mentor, because every successful man has a good woman behind them. Is either is their mother that is good, that has taught them to be who they are, is either their sister, they have a good sister behind, or is either they have a good wife, a good partner, or a good friend, a woman who is a friend, because many can do all sorts when they get successful. They go, so they need a woman that put them together to say, oh no, stay here. You know, when you go out, like you do events, women, beautiful women will come, and you know, you forget what you have. So what I like about when you have a woman, they keep you in place. When you have a good woman, they keep you in check. So that is really, really amazing. And we thank your wife for that. Ladies, do you have any questions for him, for Bakri?
So it says that you focus on people's spiritual, physical, and financial wellness. I'm curious, what for you is wellness? How does that look? Can you paint us a picture? Because for everybody, maybe they kind of have a different understanding of what wellness means. What is it to you?
Yes, absolutely. You know what? Honestly, you actually answered the question. Honest the goodness, because as you aforementioned, everyone has their own view about what success looks like. You know, I'm a very humble man. You know, my wife and I, you know, we do well, you know, and, you know, I'm not really concerned about a mansion, right? You know, I'm not really concerned about a high-end, you know, vehicle, as some others may be. And I don't knock people who want that in life. You know, so I feel like, you know, wellness really comes with you finding that peace within yourself, accepting yourself, and just embracing your view about what the good life actually is. And I've come to find in my experience, mentoring people, that a lot of people are stressed out because they're trying to be what somebody else wants them to be. They're not being their authentic selves. So what I encourage people to do is, what I help people to do is be you. You know, don't be me. Don't try to be, because I have people say, oh, I want to be. No. Be who and what you are. You know, you have been divinely constructed for a specific purpose in this earth. You have certain individuals that you're supposed to actually reach. And I feel like what happened is people, they actually limit themselves by them trying to fit in the status quo of what society has deemed to be what is the good life or what is wealth, right? So what I teach people to do is, no, you define it for yourselves. Don't allow nobody to define life for you. You define life for yourself, because at the end of the day, when the curtains go down, when the mics are shut off, okay, and you go home by yourself, guess what? You have to live with yourself. You have to live in that world. You don't have to live in their world. You're going to have to go back home and deal with your world, right? So I teach people how to simply embrace themselves, to deal with their mind, to deprogram themselves from thinking that, well, if I don't have a Bentley, you know, I don't have value. If I don't have a mansion, I don't have value, because so many people measure their worth by their net worth. And I teach people how to value themselves via character. And I always tell people this too as well. Remember, you're the reason why you have the things. So how could you put things over you when you're the reason why those things that you have are in your life right now? You know, people are paying you for your products and your services. You're the asset. So why would you put your assets over yourself? Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Love it. Totally with you. It's like,
Thanks, Claudia.
we noticed that, or for me, what I noticed is most people seem to suffer either because they believe they're lacking something, or because they're attached to something, be that a specific outcome, or that they need, that they're attached to having something that they need, that they think that they need, or they're living in some form of fear. And it's those three things that really, when we can let go of that and transform them from from fear into love and lack into abundance, and realize that we don't need to be attached to anything external, we just need to be connected with ourselves, that then we start to come into that place of wellness, and feeling good about who we are as an individual. And that I've noticed in my own journey that whereas before I started my self-healing journey, let's call it, life seemed complicated, it seemed busy, it always seemed hectic, it was like when in actual fact, the more that you let go of all that conditioning, life's actually quite simple, and the things that really bring you satisfaction are also quite simple. And that's really getting back to our true nature. I think that's the sign, is when simplicity starts to enter into your life. It's a good sign that you've taken you're on a good path. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I love what you said. That was wonderful.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Where's Claudia? Do you have any questions you want to ask Claudia? Now you guys can go to the questions.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, it's 4:00. Okay. Yes. I mean, is there actually something, a time, how long should you wait to date after a breakup? Because I've been as well in breakups, and then you go straight into dating and it doesn't feel right. So what's your recommendation here?
Wonderful. I personally don't have a specific time frame, because let the truth be told, only that individual will know whether or not he or she is actually ready to move on. What I would encourage individuals to do, dealing with sociology, is to watch their mannerisms. For instance, men and women both alike get cheated on. And that's just really a reality, right? And so if you know that you're dealing with trust and you're dealing with a trust issue, and you're interrogating the person, making them feel like they're, on a crime scene, you understand, so if that be the case, then you're not ready. You still have a healing process to go through. And I say that because I have literally went through that when I was dating. This young lady, she just kept looking at my phone and just, I'm on the PC, and she just would plop next to me, and then she would look real quick and jump back. And I looked at her, I'm like, I'm sorry. I was like, what's wrong with this woman, man? Because she would constantly do that stuff, and I felt like I was being interrogated, and I was like, I told her, I said, I asked her the question because I recognized, I said, you've been cheated on, haven't you? She said, she wasn't upset. She just had a sad countenance. She said, yeah. I said, I said, I like you. I said, but it's not working right now, because I really feel very uncomfortable with this situation, because I'm always constantly feeling like I have to prove myself, my integrity. And that's a very uncomfortable situation to be in, where, you're always getting questioned, are you really where you saying you are? And show me pictures. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, time out. Seriously, and I said it with no disrespectful tone. I really meant it. And I said, you really should really go get counseling about that. I said, because you have had a series of relationships, and you really are hurting, you're broken, and I could tell you really want to be in one. But what's happening is that you're not really over the pain, and you don't really have any trust. And I can tell you really want to be, but you're not healed yet. And if you're not healed, you're not whole, then in your relationship, it cannot be whole.
I think when you don't trust another person, it's actually a reflection that you don't trust yourself. That you don't trust yourself, that you, once again, you know you're going to put yourself in a situation that you're going to sabotage. But you project it out onto the other person, and it becomes that they are the one that you're not trusting. But in my own personal experience, it's actually more to do with yourself.
Interesting take.
Yes, what I liked as well about your answer, thank you so much, is
You're welcome.
that you decided you are not going to be the therapist as well for the date, the partner, the girlfriend, it's just not our job, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I was not going to wear myself out like that.
No.
I'll leave those things up to the experts. I'll leave it up to the experts.
It's an immediate red flag, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's another thing I learned to do, is just stay out of my own way too. Stay out of my own way. Don't allow the longing to be in a relationship, to overpower the reality. And that's what hurts a lot of people. They ignore those red flags, and they end up in a situation that they've seen the signs. Women got a very strong feeling. One thing about women's discernment is very sharp. And that's what I've counseled my female friends about this. I said, listen, stop ignoring what you see. Stop ignoring what you hear. I know you want to be in a relationship, but don't do that to yourself. Don't put yourself in a bad situation, out of desperation. Oh, I'm getting old. Oh, my clock is ticking and all this other. No, no, take your time. Take your time, and just like wine, the relationship, it'll get better over time. Just take your time and find that right one, man. Don't rush into it, because all my relationships I did that in have been chaotic and failed every time.
So I'm curious, how do you change limiting beliefs to avoid heartbreak in a relationship?
Well, okay, changing limited beliefs and avoiding heartbreak in relationships. I personally believe that you have to really just be realistic about things. I think that sometimes what happens is people are nearsighted, and I'm looking at this from a different scope. So I need you ladies rather, to follow along with me. So I look at it like wearing glasses situation, nearsighted, farsighted. And what I'm saying is sometimes people, they just got this nearsighted, mindset, and I'm looking at it from the opposite as it really relates to the optical side. So now you got a person who, well, men are like this, men are like this, men are like this, men are like this, women are like this, women are like this, women. Why? Because the women or the men that you have been dealing with are like that. But now you got a whole world outside of you of men and women that you have not even spoken to. And what you have done is, unfortunately, now you have limited yourself and you have boxed yourself in unbeknownst to you, because you just continue to focus on the ones that hurt you. So how do you get beyond that? It's opening yourself up and just saying, hey, let the chips fall where they may fall. I'm going to date, and whatever happens, happens. But I'm going to find that right woman and understand the purpose of dating. Be happy that you've seen him and her for who they are before you did go into a relationship with them. Be happy that you found that out before you made that big mistake, right? And should you say, well, I trusted them, I went into it, let's go back and let's assess it. Did you really give it time? Did you really give it time? Did you really pay attention to the things you heard in your spirit? Because a lot of times when we have that self-reflection time, which some people don't like to do, because truth is a mirror. And when they have that self-reflection time, a lot of times they don't want to deal with the fact that, oh, I heard that. Oh, I seen that. And if you just really take your time, that's why I say take your time and really take your time to listen to your soul and take your time to pay attention to what's going on. And I think that that will help people to get over those limited beliefs. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
And does that make sense as well? Because I'm okay if it don't.
No, it makes complete sense for me anyway. Yeah, absolutely.
another question in regards to limiting beliefs. I mean, how do they keep you from living your best life? If you I could just explain a bit as well, like just briefly to understand where we get them from and so on. Just like it's always good to hear this over and over again, I have found.
Okay, so limiting beliefs, how do we get over those things? It's very simple, because a lot of the speakers before me actually mentioned it. You're right. It's simply what you got to do is do the opposite. If you're doubting yourself, then you have to learn how to find that faith in yourself. And a lot of times what happens is, just like people have heard things that cause them to doubt who they are, just like faith cometh by hearing, well, doubt does too. And so what you got to do is you got to start saying those affirmations over your life and speaking those positive things over your life. I am great. I am worthy. I can. I will. I shall. And so I know it's easier said than done. It's a programming. And it takes time for things to get programmed, just like habits. You get habits over time. It just doesn't become a habit, right? We get habits over time. So what we have to do is, and for those of us who experience these things of people speaking negative things in our lives, and those who we actually loved and trusted, right? So we've been broken by individuals who we love and trusted, family members, so-called friends, and so what we have to do is say, hey, I am great. I can do this, and to erase the doubt, do it. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Do it. Understand that things will never be perfect. Things are going to happen, and you can't be afraid to not necessarily fail. Okay. Because I don't believe in that. I believe in you just simply get lessons, and that's what you learn from the mistakes that you made is lessons.
Yeah.
Hope that answers your question.
Yes, that's true. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, doubt is something that I've that you mentioned there, that just it can really, I think doubt sometimes is worse than fear itself, in the sense that it actually doubt can just paralyze you, because you just get stuck in not doing anything, whereas at least fear can have a purpose in some respects, but doubt is, I've learned to look at it as that part of myself that is just like coming in and going, you've got crossroads, or you've got two lanes, you've got to choose one and just make a decision, and make that decision right. And if it turns out to be wrong along the way, that's okay. Then just make another decision to go and take the other route. So by reframing for me doubt as a sort of it's just coming in and saying, make a choice. It's really helped me to stop having doubt paralyzing me. How do you help people move on from always self-doubt?
Okay, wonderful. Excellent question. What I do is I talk to them like I just finished talking earlier, to help them to understand that, in order for them to really stop doubting themselves, they have to just start executing, because that's the only way you're really going to stop doubting yourself. Because see, once you do it, then you see you can do it, right? And so just because it doesn't go your way, I have to help them to understand that doesn't mean that you failed. What you have to do is find a better way. Find a better way. Find another method for you to utilize in order for it to work properly. And so it's about a mindset shift. I believe in teaching people, you live the way you think. So a man think in his or her heart, so are they. So if you keep telling yourself, I'm a failure, I'm not worthy, then guess what? Unfortunately, the law of attraction, life or death is in the power of the tongue. You just killed your dream. You just killed your vision. You just self-sabotage yourself, because you keep saying what you cannot do. And the truth of the matter is you can do it. But here's the thing I always tell them, my faith in you is not going to help you. You have to have faith in yourself. And you have to overcome those obstacles in your life by you shifting your mindset and understanding that it's not a failure, it's a lesson, and understanding and start asking the question, what am I supposed to learn from this? What is it I'm supposed to get from this situation? Okay, this happened. Okay, what do I need to do to maneuver differently so this will not be a pattern in my life? And so as individuals, I see as they began to take the leap of faith, if you will, because that's a learned behavior. Living a life of faith, walking in faith is a learned behavior. You have to be a practitioner of faith. And if you never take that first step, then how will you ever know? You know, a person will die without their dream birth, die without their vision birth. And that's something I always want to share with them. Like, think about that. Think about that. Would you want to leave here without actually knowing, like, man, I could have done that. I could have made that happen. Can you really deal with that on your deathbed, dealing with the fact that you never even tried? You got dreams and you laying on your bed, just think about, oh, Hawaii, oh, Jamaica, oh, I could have went to Paris. Can you really deal with that? Can you really accept that you never fulfill what you desire to do? And so I get them to start thinking about that. Think about that. Think about that for one moment. Your whole life is gone, all because you never tried. Your dream is on the other side of trying. So I tell them, hey, man, go for it. Go for it. Because you could find out it very well may work for you, but you'll never know until you try. Just try. And that's what I encourage them to do.
Yeah, it's a powerful one when you think about, if I'm lying on my deathbed and if I said to myself, will I regret if I don't do this, if I've never tried? If the answer is yes, then you need to go and try. Absolutely. It's a good one.
Yes.
It's a powerful one. Yeah. It makes you realize that, you know, you're not here forever.
Absolutely.
You've got one life in this form. So use it and make the most of it. Absolutely. Yeah. It helps you to step into the fear of the unknown.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love that as well. I watched Tony Robbins' last event, and Dino was saying the same thing that you were saying, that what would you do if you meet your creator and he shows you what you could have been and you didn't become that? So I think it's amazing. That is powerful, what you've just said, and I hope our audience they are listening, because this is powerful. And if you are going through something, and if anyone is watching and they are going through something, please listen to. Are you a preacher, by the way?
I did for 20 plus years.
You sound like a preacher.
Since I was 21 years old, I had been preaching the gospel.
That's why I'm asking. I love good preachers. I love a good speaker, and I love a good preacher. I love when I go to church. I just want to hear somebody, a man and a woman, preaching, telling me what I could have been, and giving me some food for thought. So when I go home, I have some homework. So right now, you've given me a homework to do. That I don't want to be just a nomsa. I don't want to be. I want to be do the things that are. I don't want to do things that are being done by everybody else. And also, I was watching. What's his name with his wife? They live in an island. Messi. What's her husband called? I'm gonna find it. And also, you are saying everybody's doing the same thing, and that's what you are saying right now. That be the person that you are meant to be. Do the things that you love to do, and I love that. So I couldn't help it, guys. I'm gonna mute myself. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
But it's like you say that, you know, you believe that we live the way we think. But we have a natural tendency as human beings to have a negative bias, so we'll think of the worst. Whereas when if whatever you think on the opposite end of the scale, that is what you can become, because if you're thinking it right, then you've already made it a reality on one level. Now you just need to manifest it. Would you agree? Like with your...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because our thoughts manifest things. Whatever we focus on is the direction that our life is going to go in. So you can never go forward looking backwards. You know, you have to always focus on, you know, press toward the mark of the prize. You know, you have to focus on that goal. You know, that's ahead of you. And you'll never be able to do that by you constantly holding on to your past mistakes. So, you know, it's the mindset, you know, it's the mentality about things. And so we have to understand, you know, we say it a lot, but do we really understand that we're human? Do we really give each other grace? Do we really give ourselves grace? Do we really give ourselves mercy? You know? And so when you constantly keep bombarding your mind with, oh, I just messed up. Oh, I didn't do this right. Oh, I didn't do that right. Oh, that didn't. But there's so many things ahead of you that you can accomplish. And that you can accomplish from simply learning from the mistake that you made. And you learning from that, meaning that you will be able to avoid doing that again. And you'll be able to go to higher heights in your life if you just start focusing on higher things. But what keeps you down is because you're focusing on those things that keep you down. So you got to start meditating on things that will rise your spirit up, that will make your spirit rise to the occasion. I want to create generational wealth for my family. Are you really going to let that one thing stop you from having those multiple things? Think about that. You lost $1, but there's millions. There's billions, there's trillions of dollars still out there to be gained, but you're still focusing on that $1.
Yeah.
Now you're robbing yourself of abundance because you're focusing on that one thing.
So true. Rise to the occasion. I like that.
Yes, absolutely. And what you focus on grows. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes. Yes, I would like to ask you a question in regards to the inner child, and it would be so good to hear the answer from a man's perspective as well. You know, how we all have the inner child in us, and what would you say as well about the inner child that yearns to be loved, especially as well after a breakup? So what can you say to this?
Well, you know, I would, pardon me, please.
The inner child after a breakup, where it feels vulnerable and just unloved and sad.
Okay. All right. So it's about self-love. If you constantly focus on someone else to love you, you're going to continuously be hurt. So you have to love yourself, even though somebody else does not love you. And another thing that a lot of people do is they blame themselves. Stop blaming yourself for their lack of not knowing how to love. It does not mean that you are not worthy to be a wife or to be a husband. It does not mean that. It does not mean that you don't have qualifications because you keep getting thrown away by people who don't understand your value. What you have to understand is how valuable that you are, how precious that you are. And yes, you are. And just because people mishandled you in life, you know, and right now you're damaged goods. You're damaged goods. So now what you have to understand is that I am valuable, because people will misplace you. People will misplace your value. It's just like an item that you put on the shelf and it's been put in the wrong place. And when you take that item to the register and they get rung up, right? And they say, wait a minute, that's the wrong price. So what am I saying to you? I'm saying to you that you have to stop misplacing yourself, because when you do that, you misplace your value. You misplace your value. You're more valuable than where you're placing yourself at. You're placing yourself in the mind of somebody who doesn't value you, where you got to see yourself valued.
Well, what about like some tools or tips in regards to how to really feel that you're worthy and valuable as well? Because obviously it's good to hear, and the affirmation, people can say this as well to themselves over and over again, but like a tip or something so that it sinks actually a bit deeper into someone?
Sure, yes. You know, you said it. You said one of the methods, and that's affirmations. And I, like I said before, you have to constantly keep repeating to yourself. I mean, I literally look in the mirror. I literally look in the mirror and tell myself, you know, you're great. You know, you're valuable. You're loved. You're somebody. You know, because again, as I mentioned earlier, there's no way around it. You know, you hear thoughts in your head, but you have to ignore those things. A lot of us go through that. See, just because I'm a mentor and I'm a transformational speaker does not mean that I don't face, you know, my own mental wars, right? Because it's the warfare, the battlefield is in the mind. You know, so you have to constantly program your mind. You have to continuously program your mind, you know, to not buy into the thoughts that's coming, because you can't avoid thoughts. That's just the bottom line. What you have to do is war against those thoughts, you know, and ignore those thoughts. Okay. And start saying, no, I am valuable. No, I am worthy. You know, yes, I am capable of doing this. You know, I will do this. This will be done. You know, I am precious. And just because they mishandled me does not, you have to literally say those things. And so as you make that a repetition in your life, what happens is your mind begins to start buying into that. And so now you begin to elevate, because your thoughts about yourself are starting to elevate because you continuously keep repeating that to yourself. Like when I go through trials in life, I have to keep telling myself, oh, it's going to work out. Oh, we're getting past this. Oh, no, this is not my expected end. I'm not staying here. You know, and so that's why my spirit continuously stays uplifting, because I keep speaking positive affirmations over my life. I continuously magnetize positivity because my words bring whatever I speak into it. Hope it answers your question.
Thank you. I did like the idea in regards to the voices and to ignore the negative voices.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a good tip, you know. Yeah. Well,
Thank
in
you.
regards to the inner child, how do you nourish your inner child?
Well, for myself, you know, I have fun. You know, you have to play, you know, and that's one thing I love. My wife and I, you know, we go on vacations, you know, we enjoy our lives, we laugh, we joke. You know, a merry heart does good like a medicine. You know, so you know, it's very important for you to feed your spirit. You know, watch something funny. You know, watch something that makes you laugh. Watch something that makes your energy rise positively. You know, that have you an ice cream, or you know, have you a snack. You know, enjoy yourself. Enjoy your blessings. You know, focus on the blessings. And it's a song I heard growing up. It's a gospel song, says, count your blessings, name them one by one. Because a lot of times we focus so much on what we don't have rather than what we do have, we become miserable. But really, in our actuality, we're really blessed. We're not living under a bridge. We're not eating out of a trash can. You know, so we have a lot to be thankful for. So start meditating on those things and let gratitude be your attitude, and then influence the right mood.
I know what you're saying about rise.
Yeah.
When you said about rise your spirit up, there's a lot of energy lifting with what you're saying. I'm really feeling that lift, those positiveness, those affirmations for people, you know, especially when you're doubting yourself. Doubts are always there. Those thoughts are always there. It's just say it's that war field. I was like, oh God, yeah, it is. But it's whether you turn the volume up on them and let them have the power, or choose to turn it down and listen to a higher voice, a higher power. And that would then not so much push them out, but just silence them or make them quieter. And it's your choice to what you want to hear or listen to. And I like what you're saying about feed your spirit, enjoy your blessings and count them.
Yes.
You know, because we have so
Absolutely.
many blessings, and it is about that. And people don't focus on that. And I thought we often have money problems, which can be a way of leading us to heartbreak. We don't earn the money we want. We can't buy what we want. And that can cause huge tension in a relationship.
That's true.
Do you think somebody should or would break up because of money problems?
I would say some would. Yes, some would. Because some people are very irresponsible with their resources, where it puts a lot of pressure on their spouse. You know, and who can really deal with that? Who wants to be married to somebody who you got to constantly keep burying them out? You know, and I mean, because they don't understand, especially when you express that to them. You express your disgruntledness, you know, and they put forth no effort whatsoever to mitigate their poor spending habits. Because as we all know, it affects the whole household. If I'm the one that's responsible for paying the utilities and they're not paid for, you know, the utilities are not paid for, everybody in the dark. It's not like the house separated, say, here go half of the lights. You know, everybody in the dark, you know, nobody can use the restroom because the water turned off, right? So who wants to live in that condition? So I believe in some cases, rightfully so. If someone doesn't want to take the responsibility to mitigate their problem, I think it's best to, because why should you remain in a miserable situation like that? You love them, but they don't love themselves, right? And unfortunately, they obviously are not walking in love, because if they were, they would be more considerate about the choices that they made financially and the aftermath of doing so. But obviously, they're not thinking about that. So in some cases, that's the better choice.
I think you hit something there, because most people say, oh, that, you know, they're not loving the other person, that they wouldn't do what they were doing because they don't love the person. But you hit the nail on the head. They don't love themselves.
Absolutely.
And they have to love themselves first.
Absolutely.
And that is like, yes. And I think that's a really key lesson there to hear, for people to take on, that that partner needs to learn to love themselves. So, okay. So how do you survive heartbreak when you have no job, no money, and nobody?
Well, you know, honestly, that's where faith, and it's actually a good question, because I've been there before. You know, I've been there, not in the part of not having a job per se, but I've been in a financial dilemma on numerous occasions in my life. And you know, I know it's easier said than done. And that's the reason why I always talk about prayer and meditation and affirmation, because honestly, what really kept me going was my faith. My faith. I just have to keep it real. And I just recognize that situation I was in was not my expected end. You know, and yes, I was frustrated. You know, I don't care how spiritual you are, you're not going to always be walking on cloud. Oh, I'm just victorious and it's just glorious, you know, and everybody tiptoeing through the tulips like, oh, la, 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 you know, like the Smurfs, you know. You know, we all know it don't work like that. You know, you have to work at that thing. You know, you have to constantly keep telling yourself that, okay, I'm going to come out this, and then you got to sit down and come up with a plan, you know, and execute that plan, you know, and then you'll start seeing things come together. Okay, what do I need to do to get myself back on track financially? Okay, how am I spending my money? So again, we're right back to what? Self-reflection. What did I do to put me in this situation? And if it wasn't my fault per se, you know, is it not really yours? Like, were you too busy trying to save everybody else and you didn't take out the time to think about yourself? Why did you end up in that situation everybody else have except for you? Everybody else is okay except for you. So you really got to take out the time to really sit down and really evaluate the whole situation, you know, and ensure that you don't get back into that situation that you ended up in, because life do happen to us all. But at the same time, you have to see why you ended up in that space in your life.
Absolutely. And it is about that reflection and asking, you know, what part have I played? And it's
Absolutely.
so easy to go, no. There's a denial, isn't there? That can't possibly be anything to do with me. It's not my fault. But it's not about fault, is it? It's about the part that you played.
Absolutely.
And there's a difference. And I think it's coming down to language and people understanding the language and what actually is being said here. And yeah, it's a really important point. What part did you play? And wake up to it. And then once they've recognized the part they played, what could they then do?
Well said. I totally agree.
What part did I play? And then correct those problems. I love that. That is amazing. Thank you so much. I
Welcome.
think, yeah, I think when you go through something, you've got to keep it real, because when you go into denial, that's when you get stuck. But if you keep it real, then you are able to move forward. And I know there are some people that are Christians right now that they are watching. Some people, they say they wait for God to actually help them, give them blessings. What advice can you give someone that is going through financial heartbreak and they're in a relationship? And I know you work in, you deal with finances as well. You're into finance. Yes. So what advice can you give someone who is going through those challenges and they are a Christian and they're not taking action? They are just waiting for God, having faith. Because when we go to church, we get told, you know, God is going to, anything you ask in my name, I will give you. So people, I think they misunderstood the Bible, because God will give you something only if you take action, and He will make it happen for you. So some people don't take action. So what advice, like, can you give someone as a child of God and who has been through those challenges, who is going through those challenges, that as a child of God, these are the steps, proper steps, and not the fantasy. We need to get out of the fantasy, but these are the proper steps as a child of God that you need to take in order for you to get out from heartbreak of finances, or heartbreak of a relationship that is going through financial problems, and be where you want to be.
Well, you actually answered your question twice. I like to have fun, because you did, though. You actually answered your question twice. You really did. But it's just like you said, you know, faith without works is dead. All right. So, and I don't want to really just limit it to Christians, because the truth of the matter is even spiritual people do it. You know, so with that being said, you know, you have to do your part. Even though the verse says, I will give seed to the sower. Remember, I will give seed to the sower. So I will give you the seed, but you have to sow. You know, so the laborer is worthy of the hire. A man or woman don't work, they don't eat. So you have to understand that faith, you know, you have to put it into action. What I like to say is pray and perform until something happens. Push, pray and perform until something actually happens. You know, so we have to understand that everything is just not on the Most High. Okay, the Most High will give you a vision, will give you a dream, but you have to be the one that executes. And even for spiritual people, you may have a vision, you may have a dream, but you have to be the one that puts forth the work in order for it to manifest itself. You can pray all day long, okay? All day long in your car, and you got the key. Oh God, let the car turn on. It's not going to turn on until you put the key on it. It's not going to turn on until until you put the key, until you take all the steps, right? Put the key in the ignition, turn the car on, then put the car in the drive and press put your foot on the pedal and press the gas and etc. So in all seriousness, there's steps that you have to take in order for you to be successful. Right. So you have a role to play in that. So stop putting everything on God or this higher power that you believe in. You have a role, okay, to play in your success. And you have to put in the work for it to work. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it answered my questions for my audience. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I hope our audience that are watching, they'll be able to actually use the key, the solution, use the key to find the solution. And Carol Ann, you are laughing. Come on, say what you want to say.
No, I just love that. Use the key, sitting there praying, please start the engine. It's like, oh my God, yeah, just put the key in, turn the drive. You have to take the action. And if you don't, then it's recognizing what's stopping you. So again, going back to those limiting beliefs, those stories in your head, and quietening those down, isn't it? But yeah, I just love that picture, sitting there with the key. It's gorgeous. So what else could they do if they didn't recognize they were holding the key? They're putting these prayers up, and they're holding the key, and nothing's happening. What could they do to wake up that they got the key?
Well, that's where we come into play. All of us, like on this platform right now, is like we bring people to an awareness. We bring them to an awareness. So that's where we have to bring people to the awareness that, as I said, that, you have a role, you have the wherewithal. You already have what it takes for you to be able to create wealth. You already have it, because information, I always tell people, knowledge is not power. I know a lot of people say that, but it's just not true, because you can know something, but if you never use it, it'll never benefit you, right? So knowledge applied is power. So, if you have the wherewithal, but you never apply the information, it's the implementation of the information that brings transformation to your life. So I would encourage them, hey, use what you have, use your giftings. Learn how to monetize on your gifting, should that be a gifting that one can monetize on, and learn how to construct that into a blessing to yourself and your family from your gifting. That's what I would encourage them to do.
Sound advice.
Talking about learning, what can you learn from your pain?
Wonderful. What can you learn from your pain? What I learned from my pain is that sometimes we put ourselves in that position. That's what I learned. The lesson I learned is a lot of times we put ourselves in that position. A lot of times we frustrate ourselves. We bring unnecessary roughness into our own lives, and sometimes it's painful, because let the truth be told, sometimes we care too much. Yes, that's right. Whoever out there listening, sometimes you care too much sometime about what people think. And to the point where you start ignoring what you feel. And so a lot of times we cause pain in our own life because we put others' feelings above ours, and we forget all about ourselves. So sometimes the pain that we cause in our lives is because we put ourselves in that position. So that's what I learned from, the pain.
Beautifully said. Yeah.
Thank you.
I actually love that the question that Rachel asked, and Bakri, what you've answered, that we put ourselves in that position because if we get up in the morning and you get dressed and you put makeup, you make sure your handbag matches your high heels, it's all about, I need people to see who I am. But at the end of the day, it is your life. And also when you go through something, or let's say like right now, Rachel was going through, she was talking about with Sandeep, how she's going through divorce and things like that. But if it was somebody else, they wouldn't be able to talk about that freely because they are worried about what people would think if they are going through divorce. And at the end of the day, we are all human. And when you are going through something, or even your life is your life. It's none of people's business. But when you are saying we put ourselves in that position where we put the pressure. It's like right now, today, we are at Ngozi Talk Shows, and we are helping the audience to find their own voice, lead from within. And somebody comes and listens to your message. I have to say, you're a good preacher, by the way. And somebody comes and listens to your message, everything you've worked for 20 years, it gets taken by that comment. When somebody comments negatively and they take that away from you, and but you can easily ignore it. You can easily say, who does this person is that comes in and tells me that I'm not enough, or I'm this, or maybe with the relationship saying I should stay in a relationship where I don't want to go. At the end of the day, it's our lives. We have to follow what we believe is true, to be true about ourselves. And actually asking God, some people believe in the universe. You can ask the universe to walk you through that path, or ask God. Me, I'm all about God. I ask God to walk me through. Even the speakers, I booked the speakers a long time ago, and they came back, some of them saying, Nomsa, I'm on holiday. I don't think the internet is gonna hold me through the streaming. And I was like, that's fine, don't worry about it. And some people came back and saying something has come up. I was like, don't worry about it. But I could have easily panic and went on and started booking other speakers. But I said, you know what? I'm not going to say anything to these speakers that are come on, but they're just going to carry me through. And I am also not going to get upset, and I'm not going, my heart just said, don't book any speakers. There's other speakers that I was talking to on Facebook. My heart just went, don't book them. So I didn't book them. I just left it open like this. And I'm glad that you guys were able just to come in, and Ngozi Talk Show's team were able to just go with the flow, and everyone else just comes in and just going with the flow. And now I'm glad that I actually did not book those speakers, because it is life. I followed my heart, what I wanted, and I was like, I'm not even telling Carol Ann or Rachel that people have pulled off. So I'm just gonna let them come on, or Claudia, and come on and just do the work. And it's worked out really well. And also is, I believed in them. I believed in you guys, that if the speakers don't come on, I have the right speakers. We have the right speakers within Ngozi Talk Shows. And that's what Bakri is saying, that don't worry about what people think. Do you? So we've done us. And look at them, they've come and they blessed us. They've given us blessings. Bakri sent me a message. And at first I was like, if he comes in now, he said he's going to give me 45 minutes. So I need him to come on his time. And it was like, no, Nomsa, I've heard you saying some people have let you down. So I want to come on. I was like, please come on. So I think that is really, really amazing. And I appreciate you as well. Appreciate you so much. And you can carry on, guys, with the conversation. I'm going to unmute myself.
So I've got a question. It's in regards to how you have explained that self-love is very important, and to put one as well, self. What advice would you give to parents? Because I have found that parents feel either shame or guilt when they have to put themselves at some point, at some time first before their kids, to say, okay, it's me time now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, but in the end, it's important as well for the parents to have some time for themselves, and to set the boundaries as well, and to say no sometimes to their children. Mm-hmm. So what's your advice here?
Well, excellent question. I could definitely touch on that, because I am a father of a 23-year-old, so, and I'm a grandfather. I have 4 grandchildren, and I have 2 stepchildren as well. So thank you for that question. With that being said, it really depends on how old they are. Before I'm gonna put them before me. I'm just being honest with you, because at a certain age, mom and dad have to cut them off. They've been holding on to your apron long enough. You had to breathe and give yourself some time, to be able to enjoy your blessings. And I feel what happens is, as parents, let the truth be told, who's going to ever stop being in pain when they see their child in pain? We don't want to see that. I'm a Marine, but I'm also a father, so yeah, I may be this tough guy, but I turn to liquid metal when it comes to my children and it comes to my grandbabies, right? And you don't want to see that happen, but sometimes, unfortunately, you have to let them go through the pain sometime. Like I said, at a certain age. You have to let them go through the pain sometime because, no pain, no gain. Sometimes we have to allow, let's not even limit it there to our children. Let's also think about, family members. Sometimes you try to rescue people, and they keep doing it because they know that you're going to be somebody that's going to be there to bail them out, right? So let's cut off the enabler side of the house. And sometimes we have to just say, okay, it's me time, because you have a right rather to enjoy what you work for. Why do you feel bad? Why are you feeling bad about that? Why? You have needs, you have wants. Mom, dad, you want some ice cream too, don't you? Don't you want to go to the movie? Don't you want to go to the movies to have some popcorn and enjoy? And you know why some of us are so miserable? Because we're not enjoying our life. We get over emotional about it. And we set aside ourselves. And that's part of the reason why you're sad. Why? Because you're not catering to yourself. You're not catering to your happiness. So it's okay to put your children before you, but guess what? Make it your business. Put you as a priority on that list too, to make sure, mom and dad, that you have some me time, some celebration time, some fun time to enjoy your blessings too. You have a right to enjoy your life. So don't feel sad. You put your children first. So think about that. How are you being selfish? Selfish when you only think about yourself. So it's very obvious you're not being selfish, because who did you put first? Your children. Why? Because they can't take care of themselves, again, depending on what age they are. So with that being said, don't feel convicted anymore. Don't feel sad anymore. Don't feel bad anymore. They're okay. Guess what? So that means that now it's okay for you to be okay.
Yes, absolutely. And it's important as well to hear certain things as well as this one over and over again, because we forget. Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What are you thinking, Rachel? You're smiling, thinking. Yeah.
I was actually thinking that I'm going through a relationship breakup currently. Difficult situation in the fact that we're still in the same house, but we're separated. I made the decision, he didn't. Therefore, he's having probably more difficulty with it. I have difficulties with it, of course, but whereas I'm doing things that are about what things that I need, I'm feeding myself, giving love to myself and doing things. And I'm got a smile on my face. It's actually kind of frowned upon. And I was just thinking about how the other person in a relationship can sometimes, they're not happy. They don't like it when you're happy. They don't like it when you look like you're doing okay in a difficult situation. And they want to almost make you feel guilty. But so that was what was going through my mind whilst you were speaking, that it's also about putting yourself first when you're going through a breakup. Don't put yourself at the bottom of the list and think that you need to do things differently because you don't want to upset the other person's feelings. Do you know what I mean? So
I do.
No,
I
but I
do.
think
It's amazing how you actually mentioned that, because I actually was in that situation before. I literally was in that situation before. When I went through a divorce, I actually was in the same house with her until I was able to get out of there, so, and I was honest with her. I had to tell her the truth about the way I felt. I felt like, it wasn't going to work. And I was straight up with her. I didn't, play these games about everything is okay. I don't believe in doing that. But anyway, it's a song by Ralph Tresvant. Some of you may not know Ralph Tresvant because he's an R&B singer. He was with a group called New Edition. And he said, I have to do what I have to do and break her heart. I don't want to see her cry, but it's hard to live a lie, right? So I didn't want to tell her that. But again, I had to think about my happiness too. You understand what I'm saying? And so sometimes, you have to make some hard choices sometimes, unintentionally hurting someone feelings, so you can be free.
Yeah.
And I have to encourage those from relationships like that too. Don't hold back. You have to be honest with them, because it's not fair to them or you for you to hold back your emotions about those situations, because it does you no good of you acting. Acting is too painful. It's too painful because you're hiding your feelings, you're hiding yourself, you're miserable, so don't continue to play that game with yourself or with them. Just do what you have to do and let things work out as it needs to work out.
Yeah.
And I have 5 minutes left, good ladies.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bakri.
You're welcome.
We really appreciate you and appreciate your time. And for these 5 minutes that has left, and I've had Kish this morning as a preacher, and I have you as a preacher as well. So I like to keep it real. I like somebody to be who they are. And before you leave for these 5 minutes, if there is a child of God that is really, really struggling to cope with a heartbreak in relationship, in finances, what advice can you give them? Maybe even in their personal development, they are struggling to find their own identity and create the image. So I need you to answer the question as a child of God who has walked with God all your life. Because when I'm listening to your story, I'm listening.
Oh, no. I ain't walked with God all my life.
Okay, come on. Tell it all.
I mean, I was, a street guy at one time in my life.
Yeah.
So that just wouldn't be true. I couldn't let that, go out there like that, because I haven't always been the person I am today. That just wouldn't be true. That would be very dishonest. I went through a transformational journey in my life, mentally and spiritually, to get me where I am today, and it took a lot of fasting, a lot of praying, denying myself, and staying at the altar and praying, and accepting my frailties, allowing me to be human, allowing myself to forgive myself, forgiving other people. So I'm a person who is a workmanship, who has been molded, has been shaped, into this person I am today, because I've learned how to deny myself and to humble myself and to crucify myself, and to allow, the God nature to rise up within me, and to be able to maneuver. And although I still make mistakes in life, I'm not perfect, I've learned how to deal with that. There's only one that's divine. There's only one that don't make mistakes at all, and I've learned how to accept my humanness, and to go back to what you had said earlier about, the heartbreak, and, you have to heal. And brother and sister, you have to learn how to accept the fact that we have all fallen. We have all made mistakes. And just like it's so easy for you to tell somebody else that so they can have a place of mercy in their life, take your own advice. Take your own advice. A lot of times we counsel other people, but there's a verse said, I had to encourage myself. David said, I had to encourage myself. And there's a time where you got to encourage yourself in your prayer time, and you have to have some mercy upon yourself, and you have to allow grace, unmerited favor. It's not that you've been so good. It's not that you've done everything right, but you have to fully understand, I am an imperfect being trying to become perfect in the sight of the Most High. I am an imperfect person, trying to be better in my life. And along your journey of being perfected in the area of not in the definition of perfect without fault, but in the definition of maturity. Because when you look up the definition of perfect, it's not limited to just without fault or without fault. It's maturity. So give yourself some grace. Give yourself some mercy. Forgive yourself. And you'll find yourself in a better, happy place in your life.
Amen to that. Amen. I'm allowed to say amen. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We really, really appreciate you and appreciate your time. And hopefully you'll come back again and serve our audience, because we really, really enjoyed your time here with us. And love to your family. And
thank you
so much.
You're welcome, ladies. It was a pleasure serving with all of you. Thank you all for your beautiful questions. Have a blessed rest of your day and your weekend too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, as Amanda. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. He's gone. So thank you so much, ladies. It's just been so. Hi, Amanda.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hi, good. I don't know why, but I can't seem to get this on my computer, so I'm just on my phone.
Okay.
Well, this works.
Like, can you see the link be on Facebook or something? Because on WhatsApp, I don't have WhatsApp on my computer.
Do you want me to give it to you on a messenger?
Yeah. Then I can open it there. Your studio looks amazing in the back.
Oh, thank you.
Amazing, I know.
Okay, so I like the thingy. Sorry, let me go. Now we are waiting for Ben. He's meant to be here. So hopefully he will be here.
And ladies, thank you so much. I committed to 5 o'clock. I've got another appointment this afternoon, and it's already, the time has flown the last 2 hours with you. So thank you so much.
That's awesome.
For the lovely afternoon, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you, Nomsa and Rachel, Carol Ann and Amanda. Okay, and I'll see you next time. Yeah?
Thank you so much, Claudia. We appreciate you. I'll see you. We'll talk to you after. Yes.
Sure.
That's okay, Rachel. That's okay. Okay, let me take the link to okay, you've got the link now, Amanda.
Thanks. I'll just get on that. Okay.
Okay, and Dr. Bigot is asking me to send her questions. She can't find them, but I can't do that because, okay, who's Amanda? Oh, Amanda's coming through. Okay, I think Ben is supposed, did he send me a message? Okay, he'll be here in 5. He'll be here in 5 minutes. Anyone wants to say something within 5 minutes before he gets here? He's running late. He's back online till 5. So he will be here at 5. Rachel, you said you're going after Dan, so you're gonna meet Miss Alvin. Can't hear you.
Yeah, is there a break in between?
No, Alvin is coming in at 5:30 until 6:30.
He's on for an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can take a break, maybe 15 minutes, half an hour, or if you want to see him and then come back, he will still be here.
Yeah, or I miss Ben and come back.
Yeah, then he'll be here. Yeah, you go. Go do what you've got to do, because Amanda just come on. So
yeah, you've got.
We'll be okay. The three of us will be okay.
Okay. All right. See you soon.
Okay. And Dr. Biggett is coming on, I think, as well. So yeah, we'll be okay. So Amanda, what do you think about a heartbreak? What advice can you give someone right now who is having problems with their limiting beliefs? We've had everyone. We've not had you giving some nuggets.
I think so often that some people go from either like relationship to relationship to relationship and have like serial relationships and don't actually sit and heal with themselves. And then other people sometimes just avoid.
Have you been talking to Bakri?
Completely. Pardon?
Have you been talking to Bakri?
No.
How do you pronounce his name, Carol Ann?
It's Bakri.
Bakri.
It's
Okay.
only one O. It's not two O's. It's Bakri.
Bakri. Yeah, he has a really nice name.
Yeah.
Yes, Ben. Amanda, you are lucky. Lucky thing.
And so, anyways, I think that sometimes we are one extreme or the other. Do you want me to keep talking, or are you going to introduce him?
Keep talking until he comes in, and then we'll introduce him, because he's, I think, oh yeah, here he is.
Yeah.
Hi, Ben. How are you? Can you hear me? I think he's setting up his audio, connecting to audio. Hi, Ben, can you hear me?
I can.
How are you doing?
Okay, a bit of a rush.
Thank you so much. How are the kids? I know you said you were picking the kids. How are they?
There's only one, so he's playing football, which should have been at 3, and then the coach was delayed till 3:40. So he literally had to play the match, and I had to drag him off and run to the car and then drive.
Okay.
For an hour and 3 minutes it took to get home.
Okay. Thank you anyway for making it today. And
that's okay.
We really appreciate you. So Ben, could you please introduce yourself to our audience? If I introduce you, I'm going to leave something out. But if you introduce yourself, you will tell the audience exactly who you are and what you do, and how can they find you if they need you.
Okay. So I am a husband and a dad of 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, who are 13, 11 and 9. And I've been coaching probably since about 2002, but to start with, it was mainly members of my team. So I used to run a design and build construction company, and then I also now run more of a developing company. And as the kind of time has increased to do things, I've kind of done more and more coaching. And I just really believe in like listening to people, and everybody's got their own answers within themselves. That it's not, for me, I'm not the kind of coach who would tell people what to do. And so it's about listening, and then through listening and by asking people questions and get them to kind of listen to themselves, they change their self-perception and their kind of self-reflect, which I believe then turns into kind of changing a mindset, of which then I work through with the client, kind of again getting them to find their own answers, to adjust, to change, to rewire their mindset, and that leads to actions, of which setting clients clients set their own goals and their own actions to kind of move forward with their life, with their goals, with their career. So my kind of framework I use is to do with the listening, mindset, action. So my website would be LMA coaching.org. And that's me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ben. Ladies, do you have any questions for Ben?
Do you want me to
Hi,
just?
sorry, no, it's okay. I love the thing about listening, mindset, action. That sounds great, yeah. Listen, mindset, action, it's beautiful. So did you actually know what you wanted in your life?
I don't think you ever probably fully know. I mean, something I've been working on probably for 2 or 3 years now is kind of next level is meaningfulness, which I read some books on mindfulness and I kept on describing it as meaningfulness, not mindfulness. So I couldn't remember that it was called mindfulness. And for me, meaningfulness is that your life kind of has to be, my perception of it would be is to be happy, that you have to kind of do things that have meaning for you. And it was a weird realization. It was kind of a Sunday afternoon and I thought, I've got to cook the children's supper now. And I kind of thought, I'm just going to go and get like a pack of pasta from the cupboard and some tomato sauce, make something really quick and it should be done and then they can eat and I can sit down and watch TV again. And I thought, actually, I really like to cook. And I thought, there's too much at the moment, that kind of life becomes so fast that you're looking for quick fixes for everything. And so you kind of don't take time to kind of do the things that you enjoy or to take something to a level that gives it meaningfulness. And so I decided, and I kind of peeled all the potatoes and we had like a big roast dinner in the end. And it was just kind of, it was something I've been toying with before. And then it really was that it's kind of in coaching that I would feel satisfaction. The most satisfaction is by helping people find like their meaningfulness, which is different for everybody. And I kind of have seen it kind of described, but that was more to do with some positive psychology. But it's like if you were flying in an aeroplane and you looked at the dashboard, and depending on if you wanted to get somewhere quickly or you had to go a short journey or a long journey, so depending on what your journey entailed, the dashboard would mean different things to you, because someone will need a lot of fuel because they're going far, or someone else needs a high altitude. And so by looking at all these instruments in front of you on the dashboard, and I kind of think that that's kind of like what you'd hope that people's lives, and by coaching that you can make them find like the right instruments that are going to make them tick. That was a massive ramble.
No, I love that. It's really what they need to focus on, isn't it?
It is different for everybody. So
Yeah.
it's kind of, the people would have, someone might not like cooking, or people would have different, like different instruments that will make them tick and make them sing and make their life kind of like hear the music in life. And to help people find that is a very kind of moving and humbling experience, and it makes you very happy when it happens, when you do it.
Yeah. So I'm hearing is that you didn't always know you wanted that in life. That's something.
No, I think I've
come out
kind
for
of
you.
been it's quite weird. I did one of those the character strength tests. Have you heard of those?
Yeah.
So in positive psychology, that you have, there's 25 character strengths, or 25 characteristic characters, and you can do this test, and at the end it will kind of tell you like what you'll rank them all in a list. But instead of trying to improve your like number 25 and try and make it better, is you try and use your top 5 like in ways in every day. So it can be like humor or creativity, or and the questions they ask in there, like about spirituality, are more to do with like God and Christianity and stuff. Whereas I would see spiritually was about your spirit and your like inner kind of self, and what would make like you happy, and what would And then so I kind of, that was my number 25. And I was like, hold on a minute. I am actually quite a spiritual person, but just not in a kind of like, it's, you know, do you like going to church or do you do this? Which I don't do. But so I think to find like meaningfulness, I think I've probably always had that in the back of my mind, that I've kind of tried to live that way and to find those kind of things. But I think it only became more clearly defined when you suddenly have 3 kids and you're driving, you know, hundreds of miles a week to take them to school or take them to clubs or take them to parties, and your time shrinks. And so you start seeing that you're just doing things to, you kind of wake up in the morning, you're like, I can't wait to go back to bed. And then you kind of think, okay, that's not really living your life. And so it kind of brings you back to earlier thoughts that for me that I'd had about kind of finding things that give you meaning, and that's what you should do.
Beautiful, thank you. Amanda, you wanted to ask something?
Sure. The questions that were on our list are more like relationship based.
Yeah.
Did you know the type of person that you wanted to be in a relationship with, and how did you find that within yourself?
I think you do want to be like with somebody, probably changes in your life. So if you meet someone at the right time, then you always think you probably start off a lot more picky. And as you kind of get older, and then you kind of would, your kind of scope of what you would accept maybe changes. So, which I don't think you should. And I think you should always kind of, I think it's probably like to do with yourself and how you feel, and kind of how you not kind of rate yourself, but how you kind of like what makes you like happy. And so in a relationship, like who's going to kind of bring out and like increase that happiness for you. So for me, because I was thinking on these questions, this kind of topic before, like I came on, and when I did classics for my degree, and I did Plato Symposium, which is all about that in the beginning of time, that everybody's kind of joined. So you're joined, and then we anger the gods, and so everyone gets splits. And the rest of your life, or the rest of eternity, is about trying to find back like to that person. And so in that way, I think you should, you know, always be trying to find someone who's going to tick like as many boxes for you that will make you happy. And I think maybe those criteria change as your life changes. So kind of, you know, you might be looking for somebody who's more aesthetically when you're younger, and as you get older, then you want someone who's got other attributes. So, and then I was kind of thinking it's more as well kind of how you, it's probably like when you're not looking that you find somebody, but when you are looking, then you don't find someone. Would be my kind of thoughts. Well, so what was your question again? More direct? Sorry, I probably rambled a bit there.
No, it was exactly around that. About how you just know the type of person you wanted to be with. And I
don't think I'd like a type like that. I think I've kind of gone out with, you know, physically like taller, dark-haired, blonde hair. I don't think I've ever had a kind of type. Maybe personality-wise, I probably always stayed with the stronger girlfriends for longer than ones who weren't strong. But I think for men, and this could be a massive generalization, but for men, I think it's until you reach a certain age, you're kind of a bit flighty as a man, and it's kind of the grass is always greener, and you kind of think and girls, kind of women hit that is a bit lower. I know my wife had been planning a wedding since she was about 10, I think, whereas I'd never thought about mine until kind of 10 minutes before. So, so it is different like that, I think, between men and women. But I think it's, like, I would say to my children that it would be like holding out, like I wouldn't settle for something that I didn't think was right, and to hold out for the person that's going to really make you happy and is going to, you know, make you laugh, I think make you feel special. Because if you go forward with that kind of relationship with, you know, you never get taught this as when you're at school or anything, but kind of having, like, sometimes like life can be like a grind and can be hard, and it's kind of, you have kids and you need somebody who you can really trust and who you can relate to be able to make it through those times. And you're going to need someone who helps you, and you're going to need to help someone. So yeah, so I think no type, but probably personality would be the main contributor, is someone who's going to be a little bit tough for me.
I heard you say that if they tick sort of all the boxes, or most of the boxes,
yeah,
you're looking for. But I think you need to know what those boxes are, don't you? So you can tick them.
Yeah, no, I think they probably change at those boxes as well. That you think really important when you're, you know, 15, and then when you're 20, you're like, right, I'm not not interested in that now. And then you get to 30 and you're interested in something else. So absolutely. I think there are, like, certain, but I suppose you start to learn who you get on with, and there can also be, I suppose, you could be attracted to certain people, and then that doesn't work, and then you're like, okay, there isn't, although you could be physically attracted to them, it's not mentally that you're not. And so those kind of things could always, like, break down. So I don't think it's not a list, but I think you kind of, you know, you go, so long ago for me now, but you go to a bar, the kind of thing, or you go to a party and you meet someone and you chat and they make you laugh, you make them laugh, you know, you kind of feel physically attracted to them, and you get to know somebody, and you kind of move on through there. So it's not kind of going out with your iPhone now and have a checklist and like, okay, yeah, they're blonde and they're like, you know, 6 foot, yeah, and well, they got a good job and they got a nice smile, and yeah, they've got childbearing hips, and yeah, oh, you're ticking all the boxes, can we go for a pizza? So I don't think it's like that, but I think you do have a general intuition through it. But I think the other way of it, then you have to be strong. If you're in something and it's not quite right, that it can be difficult to walk away from something, because you'll see, like, the good points and you won't see, or you'll see the bad, and then, but the good points will brush over it again. And I've had clients who are in, like, relationships with people that, like, are not healthy, but it takes them a while to work through and realize that they're not healthy. And even when they leave them and they start to move forward to something new, they still look back to that old thing, and they kind of like, oh, but I could have been doing this, or I could have been, and they have to kind of then work back through and think, yeah, but you couldn't really have done that because of these other things that kind of made it not healthy. Which is, like, you see that in all types of people. It's kind of having that strength, maybe, of your convictions, and not kind of thinking, oh, I'll just carry on, it's not so bad. And next thing, you know, you're 80 years old and you haven't had a happy life. So you got to kind of, I think it's kind of being strong to yourself. And if you're in something that isn't workable, before it kind of becomes too far down the line, is not to be scared to call it a day, and not to be scared to fail, maybe. Like in a relationship, that relationships do fail. They can fail both ways. They can fail for many reasons. And if you kind of change failure into more of like an experiment, or it's kind of, you know, that you're learning through the failure, and it just kind of changes your mindset a bit, of not kind of bringing it all down on you. And I think the biggest thing is you just got to kind of think that it's not you, it's them, and you're just not compatible. It's a bit like, coaching, and you coach someone and they don't want to carry on with the coaching. You got to kind of think, as well as, your coaching style just hasn't worked with somebody. And so they've chosen someone else, or they're chosen to do something. It's not down in your coaching style. And the same in a relationship. It doesn't necessarily mean because the relationship doesn't work that it's your fault or their fault. It can just be that you're just not compatible, and you seem compatible to start with, and you just move forward and kind of think, I'm not compatible with that kind of person, or that might not work, and you just learn from it. But I think we get too hung up on failure or thinking what other people would think about things, and so then you're too scared to change, and then when you do have to change, it can be like too far like that, and then it's even harder. And I think the other thing is that kind of everybody, I think the kind of surprising thing, which is not really surprising in life, is that you kind of think your own stories of heartbreak or breakdown of relationships are kind of really unique, and it's, oh my God, I had this one that was so awful kind of thing and happened to me. And then you tell us something and they've got nearly exactly the same kind of story, something bad that's happened to them. And so it's not kind of, it's kind of, I remember, so I had a girlfriend in my 20s, and who I met where I worked. And to be fair, she had a boyfriend when we first started seeing each other. And then kind of after 6 months, 8 months, she stopped seeing her boyfriend. And then 3 years later, we kind of broke up. It was all a bit weird how we kind of broke up. And her dad used to work, we worked in computers, and her dad did something in computers, and a friend of mine met him at this conference thing and said, and he used to work with this girl, and he was, how's your daughter, kind of thing. And he said, she's been really tired and really stressed. Oh, what's that? He said, she's just got married. And this is like kind of a week after we'd broken up. And I'm like, my friend told me this, and I was like, you're joking. And so then I then rang her up, and she rang me back. And basically the boyfriend that she had at the beginning, she'd been seeing him the whole time. And then she'd got married to him in her local church. And so she'd been seeing him the whole time, and it was, bizarre. And I'm kind of heartbroken, and we're kind of, imagine that scream picture in my head, like, and I'm kind of feeling like this. And about 2 months later, I met like an old girl from kind of 10 years ago or something, and we were all from university or out somewhere, and I was chatting to her, and she had that her, so I told her my story, and she's, oh right, and she told me one where her boyfriend said he was ill, and so she went back to the house, and he was in there with another girlfriend. And so it's kind of, everybody has it, and you think your own story is so kind of cruel and heartbreaking like that. And actually, like, lots of people have got similar kind of stories. So I would say that nothing is ever actually that bad, because lots of people have experienced the same thing. So not to feel that you can never not do something because of what other people would think, because they've probably got similar experiences and would think good for you if you kind of got out of something, or good for you, you found somebody. So I'm more at the negative end there, sorry. Not kind of how do you meet people, but how do you...
We have 3 minutes with you, and any words of encouragement you would like to leave with our audience. And we have Alvin Law. Do you want to say hi to Alvin?
Hi, Alvin.
Hey, how are you from the other side of the ocean?
I'm okay. I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
Very good, very good. It's a lovely weekend here in Canada, and it's our Thanksgiving weekend, so this adds a lot to the content today.
Okay, so you're a bit early than your sisters in America,
yeah.
The brothers.
We're always a little bit earlier than our sisters and brothers to the south.
Okay, good.
Where are you? And by the way, how many are on this right now?
3,
I don't have the
4,
whole screen.
5.
We've got 5, but Ben will be leaving in a minute. I don't know if he's leaving or he's going to stay, but we just grabbed him. I was busy with the family. Do you have any words of encouragement, Ben, you would like to leave with our audience right now? If there is anyone who is going through heartbreak in finances or relationship or any part of their lives, what would be your words of comfort for them? We're not comforting them. We just want them to get out of that situation.
I would say that so I've been kind of working. So I had my first business when I was 14. So I've kind of been working for 37, 38 years. And kind of all my experience in life is that nothing is ever as good as you think, and nothing in life is ever as bad, and it's always kind of in the middle. And you just got to kind of take a deep breath, look at your situation. You've got to try and find the assets that you can use to move you forward in your situation. You've got to look at stuff you've got to cut off that are bad to help you move forward. And it's just to always look forward and think, even if something seems today so awful that you can't bear it, you can't get over it, that you're going to wake up tomorrow, another day starts. So it's like nothing's ever that good, nothing's ever that bad. It's kind of generally in the middle, and to go and enjoy yourself and find happiness and push for the best you can. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you so
much.
No
problems. Thank you. Take care.
You too. We are so blessed having these amazing speakers and amazing coaches. They've walked through this journey of finding their breakthrough, and when you do find a breakthrough, it's a blessings. Hey, Alvin, how you doing?
Aaron, I gotta unmute. I'm just dandy. Thank you. Nice to.
I'm just so blessed. I'm just so blessed to have you in the house.
It's my pleasure.
I'm so blessed.
Again, thank you for doing this. You're the vehicle. We're the players.
You actually, Rachel is in Canada. Amanda, she's in Canada. Amanda, she's one of Ngozi Talk Show's panelists, and Carol Ann and Rachel. So they have questions for you, but I think you want to talk about your story first before we go into the questions. So could you please introduce yourself to our audience, tell them who you are, and you have half an hour to talk about your story, so our audience can actually have this framework of, you don't have to be a certain individual, or you don't have to be a certain person to follow your dreams. Look at you. You are living a life. You are following your dreams. You have a beautiful family. So please take the stage.
Well, Nomsa, I have to tell you, this is one of the first shows I've ever done in this type of format. I feel like I should be on the American Dr. Phil show, but the trouble with the American Dr. Phil show is they always seem to want to focus on the negative. Do you ever notice that? It's always very critical. It's always very hostile. Somebody's doing something bad to somebody else. That may be what your audience feels like sometimes. Like they watch a Dr. Phil and go, yeah, that's my life. My life sucks. Guess what? If you say, my life sucks, you will have your wish come true. My life story is the exact ideal of what I think today is all about, and that is life isn't easy, number one. Life's not fair, number two. And number three, sometimes the impossible is actually not just possible, but it is something that we need to have as the starting point of our life. I was born without arms. And the people in the UK in particular, because it was a country where a lot of this happened, the drug thalidomide, big word, or it was called Contergan. It was from a German manufacturer called Grunenthal. And Grunenthal, I don't want to go on a negative rant here off the start, but Grunenthal were actually a company that was formed after World War II and after Auschwitz. I want to just put this into play because this could possibly be the most perfect example of the glaring difference between negative and positive. Thalidomide was manufactured as a sedative to use in the death camps. And I'm sorry if that offends any of you, should have done a trigger alert. The point is, the developers of thalidomide were Nazi scientists, and they formulated this medication to give to pregnant women during their nausea, early stages of pregnancy, and it deformed limbs. My arms never grew. I was born in the summer of 1960 in a small town in Canada. My birth mother and birth father decided this was going to be an almost impossible task. So 5 days into my life, I was also homeless. This is not melodrama, these are facts. So I sat in a little hospital room in a place called Yorkton, Saskatchewan, with no arms, no love, and no future. As you said, Namsa, today I have a family. I have a 37-year-old son. I'm married to the hottest female on the planet, my wife, Darlene. And I have had a 41-year run of motivational speaking that has taken me to 5 continents around the world. Probably the key element, and I'll be brief with this, the key element to my story is my feet became my hands. But that's not unique. There's lots of foot users on planet Earth that for whatever reason they can't use their hands. But where the storyline changes gears is really all about my parents, my foster parents. My foster mom was 53 years old, or 55 years old, pardon me, when they took me home. My foster dad was 53. And within a year, I would be their third child. First of all, A, because nobody wanted me, which is a fact, again. But B, because Hilda and Jack Law had a way of seeing an armless child differently than the rest of the world. So part of what you're talking about today, I believe, is how we perceive ourselves. But more than anything, how others perceive us, all right? And I don't want to get into too much clinical stuff at the beginning here, but my parents saw 2 angles on the future of my life. And let's remember, this was 1960. They couldn't exactly Google, no arms, Siri, what do we do? So they went with gut. One day, my mom caught me playing with a teddy bear with my toes, and that gave her a clue. So before you knew it, I was learning to use these the same way that my brothers, I have 2 older brothers, learned to use their hands. Mom just changed the mindset of what this looked like. But the key element to all of this wasn't the physical abilities that I learned using my feet. It was embracing my humanity. And I think the key to this is when we lived in a small town in Canada, maybe 10, 12,000 people, I went everywhere. Okay, my mom and dad liked to curl, a Canadian sport. Actually, it's kind of Scottish too. Curling, right on ice. I would go with them. Bowling, I would go with them. Golfing, I would go with them. All sports I could not play, but I did manage to fake a lot of them. I could push a curling rock with my foot. I could push a bowling ball with my foot. I could kick a golf ball with my foot. But it was never patronizing. It was cold, hard reality. Alvin, this is going to be your life. It may not be the life you have chosen, but here's the classic line, folks. We only get one. So what we do with that life is, yes, affected by all kinds of things, environment, population, people in our community, bad people, negativity. But I think one of the worst offenders that we're facing in 2022, this is ironic, is social media. We've got so many problems with trying to be perfect because that's what everybody looks like. Well, when you start imperfect like I do, that gives you a totally different mindset of who you are. So as I like to say, I use attitude to make me attractive. And today, I wouldn't call myself, a GQ guy, but I definitely have a magnetism that people feel when they're around me. And it's not something that I fake. I owe that to my parents. I owe that to my community. But last thing, I owe it to one guy who got me into music. I actually wanted to play the piano. Apparently, my toes are too short to play the piano. That was from a piano teacher in Yorkton, Saskatchewan. So I kind of gave up on that idea until a band director in their little town didn't know anything about me, but saw that I got 96% on a music aptitude test at school in 5th grade and insisted that I be in the band until he found out I had no arms. And then he thought, well, that's impossible. But 6 weeks later, they unveiled an instrument that would be one of the most important things I would ever have in my life for self-esteem, a trombone. A trombone. I mean, who goes, no arms, trombone? They mounted it on the side of a wooden chair that I played with my foot like this. And not only did I get to be a musician, but I found a place to belong. To me, that is probably the most important element we're going to discuss today, at least from my point of view, is creating a sense that you belong, because some people don't believe they do. And that to me was the key element to what changed my life forever. And yes, today I'm a 62-year-old, happily married, successful business guy. But more than anything, I love every single day.
Can I just say something? You actually spoke at my high school, and I remember it. It's one of the, like, one person that I ever remember coming to our school, and I remember you playing for us. And that was over 20 years ago, like, and I still remember that. And when Nomsa said you were coming on, I was like, I know that name. And then I looked you up and I was like, oh my God, I think he played at our high school like years and years ago. And I looked up your story and I was like, I remember that. I remember being like, that guy is amazing. Like, what an amazing person. And it's just like seeing you now is just like the same amazingness.
Thanks, Amanda. You're flattering me. I'm blushing if you can't tell. What did I play? Tell the audience what I played.
I think you played the piano and the trombone, I believe. I can't remember that far back, but I just remember you played.
Remember these?
Yeah.
I played the drums.
Yeah.
Right? I played the drums and the piano. What school, by the way? Sorry, we're having a little conversation now. What school, Amanda?
In Okotoks.
Well, that's just down the road from where I am right now. Yeah, you know.
I'm in Calgary, so.
So if I can tag on to that, Amanda, thank you. This is a great place to put this in, Nomsa. What would you be like if every single day, everything you did was being watched by other people, and your effect on people would be permanent? How would you live your life if you realized you had that potential kind of impact? I've had to embrace that my whole life. And Amanda's being very, very flattering, but she's absolutely dead on. Everybody who's heard me speak, even 30, 40 years ago, remembers the experience. Now, a really good question I would like to ask, a rhetorical question. Is it because I'm so unusual, or is it because I'm so inspirational? Well, I would say it's both, because people do notice I'm very unusual, but they always remember a positive feeling rather than a negative one. If I can do that, anybody can do it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what I remember, is just being like absolutely amazed by your attitude on life and how amazing you could play the piano with your feet. I was like, if somebody can learn how to play the piano with their feet, like you can literally learn anything. And I'm a teacher, so that just like was so inspiring. And then I have a friend who actually like crashed his airplane and relearned how to play the guitar with his left hand because his right hand didn't work properly anymore. And it's just like a similar, like if you have the mindset, you can achieve anything. And it's just so inspirational to hear your story.
Thank you.
I think you're very inspirational, Alvin, is how you speak. You speak with confidence. And I will not remember you as a man without arms. I will remember you as a man that accepted me for who I am, because I know when you go and speak, you charge thousands and thousands of pounds. And actually, when I saw you, I was like, I'm going to message him. If he says no, that's okay, because I know how big you are. But when you came back and said, Nomsa, yes, I'd love to speak on your events. And for me, it's something that I'll remember you. And even when I meet God, I'm going to say, please make sure he goes to heaven when he dies, because you accepted me for who I am. And you did not look me down. You were like, Nomsa, yes, I'd love to come and save you. And I look at people who are in the same position as you, but their response was different. But this is how I'm going to remember you. And I just want you and your wife to know that I will remember you as a man who accepted me as Nomsa Clara Mnuve.
I'm looking down, Nomsa, because I've got my book here. Yeah. I want to show you something, folks.
Okay.
I got my book down here on the floor, which is why I'm looking down.
Okay.
I want your audience to see my family. Now, this is an old picture, but I want people to get the sense of something, because I really want to talk about this before we end the conversation. There's my family. That's an old picture, all right, I confess. We've all aged a little bit, especially with COVID. But when people see my wife in particular, the first thing they say is, oh, she's so beautiful. I know. And how did that happen? All right. I have a line in my speeches, not to get into speaker mode, but I have a line in my speeches that say, when I first spotted her, because let's be blunt about this, human connectivity is really affected by the first impression. There's no question about it. I agree with that idea, although I don't believe first impressions are the most important impression. I believe the one we leave behind is the most impactful one. But when I first spotted Darlene in 1991, I was a single father, divorced, and had a 5-year-old son that lived with me. That was the biggest challenge of my life, I'll tell you, being a single dad, not having no arms. And I met her at a conference I was a guest speaker for, and she was on the organizing committee, which meant we had a closer physical contact with her and the team. And apparently she said this to me after we met. She says, do you realize you were staring at me? And I said, I wasn't staring at you. And she goes, and you were drooling. I wasn't drooling. Okay, maybe I was drooling. But do you ever spot somebody and you go, oh my God, that is a very attractive person. But here is a very strange thought, and I don't want to offend anybody. There's somebody out there for everyone, even us ugly people. I know why I was attracted to her. Why would she be attracted to me? A guy without arms, a kid in the house, right? We weren't young. I always like to say it wasn't the biceps. Attitude can be very attractive, but not the hyper fake, oh, life is perfect attitude. We have to have an attitude of confidence. We have to have an attitude of security. And ironically, that's what COVID took away. We're still in recovery mode from that. And I'm not sure what the bulk of your audience, people's stories are like today, but all I know is I was very fortunate during COVID that my wife and I are not only still attracted to each other, but we are the proverbial soulmates. We're both very spiritual people. We're not overly religious, but we believe very much that there is a thing that goes on in our world, an energy that's all around us. And when we can involve ourselves in that energy, we can do things like today, and it's not lost on me. I do it with great humility, knowing that I have helped a lot of people climb out of serious depression. And I'm not a clinical psychologist. I'm just Alvin. But I think sometimes when people see my story, they kind of put it in perspective as to, really, is my life that bad? Well, you know what? I don't want to judge anybody, but life is never that bad.
And to be honest, it's your energy I love. When you first came on, I didn't notice. It wasn't, you have no arms. I saw you, and it's your energy. There's something about you. And when you've just said that you believe that there's this energy around us and you just need to embody that, you embody it. And that's what makes you attractive. That's what attracts me to you, and thinking, wow, there's an amazing person here. And you're just very matter of fact. You're not bringing in a pity me party at all. And it's beautiful to hear. It really is. And very inspiring. And So how can others sort of show up and give themselves that greatest ability to succeed in everything they do when things are hard?
Well, my first piece of advice, and again, I'm not trying to be an old guy here who's against these things, but I'm going to tell you a story. These things, this thing is a combination of the most perfect invention and the biggest curse ever. Mm-hmm. These are brilliant, right? What you can do with this is brilliant. The trouble is, too many people are addicted to these. And the reason they're addicted to them, I have no idea. But I'm going to use some big fancy new age words coming up here now. They're not being mindful. They're not being conscious. They're not living in the moment. They're missing the moment because they're addicted to these. Do you know the best part about having no arms? Honestly, I can't hold on to this. I got to sit down and look at it. I can't put it in my back pocket and feel it buzz on my butt. Oh, I better take that. And I'm going to say something remarkably disrespectful now. None of you in the world is that important that you can't turn this off for a day. None of you. Not even the Prime Minister of Canada or the President of the United States or the new king in England is that important that they can't go without one of these. And why this is why I'm bringing it up is because that's where it comes from, Carol Ann. It comes from, I want to give your audience a challenge. I was so good at this as a child. My mom was really about a free range childhood, all right? So I was allowed to just go around in our neighborhood. In the summer, we had a beautiful place on a lake. How many of you could spend 8 hours sitting on a dock or on a lawn, just looking up at the sky? I did it all the time. I immersed myself in the environment and in planet Earth and the beauty of our environment. Now, part of it was because I was a single and only child, so I didn't have siblings to be in my space, but also because that was just the way our life was. I'm still like that to this day. I can sit out on our deck at night and watch the stars for hours and not even have this with me. Now, why I'm suggesting that is we need to take these things and get away from what they also bring us. And that is they take away our energy that we're talking about, but more than anything, they take away just space. We need to be calm. We need to be relaxed. We need to be able to understand ourselves from the inside out. And we need to give that to people. That, again, can be very attractive, but it's healthy for us. What I worry about the most has become almost overdone, folks. The worry of mental health. You know, we started to say, we got to talk about mental health. I get the feeling like people are talked out about mental health because that's all anybody talks about. Well, you can feel that way if you want, but mental health is the key. So this is where my abilities come from, is I'm very strong up here, but in here, I'm soulful. And I mean that. And I got that mostly from my mom, who made sure that I understood I'm a blessing, not a curse. And if your audience can start to see that in themselves, no matter what they look, stop looking in mirrors. Mirrors don't define who you are, right? Go volunteer at a shelter. Go take care of puppies and kittens. Go look after the homeless. Go to a hospice shelter. It's all about putting things in the right perspective because we're all blessed, whether you believe in religion or not. All of us. That's how we got here. We are all miracles, every one of us. And I hear people say that. I say that and they go, you don't really mean that. You've got no arms. You can't be a miracle. I am a miracle. I watched my son being born. That's a miracle. But even if you don't have a child or you don't have any stories of your birth, or let's be blunt, you live in a life that doesn't feel very good. Let's be truthful. There's people out there that are living horrible stories, women that are being abused, children that are being abused. I don't want to bring this into it, but that's the trouble with the hyper positive attitude out there is we are almost like we're ignoring the fact that there's a real cold truth out there. No, that is exactly what I am doing, is realizing it's there and then realizing how lucky I am. Realizing, for example, how lucky I am not to live in the Ukraine right now. How about that one?
It's a good point. Really recognize how lucky you are. And people don't. They're so busy with, oh, you know, I haven't got this and I haven't got that. And as you say, take your head out the sand, take your head out that screen. And yeah, I love watching the stars. I know what you were saying. It's like, oh yeah, it's so peaceful. Just watching. I love watching the clouds just scudding across the sky, or the stars. It's beautiful. So immersing yourself in that nature, beautiful thing. Yeah.
Go hiking.
Mm.
That hiking changed my life. It really did. I never hiked until I met my wife, Darlene. And she's going, you're going to learn to hike. And we've hiked some of the most dangerous trails out there. One of my favorite places to go is the islands in Hawaii. So either Maui or Kauai. There's some of the best hiking out there, and it's dangerous. All right. But we do it because I want to be out in nature. But more than anything, I want to immerse myself in what is out there for all of us. And by the way, you don't need to go to Maui to hike. When we live in Calgary, man, there's a park. We're in Southeast. There's a park 10 blocks from our house. That's a beautiful park where you regularly see coyotes and bobcats and caribou and elk or whatever kind of things you might see. No bears down there recently, but that is, again, something people take for granted. I'm sure there's a lot of bears in central London, but the reality is there's all kinds of green space. All we have to do, and where the connection is, and I'm not trying to sound weird about this, I think part of the problem with urban living is we're removed from Mother Nature, which we're intended to be bonded to, not something that we just think about by looking out the window to see if it's raining or not. We need to bond ourselves and immerse ourselves in whatever that looks like. I'm going to say something real quick, and this might not even fit anything we're talking about today. I noticed before COVID, these home gymnasiums were going crazy. The Peloton. Everyone was buying Peloton bikes, and they're working out in their home. And the story, of course, my wife can acknowledge this. She doesn't really like going to the gym to work out. She says mostly because all she does is get hit on, which is pretty pathetic. But the reality is people started moving their own fitness into their own homes. Treadmills, stair climbers, fine, be fit. But really? You should be riding your bike out on the road. You should be climbing a stair up on the hills outside your town. You should be going out in nature to get your exercise, because that is the key. Not how many cycles you can do in your basement to rock and roll music. Sorry, I'm not a fitnik, but to me, you've got to immerse yourself in the blessings we've been given by this planet. Oh, and by the way, here's one that I think really affects people. All we're hearing is about how our planet is imploding because of global warming. Okay, that's true. But how much is it depressing people to think that our planet is imploding? God, I get so tired of all the negative rhetoric around it. Is it happening? Do we need to do something? Yeah, but please don't be living in a doomsday brain.
I was laughing with what you were talking about the hikes, because you live in Calgary too. And I was like, the hardest one I've ever done is Yamnuska. But I was like, I don't know how you would get across the chains if you'd done that one.
No, I haven't done. I'm also smart enough to know, no, that's not one I'm going to do.
But I just did Pocatello Ridge last week, and it was so beautiful. The larches changing color is just like breathtaking. It was amazing. But I love what you said about being mindful with these, because as a teacher, I talk with my kids about what is it that you're doing with the phone? So are you being mindful creators, or are you being passive consumers, and are you addicted to it? And that addiction piece is the problem, because we have so much power with these, but we're not using it. We're using it in a self-destructive way. And I just love what you said about that. And I love what you said about our mindset towards things that are going on in the world. And I just wonder how you help people shift that mindset.
Well, I think, Amanda, I really appreciate that. I think I don't have to do anything. I'll give you an example. This happens to me all of the time. And it just happened to me 3 days ago in Pittsburgh. I was coming back from a speaking engagement to a middle school down there on a special day they were having. I had a lot of time. So I chose to go to this sandwich restaurant. Okay, audience, be ready. I eat with my feet. Okay, I wash them first, but there is nothing in the world that will make you go, I can't unsee that than watching me eat a big corned beef sandwich with sauerkraut and cheese on it, okay? Squishing it. So I'm having this sandwich in the Pittsburgh airport, and I happen to be sitting along the edge of the walkway where everybody's going by. I wish you could make this stuff up. 3 different individuals, they did not interrupt me mid-bite. 3 different individuals came up to me, tapped me on the shoulder, and said, "You are so inspiring." Geez, I'm having lunch. Thank you very much. Do you know what a weight that is on my shoulders sometimes to know that, I told this earlier, I'm constantly being watched. So therefore, what does that mean? I think people forget what they've got. I just think they do. It's not intentional. It just slips our minds because we're too busy not focusing on gratitude. You know, again, Amanda and I are having Canadian Thanksgiving. Let me give you a quick, really quick story where this gratitude mindset came from. Very quickly, 1966, I'm ready to go to school. There's a school right across the street from our house in Little Yorkton. The problem was public schools did not allow handicapped children to enroll. That was the rule in 1966. There was a special school, they called it, across town for all of those that were not typical. I laugh at it now because it was ludicrous. It was like a handicapped daycare center, all right, with no disrespect. But mom and dad were practical. We live across the street from a school. And the school basically said, we can't do this. Well, why not? Well, we've never done it. And my mom and dad are going, well, neither have we. The way we gain discovery is by doing things we've never done before. Going places we've never traveled to, experiencing things we've never experienced, but knowing that we will, whether we gain something from it or not, better ourselves for the attempt, because it's a mindset of improvement. Mom and dad made them understand that I could be a regular student, right? I could hold a book in my feet, okay? I could turn the pages. I could write with my toes. Everything had to be adapted to like a lower desk. But even my iPad, I can type on my iPad with my toes. So that's how I've adapted. But the point is, the school said, we'll give it a try. And 12 years later, I graduated with honors. And I am, again, one of those stories that you hear in Yorkton about, oh yeah, that law kid, he was the first disabled child to go to public school. Now, is that a banner that I put up? No. Here's what it is. People think education is a right. I don't agree. Education is a privilege. So if we start to live our life like it's a privilege rather than a right, we approach every single day in a very, very special way. And if we can teach that to others, but the trouble is we become so me as a society, partially again because of these, but also partially again because a few years ago, something tilted. Parents started telling their kids that, well, I don't want you to have challenges, honey. I don't want you to have obstacles, dear. I want to take away the tough things in your life because I had a tough life and I don't want you to have that life. That is the most backwards thing I've ever heard in my life. The reason that we are resilient is because we've had stuff to make us resilient. And I believe it was the heart of the bullying story. Was bullying real? Sure. It's been around for 500 years or more. But we sure started to focus on it because, well, you can't pick on me. You know what I used to do to bullies when they picked on me? I can't believe I'm telling you guys this. I threw rocks at them. I hit a kid right in the middle of the forehead once from 20 feet. It cut his head. It shut him up. He never bullied me again, and I got detention. But that's okay. I was willing to live with that because I wanted people to know you're not dealing with somebody here that's going to put up with that. Now, would I recommend violence? Of course not. Of course not. Don't fight back. But what we need to have in our hearts is more of a sense, not of entitlement, but of wonderful gratitude.
It's that being a stand, having that gratitude, but letting people know that they can't mess with you. And I totally get it. And if it takes throwing that stone, then so be it. But also, it's great that you accepted the consequences. You got detention. There has to be consequences. But as you say, that bully never did it again. And this is the lessons that we can learn in school. And this is what I keep saying, that this is where you learn. It's what's happening. It's how people are with you, how you know, the children are with you, how the teachers are showing up. That's your true lessons. And once you start dealing with those, that's what gives you the strength to deal with life that throws you curveballs, or other people, you know, adults that show up and attempt to put you down. So,
well, you know, sorry to interrupt you, Caroline, but this is really, really strangely important that I bring this up now, and not a coincidence that you mentioned it. The school that I spoke at in Pennsylvania last week was a middle school, and I haven't had an assembly that was that kind of, it wasn't disruptive, they weren't disrespectful, but I noticed this wasn't like before COVID. So when I asked the administrator who brought me in, I said, was it just me, or did I notice they seemed unsettled? She goes, I know. Our school used to be perfect behaviorally in assemblies. She goes, I can tell we haven't had one for 2.5 years. In 2.5 years, and Amanda, you'd know about this more than anybody in the room, I'm thinking. In 2.5 years, our kids lost their ability to be together, and therefore they lost social skills. In fact, it's more than it even magnified even more the differences in our society. And I think that's the disturbing part. And what that's got to do with this conversation is simple. We should never expect people to learn something unless we teach them. Let me say that again. We should never expect people to learn something unless we teach them. Okay? Thinking that everybody just gets this is the wrong answer, in my opinion. It's one of the reasons I love what I do, is I'm not a teacher per se, but I'm constantly teaching. And I'm constantly giving people a different mindset, and especially kids. When kids see what I do, you know, even next door, we've got a next door neighbor that moved in the summer. We weren't here. My son was here. Doesn't matter why I'm telling you this, but we got new neighbors, and they have 2 little girls. Well, one of the first things that I did was go over to introduce myself to the family. So the 2 little girls, I gave them a copy. I'm not flogging my book, okay? I gave them a copy of my book. I said, read this, and then we'll chat. That was huge, because now they don't have to wonder, how does he get dressed? How does he eat? How does he? The answer is in the book. So now I'm just the next door neighbor, Alvin, and his wife, Darlene, and the dog, Murphy, and the cat, Sunny. We're a normal family. Oh, and by the way, please, could we stop using the expression, the new normal? There's no new normal. There's just normal every day. I'm normal. You're normal. We're all normal.
Yeah.
What I've seen in schools, actually, we have the exact same problem. We've tried to do 2 assemblies since the start of the school year, and the kids are bananas. They don't know how to behave in them, because, like, I teach grade 5, and they haven't been in an assembly since they were in grade 2. And so they've forgotten all of those social cues and different things. But one thing that I've seen a huge increase in is anxiety. And I don't know if you have any expertise in helping people through anxiety pieces, or kids helping them through anxiety, because that's what I've seen skyrocket in the schools. And that's what I'm super worried about as an educator.
I wish I had an answer for you, Amanda. I'm not an expert on that. I think anxiety is something that, you're right. I got anxiety. I've never been anxious in my life. COVID gave me anxiety. All of a sudden, okay, I'm going to be really selfish now, talk about me. The week of March 13th, 2020, I lost 62 speaking engagements in 10 days. They just went away. That would be like, I guess, losing your job, period. I didn't have any income for almost 2 years. Little bits here and there. I did a few things online with Zoom stuff, but there were no budgets. Companies weren't paying to have events. Schools were closed. There was nowhere to go. At first, it seemed like a lovely holiday, but then it got really anxious for me, and even my wife noticed it. And I'm gonna say, this is gonna sound very, very defeatist. I don't know what I would tell people to do. What I did do was recognize I can't do anything, so I'm going to take advantage of the time. All right. I read more. I played more video games. I'm not going to lie. I watched more movies. Of course, Netflix sure timed COVID well, didn't they? As one server, as examples. For kids, I wish I knew. And this is going to be a mystery. And I'm going to give up on this one. I don't know what to tell them other than one idea. And that is to immerse them in finding, if they're going to insist on looking at these. All right. they're going to insist on using their iPads or whatever device they've got, direct them to inspirational stories of people like me, like Nelson Mandela, like Michael Jordan, like LeBron James. LeBron James has one of the most inspiring stories in humanity. Look up his story. Go and find documentaries. Get kids reading again. This is a beautiful anti-anxiety device. You can get kids and insist they have to sit and read, not even on their device, a real book, because there's something about the feel of a book. Even writing, I don't know what you teach them, Amanda, writing with an instrument on a piece of paper. Look at there's a young one. Writing with a pen between your toes here, but on a piece of paper, journaling. It's hard to give you an answer, and I apologize, but I'm telling you what I think we need to do with kids more than anything is make them understand there is a proper behavioral etiquette in our society. I'll give you one example real quick. I don't go to church anymore, and that's nobody's business really, but I tell you that because I went to church my whole life. We just haven't found a church in Calgary that does it for us. But what I learned was to sit in church. Do we teach them that anymore? You know what I mean? Like I love it when schools say, we don't really have assemblies because we tried one once and they didn't behave. No kidding. You got to teach them to behave. So I would say, Amanda, you're in for a tough go to get rid of that anxiety. But all I can tell you is that time will shift this. COVID will be in our rearview mirror. I hope. That's all I can say to the answer.
Yeah, thank you. I just think that mindfulness piece, right, of being conscious of it is huge. Sorry, children just woke up. I think that mindfulness piece is really, really important because kids, like you said, reading a book, sitting down and reading a book and learning how to just be is so important, and to recognize those social skills that are super important. Caroline or Nomza, do you have any questions for Alvin?
It says on your website, it says, let's show everyone a path that they will want to follow. How can you help someone with your frame who is broken?
Well, I said it already. I think my favorite thing for me personally is reading stories of others' inspiration, to know that it's not just me. So, I mean, I'm trying to think of Michelle Obama's book. Any woman that's going through struggle should read Michelle Obama's book. I mean, is it perfect? No. But there's so many things. Go to the self-help section of your library or your bookstore, and you will find out why there's so many in there. Okay, it is an industry. I will acknowledge that. But I think telling somebody, lecturing somebody, talking to somebody like I'm going to really be blunt with you. Okay, in my home, when Darlene and I have a couples day, right? She could care less I'm Alvin Law, the inspirational guy. In fact, she will often say, enough with the Alvin Law inspirational guy BS. Okay. What I'm saying that for is if you tried to help someone close to you, that may work. But I always call these products the third party endorsement. Now, I think in my days of speaking, so many people like Amanda remember me because I guess I'm memorable, but more than anything, I'm telling them things their parents tell them every single day, but they listen to me. Why? Because I'm a stranger. I'm coming in with no agenda. And they're thinking, these kids are thinking, how did he know that? Well, because it's very, very important general knowledge. Chores matter, right? Accountability matters. Working hard, doing your homework, studying, they matter. When I say that, they kind of look at me and go, yeah, I guess he's telling the truth. So if you can take that same sentiment with other individuals that are struggling, especially people that are struggling with reality. Again, reality is out there, and I'm not trying to brush over it. I think, okay, so here's a reality check for a moment. When the Me Too movement came out about the sexual abuse of women, whether physically or mentally or both, the Harvey Weinstein bunch, okay, that made our society very uncomfortable. but we had to be uncomfortable so we could learn from it. When we had the George Floyd problem, we didn't want to admit that, especially if we're white, right? But it was real, and we had to acknowledge it, and we had to admit it. In Canada, the scoop and the residential schools, reconciliation, we don't want to talk about it because it makes us uncomfortable. Exactly. But we need to talk about uncomfortable things until they get comfortable. And that's a very similar thing to anybody's personal mental health. Whatever it takes, having the phone handy in case they need to call you at 3 o'clock in the morning because they're having a meltdown, whatever it takes. But we need to understand there isn't one little tiny pill you can take to get better. And we've become a society that's full of take a pill and get better. No, pills are covering up the problem. We need to fix ourselves forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Pills aren't the problem. Go on, Amanda. Sorry. No, go on.
about it's not just a one quick fix. And Alvin, I just did PD day on yesterday on truth and reconciliation and that uncomfortableness of it, but also like that we have to learn from history. And there's so many parallels to what the Canadian government did with mandates with the First Nations to things that they are still doing to this day. And it's just mind blowing that it's still happening. And unless we learn that and get uncomfortable, is really, there's so much growth in that uncomfortableness, right? Like when I first started coming on the talk show, was uncomfortable to be online and scary, but now it's comfortable. And I just think that uncomfortableness piece, like how do you help people get out of their comfort zone and grow?
Well, as I said before, they need to do things, whether it's enroll in something like a course, a training program, an assignment like this, a day like today, an online forum where they can go and visit. Here's the problem, Amanda, to be a little bit negative for a moment. Most people are not going to places online that help them grow. That is the one huge drawback of the internet, right? We can find a place where we have matched minds, but that's not always healthy, right? I mean, I think of the right supremacist movement, any of that, they've got so many people that are finding places to hang out together, and they're saying, yeah, see, it's okay to be a pedophile. I'm sorry to be rude, but you know what I mean? That is the negative side of this. So we have to kind of change what the internet can look like for people, that it can be a place to go and watch TED Talks, that it can be a place where people can go and watch other. And I know I had this conversation with someone just the other day. They said, why aren't you on TikTok? Well, I'm not on TikTok, not because I don't understand the power of the platform, but because my gut tells me if I were to go on TikTok, I would be viewed as a novelty rather than an inspiration. Look how I can hold my cup up with my foot. Ooh, I got thousands of followers on TikTok. Hey, do you see that guy from Canada? He drinks a coffee cup with his foot. That's demeaning. And I think that's why we need to guide people to go to places and do things that help them get better. But here's the thing that we have stopped doing: making our kids volunteer. That to me got missed somewhere in the mix of our last 25 years. I have been a volunteer for charity since 1976. I've helped raise over $225 million for charity, and I am bragging. But it wasn't that gave me this sense of myself. It was being around things that volunteering means. So in my case, volunteering for charities for children with special needs, seeing what their lives can be like, putting things in perspective. Okay, here's a perspective thing. I want everyone to listen to this for just a moment. It's going to be a quick story. And it happened for real 5 days ago. I'm flying down to Pittsburgh. I'm sitting across from a gentleman, very good looking man, nicely dressed, very, very professional. And I'm chatting with the person next to me on this side because people are curious. So as we're standing in line to get off the plane, he says to me, the guy across the aisle that I wasn't talking to, he said, I wasn't eavesdropping, but I am so inspired to hear you tell your neighbor your story today. He says, is there a way I can get a hold of you? I said, sure. I gave him a business card. He said, where do you live? I said, Calgary. So this was actually a flight from Toronto. So he said, well, I live in Toronto, but maybe we can be in touch. I said, why? because I'm thinking maybe he's got a job for me. Here's a COVID story. This man is married, has 2 smaller children. They're all very active. I'm guessing by the looks of this guy, he's probably got one of those television families where everybody looks perfect, right? And then he tells me his mood shifted a little bit. He said, well, I'm going to tell you a little story, and I'm struggling right now with even telling you. Okay, we're standing there waiting to get off the plane. He says, 3 months into COVID, everybody was stuck at home. We didn't know what to do. So we followed the cues. We bought bicycles and we started to go out bicycling as a family. And then one day my wife had an accident and we were all together at the time. And she went over the top of her handlebar, fell awkwardly, and she's now a quadriplegic. What? I'm listening to this guy, right? I said, what? She goes, yeah. He says, yeah, it's real. And I said, oh my God. I said, I can't believe you're telling me this story. He says, I can't believe I'm telling you this story either, because it still doesn't feel real. But he says, the worst part wasn't having a quadriplegic wife. It was that we couldn't even go into the hospital to see her for 6 months. Can you imagine me going for a bike ride, going home after the ambulance has taken my wife to the hospital, and all we can do is sit in our home and take phone calls? We couldn't go, and they couldn't see their mom. They couldn't be there to comfort her. And my wife was in the hospital all by herself. Can you imagine what that was like? And I'm like, I'm almost shivering telling this story, because what do you do to this guy? Say, oh, just get over it. Oh, just move on. See, those words don't work. So we need to understand somebody's always got a bigger problem. And if we can instill that into our own sense of ourselves, then we will wake up every single day feeling like life is so sweet. And I'm sorry to use that as an example, but it just shook me to the core to think, oh my God, what's this guy going to do in the future? Who knows? I hope he gets a hold of me, because I want to send him a book. Whether that helps or not, I don't know. All I know is I am so inspired by the stories of others, not just mine.
It's amazing. As you say, you just don't know what's behind the picture that you see, that person that looks perfectly dressed or, presents, well, it could be a perfect family. And that story, it's like, wow.
Yeah, everybody's got a story, right, Caroline? Everybody's got a story.
Yep. Yeah. And it's their story that actually people don't realize that your story can make an impact on someone else. And it doesn't have to be a big, story that's full of trauma. It's a story. It's something you've been through, something that you've managed. It can be a small story, but it can still have an impact with somebody else. And the fact that you were able to, you've written your book. I love the fact that you've got that to hand to your neighbor, so that they get to know you in that way, and then your conversation is different. And what I talk about is actually leading with your story. And that's exactly what you've done. You've led the way with your story, and you can do that in your life, in your business. And so, writing your story is a really important thing. How did you find writing your story? Did you actually find that there was that helped you as well, personally? Personally?
I had a giggle reaction, Carol Ann, because this book, and honestly, I'm not a book vlogger. This book started out being, it's called Alvin's Laws of Life. Okay, now that we've got it here, the only place you can get this, by the way, unfortunately, and because of the contractual issue, is on my website. And the second question a lot of people ask, is it on audio? That's another problem we had. I actually recorded it. A company out of the States that turned out to be shady did it. I didn't know that. So I lost control of that, but it's gone. So we're actually redoing the audiobook. But this is called Alvin's Laws of Life, 5 Steps to Successfully Overcome Anything. There's my tagline. But the reason I mentioned that is because I didn't plan to write a book, but I was journaling. And I had 900 pages of manuscript. And then I gave it to my wife on a Friday afternoon. She had read it all by Monday. She came to me and said, this is what she said, okay? I wouldn't buy this if it was free. So I said, thanks, honey. I love you too. She goes, we need to find an editor. So that's exactly what we did. And the editor gave me the consciousness to go from it being an autobiography story, and I'm just finding another page to show you here, to a story that has almost my Stephen Covey habits, you know, the 7 habits of highly effective people. So here's my Alvin's laws of life, okay? There are 5 laws.
Yeah.
They spell my name, ALVIN. Attitude, learning, valuing your life and spirit, imagination, and never giving up. Those laws I recommend to people to write their own, to put it up on a wall, preferably the first thing they see when they get up, their own set of values, almost like their own personal mission statement. All right. That was inspired, believe it or not, by a little plaque I got in 1981. I happened to be in a small town in Saskatchewan speaking. It was the International Year of Disabled Persons. So there was a lot of events happening around the theme. And of course, I have a great story to tell, yada, yada, yada. This elderly woman that loves to laminate greeting cards on pieces of varnished wood, you know, a little hobby of hers, came up to me and gave me this plaque. She doesn't even know me. And I have that plaque to this day. And I'll tell you where it is, on the wall, facing when I sit down on the toilet or on the loo to do my morning business. There's the plaque. And the plaque says, I'm not afraid of tomorrow, for I have seen yesterday and I love today. Let me say it again. I'm not afraid of tomorrow, for I've seen yesterday and I love today. So the laws are kind of like that. They're sort of meant to be more of a guidebook to how we live our lives. Once I got the direction of being a guidebook, then it was easy. But it's unfortunately been out for like 14 years, 15 years, and I haven't written the next one. So the next book that I'm writing, finally, I was going to do it during COVID, but I just couldn't do it. It wasn't working. I'm going to be calling, ironic that we're having this conversation, Turn the Page.
Oh, nice.
The second book of Alvin Law's life story is going to be Turn the Page. And Turn the Page is significant for so many reasons. When I moved to Calgary to go to college in 1978, I decided to start my own new life. It's ironic we're having this conversation like this too, because I never would have thought about that. I didn't have a bad life. I had a great life. But I'm now moving to Calgary all by myself. Hey, here's a reality check. In 1978, I couldn't even go to the bathroom by myself. I could do the bathroom stuff, but I couldn't do my pants. I couldn't do my zipper because I didn't have adaptive clothing like I do now. All of my clothing is adapted now, so I can dress myself. My shirts have always been fixed up like this, but I needed help going to the bathroom. So I came to college a total stranger to everybody. And I thought, if I'm going to get people to help me go to the bathroom, I better be a kind of a guy that people want to hang out with. So I didn't fake it per se, but I created this Alvin Law. Alvin Law was just Alvin in Yorkton when I grew up. Now, all of a sudden, I'm Alvin Law, going into broadcasting, becoming an entertainer, becoming a musician, but more than anything, becoming a magnet. That is the essence of what I say to young kids in particular. Imagine if you, by the way, this doesn't need to be for young kids. This can be for anybody watching this podcast. You are creating your own life story. Like, hey, what did Nelson Mandela say about his life and his future? You're the captain of your ship, the captain of your soul, to paraphrase. You are the writer of your story. And if it's a sad story, I acknowledge that. But nobody wants to read a sad story. You can take a sad story that turns into a happy story. But it must be on your shoulders, in your life path, to find something that you can say. And by the way, this is really important that everybody hear this. You don't need to be famous to have a story. All right. I don't want to be rude here, but this is one of my pet peeves. The Kardashians. Can someone explain the Kardashians to me? Because I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. Why do young women want to be the Kardashian sisters? Why? Are they good looking? Sure, in a Playboy magazine kind of way. But the reality is, and people say, oh no, they have their own business, they're smart women. Fine. If you look up any of their social media or watch their TV show, it doesn't look like it to me. Okay? There are people in your school, Amanda, that are writing their own stories of their life, right? And they're not famous. We don't have to be famous to have an important story because it's our story.
And I think that's super important. I've written 9 children's books, and I'm working on an adult collaborative book on how yoga empowered your life, and just reading, like I'm putting together everybody's piece right now. And it's just like, I'm reading through them all and editing them. And it's just like so inspiring to see everybody's story, because we all have a story. We all have different things that we've struggled with, and reading that's so normal, right? Sometimes we just think there's something wrong with me because I'm struggling, but really that's completely normal, and it's actually empowering it's to like step through that struggle with that mindset of like, how can I love today? And I think, is there anything that helps you just like love today, or that you could give to our audience to be like, this is how you can love today?
Yeah, so the first thing is, and again, I'm not trying to bash this device one more time, but here is the truth, okay? My wife, Darlene, we talked very little about her today. She's also a feng shui master, okay? So feng shui, of course, is that people go, oh, that's that new age thing. Yeah, it's only 5,000 years old from Asia. It's about the energy we feel in an environment. It's why brick water features have become so popular. It's why we see so much more glass. It's why we see so many more different designs. And in fact, there are zones in your home that are feng shui zones. Darlene does all of this. She also has rods that can measure your energy. Believe it or not, like water rods. She can hold up the rods and measure. My energy goes off the charts all the time, okay? But it's not an uncomfortable energy. If you were to be in the same room with me, you'd feel it, all right? But why I mention it is because if we start out these things, the first thing we do is look at this, or look at the news, or read the bad stories on the front page of the newspaper. We automatically start our day off in a negative vibration. If we have a positive vibration when we start our day, I get up every morning and take my dog down the back alley in Calgary here to a green space where we play with this tennis ball. You can't theoretically have a lousy day if you're playing tennis with your dog at 8 o'clock in the morning. You just can't. And then I come back and have a coffee, and I read the comics in the Calgary Herald. And then I came into my office and I turn on my TV and I put on the Food Channel. I don't put on CNN. I would never put on Fox, because that is the worst mental health device there is. And I don't watch anything that brings negativity into my mainstream of my mind. That doesn't mean I'm avoiding reality. I know there's a war in the Ukraine. I know there's global warming. I know there's bad things happening. But the big question is, how are those things affecting my personal life? And I'm one of the lucky ones. So how can I have a bad day? I can look at my beautiful wife, Darlene, who's still gorgeous, and say, honey, we've been together since 1991. How did that happen? I didn't dream that as a teenager. I didn't dream anything as a teenager because I couldn't even get a girl to hold my foot. Imagine my wife holds this with intimacy. And people are going, ugh, exactly. She doesn't. Maybe you may want to reevaluate who you're spending time with as well, because we need to be comfortable with people, even people that don't make us comfortable at first. It just grows us as human beings. So that's my key to success every day. You know, it's funny, we're having Thanksgiving, as I've mentioned 3 or 4 times now. Every day needs to be Thanksgiving. Every day needs to be waking up and going, thank you. Thank you for my life. Thank you for my imperfections. Thank you for my warts and my no hair. Thank you for giving me glasses so I can see even though I hate them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we can make that part of our daily mantra, even if we don't feel like it, it'll come to us. Everything is about intention. Everything is about energy. And indeed, everything's about attraction, the magnet that we can have in our hearts and souls by simply loving life and showing other people the same thing. Yes, I do that too, see?
Thank you so much, Alvin. Thank you so much. That is amazing. We have Dr. Wendy is in the house. Dr. Wendy, how much time are you going to give it to us?
I'm here. I have at least a half hour, maybe more.
Okay. And Alvin Lowe, we haven't got actually, we had the other speakers canceling because of internet. We haven't got anyone for 7 o'clock. We have a speaker for 7:30. Do you want to come back or you've done with us?
Actually, to be honest with you, I have another one coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, what's really funny, I'll just say this, Nomsa, I would love to stay around, but what happened is with COVID did one thing in my life. It introduced the internet to me in the best possible way. It didn't become a drag or an anchor. It became liberation. I probably did it 130 or so. I did a number check one time, 130 podcasts, whether they were live or recorded, about 15 or 20 Zoom conferences that were recorded for clients. And that's still in action to this day. I get people from all over the world contacting me saying, would you be on my show? I'm not doing another show today, but what I'm also doing is a Zoom call with a client because I've been so busy lately. And that is actually in 25 minutes. So I can always Zoom back in if I do get some space. But other than that, Nomsa, let me just tell you this. I think it's important you have all kinds of people here today because all of these wonderful human beings will show the variance of stories. And if everybody's paying attention, they'll notice one thing. We all have one thing in common, Nomsa. That is you, my dear. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for coming to us. We have a talk show anyway, so you have my contact details. Anytime you want to come to my talk show, please do let me know, and I'll also send you your talk later. And stay blessed and love to your wife, and say to her, I thank her very much for allowing you to come here. And she's the one who is responsible. She sent me the contract very quickly. I was like, that's not Alvin. Alvin, it takes days to reply. But she replied with the contract very quickly and say thank you on my behalf. And God bless you. And we'll see you next time. We're definitely going to have you back. And Amanda, she's based in Canada as well. So I'll connect you guys.
Yeah, Amanda, we're the same neighbor. Yeah. And for anyone who's watching this, by the way, I mean this sincerely, this is not a marketing tool. If you want to email me with any personal questions, I want to acknowledge I'm not a professional psychologist or psychiatrist, but I'd be more than happy to answer your email. If you look it up, it's just info@alvinlaw.com. info@alvinlaw.com. Please don't be shy. If you're having a tough day, if you're struggling with mental health, if you need some advice, I'd be more than happy to give you my amateur Alvin Law reply, because I think we can make this planet better. I know I've been doing it for 41 years. I'm not patting myself on the back because I can't do that anyway, but I will tell you, we're all in this together. God bless.
Thank you so much. Stay blessed. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you so much, Dr. Wendy. How are you doing?
Hi, well, what an inspiration Alvin Law is. My goodness, I'm so happy I got to see that ending there. Wow, he's something. Reminding us how important it is to show up and be grateful every day, no matter what's going on.
I know. So it's amazing. I just thank God for this coaches and the speakers that have been able to come today to inspire and to playing a big impact to our audience. So I thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Wendy, and everyone who's been here. And would you like to introduce yourself to our audience and tell them who you are and what you do? If I introduce you myself, I love to introduce people, but I always feel that I'm going to leave something very, very important. So, but if you introduce yourself, you will tell the audience exactly who you are. And if they are suffering with something, you are a good fit for them.
Okay, well, you can go ahead and introduce me. I'll see what I can add to it. How's that?
Amanda, do you want to introduce her?
I don't know. Is there a thing on the list, or because I don't know Dr. Wendy?
Okay. Dr. Wendy, she's a master relationship coach, a psychologist, and self-development trainer. And she has been helping people, transforming people's lives for many, many years, over 20 years. And she has helped couples, singles, And she is a mentor that connects people with relationship, with communications, communicate and rejuvenates relationship, a mentor for relationship coaching institutes. And Love in 90 Days University. So you didn't coach, what's her name, Shanda, did you?
Who is that?
You didn't coach Sanda Samta?
No, I don't think so. I don't recognize.
Okay, yeah, okay. She always talk about how she found someone online who coached her how to find love in 90 days.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking.
We have a lovely group of mentors. I'm one of them for that organization, as well as the Relationship Coaching Institute.
And she's an author as well. And would you like to talk about the book that you've written and your roadmap as well, so the audience can understand more from you?
Oh, sure, yeah, and I'm going to share more at the end as well. So that's this book. It's called The Roadmap to Success, and that's with Deepak Chopra. So I was honored to be part of that. I'm sure you've heard of Deepak Chopra. And my contribution is my roadmap to relationship success, because I think it's so important to have a roadmap instead of just blindly hoping that you'll bump into the love of your life and live happily ever after, like in fairy tales and romance novels and the movies we see. So I created a nice roadmap, and I'm going to share more about that towards the end of our program. And I'm offering that as a gift for all the people who are on the show, all the people listening. You get that as a completely free gift from me. So that's kind of nice. You get your roadmap to relationship success, and to help you, have somebody holding your hand along the way and help you get clear about some of the things that have stopped you in the past, and how to overcome those challenges and hurdles and limiting beliefs, and move forward towards creating a life that you love and attracting the love that you want.
So what's one of your things that you do to help people attract the love that you want, or one of your biggest suggestions for them?
Oh, okay. So first, I want to just thank you so much for being here, being part of your Breakthrough Challenge Survival Summit. And I was going to be talking about how to find somebody after a breakup, because that's what Namsa asked me to talk about. So that's one of the things I help people do is, well, how to find somebody after, breaking up with a romantic partner, because often that's when they show up and they're feeling devastated and feeling like, oh my God, I'll never have love again, and this is so hard. And sometimes people are on the verge of giving up, but I have a little bit of hope when they come to me. They have to have, some idea that it's possible, so that I help them to build that. So I'll give you an example from my own life. Many years ago, when I was young, in my 20s, I was a graduate student at University of California in Irvine. And I was with this guy for years and years. And we became engaged to get married. And I thought I had to be with him. I just thought, well, this is my guy. This is how it has to be. This is my life. I've got it all figured out. And, we'll get married, we'll have kids, blah, blah, blah. And he was kind of aligned with that. But then I actually got a job being a psychology professor all the way across the country in North Carolina. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to come out there. And then he decided, nope, not going to do it. Broke up the engagement. So at the time, I was just devastated. And I know many of you understand that feeling. Like, oh my God, this is, I had like tunnel vision, like that. This is my guy. This is what I'm doing. And so I thought, oh, I had to give up on my dream. Does that sound familiar? Like where you think that was my dream, that was my hope, that was my chance, and now it's gone. So that was really hard, right? It's that's often where people start out with me, like, oh, geez, this is so painful. And you think there's nothing, what is there for me? But I had a great epiphany and realization that, oh my gosh, guess what? I get to keep my dream. I don't have to give up on my dream. So that's the huge lesson for all of you. When you have a breakup and you think, I'm just crushed, and it hurts, right? It hurts. But you're not stuck in that place. You don't have to give up on your dream. So obviously I kept my dream. I didn't have to be with that guy, and thank goodness. And looking back, like, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? No, he was not the right one. So you get to keep your vision. It doesn't have to be with the person who just recently broke your heart. So you know what I ended up doing was like planning my own honeymoon. I got, at the time, I went on a tour of Europe with a group of young people and had a blast. It was super fun. And I was like, opened my eyes. There's a whole world of possibilities out there. So if you have a broken heart, if you're feeling like there's no hope for you, that you absolutely have a choice right now. I mean, you probably heard that in an old saying, you pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and start all over again. Well, you can actually do it. I know it sounds kind of trite right now, but getting the support to let go of somebody makes such a difference. And this time you're wiser and better able to move forward. That's the idea. So I like to help people to, make that step to let go and prepare for love again. Would you like to hear more about that?
Yeah, so the next question is exactly that. How do we let go and prepare to love again? What is it? What is your strategies for that?
Yeah, well, the first thing is to remember you really are stronger than you know. We think, oh, I can't do this. It's so hard. I mean, I talk to people every day and they're telling me, oh, this is such a challenge. It's so hard, but well, you can get support, but really you're stronger than you know. And first thing is let yourself feel whatever's there. Like, okay, you're devastated, you're upset, whatever the emotions are, don't gloss over them. Don't pretend like there's nothing happening for you. So, take the time to feel your feelings. So don't resist or ignore what's there. So often people will push it away. Like, oh, I'm okay. This isn't bothering me. But no, if it's real, it's real. So let yourself feel it. But the trick is you don't want to be wallowing in this, it gets horrible if you're wallowing in it. So I like to help people, move along. Yes, you feel it deeply, and then we shift out of it. So one thing you can do if you just like broke up with somebody, you want to have some distance between yourself and this person. So you're not seeing this person, you're not doing the things that remind you of this person, you're maybe letting go of whatever the things are that keep you kind of tied to that relationship. So that's one thing. And you can also start asking yourself, well, what did I learn? What did I learn from this? What can I take away so I don't repeat the same old thing, so I don't attract this same kind of person again? So I can tell you again from personal experience, it starts with you. So a few years after that broken engagement, I was still very clear about my vision and my dream. I knew I wanted to have a wonderful partner. I wanted to have a family. And at the time I was dating a guy who was wishy-washy about being a dad, about having kids, and maybe not, I don't know, back and forth, all this. Is that familiar? Have you ever heard that kind of thing? Anybody listening? I'm sure it rings a bell. So guess what I learned? Maybe means what, people? What do you think? pretty much no. Yeah. And Amanda's like, no. Yeah. That's a big lesson, right? You want to learn that early on. Somebody's giving you this, maybe, I don't know, that, yeah, what it means is they want you to hang around and be with them, but they're not going to agree to whatever it is you want. So that's not somebody who's aligned with you. That's not somebody who shares your vision. So I learned, then I was the one to let go, and it didn't last years and years like the previous one. So you can do this. You can learn, you can grow, you can survive and thrive and really change. You can get support, and you don't have to do this by yourself. So you want to look at what you've learned, and also get clear about, well, what doesn't work for you? Does it work for you to be in a relationship with somebody who doesn't share your vision, who doesn't want the same things? No. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work, people. It doesn't work. So, start to get clear. Well, what will you say no to? What are the things that don't work for you? So it's getting that courage up. And maybe some of you have tolerated things that you're starting to realize are not really tolerable. So, like, I would never dream of tolerating bad behavior. I do have an 11-year-old son, though, right now. So sometimes that's different. But still, it's important in your love relationships. You don't want to put up with whatever it is, like a lack of respect or lack of kindness. You deserve to have that loving connection. You're lovable just as you are. You deserve to be loved, to be respected, to be acknowledged and supported for who you are. So super important things that we often forget about when we're feeling heartbroken and all this. And I mean, it's, yes, feel your feelings, but focus on your own self-care. That's what we tend to forget. So important, that piece to, you come first. If you're not loving and kind to yourself and you expect somebody else to be loving and kind to you, that's hard. You got to start with you.
Yeah, one of the mantras whenever I'm struggling with that sort of stuff is that I'm love, I'm loving, and I'm lovable, and to keep repeating that to myself, and to tell people to repeat that to themselves, so that your brain actually starts to believe it, because we all are loving and lovable, simply just because we are here. And I think so often when we're going through breakups and stuff, we forget about those things. We forget that we are lovable just because we exist, and we are loving. And often when we're struggling with a breakup, that those things that we know within ourselves, we often forget about, because we're stuck in this anxiety cycle of this was my plan, right? Your narrow vision that you were talking about. Can you tell us about your roadmap to greater confidence, clarity, and relationship success?
I could, but do you want to hear more other stuff first, or are we?
Yeah, it's whatever. The next question was says
we could maybe we'll get to it, but I thought maybe I just want to comment on what you said. It's so important that, yes, we forget you are loved, you are loving, and you are lovable. And so how do you nurture that? What can you do? You take your focus, take your attention off that X. So often people come to me and they're talking about, the bad thing that happened and how awful it was. And so we're not going to focus there. You get to focus on you. You get to surround yourself with supportive people and be gentle and compassionate with yourself. So what are the things? There's basic things like getting enough rest, eating healthy food, maybe getting a massage, doing whatever it is that you like to do. Like Alvin was talking about, going out and walking with his dog. I do that every morning. That's a wonderful thing to do. Get out in nature and tap into your inner strength, your inner radiance, because when you show up with that radiance, like you're your best self, then you'll treat yourself with that love and care, and you won't be tolerating the things that don't towards you. So after a breakup, you can, take the time to heal, mourn, whatever you need to do. And then at some point, you can be moving forward towards love. And I think, of course, the first step is your own self-love, but you get to now envision what's the life that you want. What's next? You have opportunity. This is exciting. So this is where I help people to get clarity. Like, what is it? What's essential for you? What did you learn from the past that you don't want to repeat? What would you like now? And a huge thing is to help. What I help people with is to get that confidence that you can really believe that it's possible. That's the key, like believing that, yes, I am lovable just as I am, and this is possible. So it's amazing the transformation that can happen for people when they really get it, like, oh, okay, this can happen. So I love to support people to make that a reality, to really be creating a life that you love, and to have the right partner with you who is a really great match for you. So of course, I did all this work myself, and I have now been happily married for 17 years. So it is so totally possible. You can be with somebody who is great for you. So yeah. So I think you mentioned, was it Namsa or Amanda? I forgot who said it. Like we don't start out with these impeding beliefs. We're not born with that. Babies are just lovable, right? They're just lovable, And we pick up these ideas that we're not lovable somehow from our families, or maybe at school, or in the media, like not good enough, not deserving. And I don't know if you want me to, I can go on a little bit more. I don't know how tight we are on the schedule, because you said you don't have somebody. I'm happy to fill in a little longer. Let me check in with you about that. What do you think?
You're fine, Dr. Wendy. Yeah, you can talk. That's fine.
All right, so we'll just kind of chat. I thought I'll to give your audience a little bit more. So, sometimes we've got like decades of time, the past. I work with people of all ages, but often they're a little older. Like the 20-somethings don't come to me that often. I get people sometimes in their 30s, but more often a little older. But so we might have decades of thinking, I'm not good enough, I'm not deserving. So I can share with you. Let's think of an example. Actually, I not such an older. I'm somebody who was in her 30s. I'll call her Lisa. And when she came to me, she was fearful that she would never have her dream. She was doing pretty well with her career, but she really wanted a partner, and she wanted a family. And she was in her mid-30s, and she felt like she wasn't thin enough, she wasn't attractive enough. She had a lot of shoulds about how she should look, and this might sound familiar. I'm sure there's listeners who can relate. So our work together helped her shift that negative self-image until she felt absolutely lovable, absolutely desirable, absolutely beautiful. And things really turned around for her. So this is really true for everyone who's here. I want you to take a moment, regardless of who you are, your age, your ability or disability, or whatever shape, whatever size, whatever color, whatever sexual orientation, anything. No matter what, you're deserving of love. So just take that in for a moment. No matter what, you are deserving of love. You are lovable. Let's take a moment and really feel it. How does it feel to know that you're beautiful and lovable just the way you are.
How can you actually help people believe that? Because that you are lovable. We're all lovable how we are, but it's very difficult for some people to believe it and actually then value themselves. So how can you help them to actually believe that in themselves and but value themselves and their worthiness?
Yeah. Well, it does require a shift in perspective and being able to look at things from a different viewpoint. Being able to see that just because you were looking like with the blinder before, there's a whole other possibility of how you can envision things. And I have a wide variety of tools to help you eliminate that old impeding belief that has kept you stuck. It's really miraculous to see when people go through this process that they let go of it so much that they might even forget what was that thing that held me back, because they shifted. So like it absolutely does start with self-love, just like making it a new habit. Like you're treating yourself with love, with kindness. And the more you do that, the more you are a magnet for love. So this gal I work with, Lisa, she transformed her. I mean, it took some time, but it happened. She became really confident and she started taking great care of herself and being more loving and kind to herself by like eating healthier foods and exercising and all those things. And she got really clear what about what she wanted. And now she is happily married. They have a young child, and this is possible. So it really can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you think of someone else that you've assisted with? What was it like before you worked with them, and then what transformed? What was it like afterwards? Is there someone else that you could?
Yeah. Okay.
Just to give people that picture and that sense of feeling, because maybe it just might help to anchor in a bit more that it is possible to believe in yourself.
Thank you, Carol. Do you go by Carol Ann or Carol?
Carol Ann, thank you for asking.
And thank you, Carol. And this is so fun. I get to talk to all of you here. Yeah, okay, let's see. I'll give you an example of somebody who was, how old was she when she first came to me? 70, about, I'm thinking, or very early 70s. And at the time she had this idea that other people could have good relationships, but not her. And I hear this from people all the time. And she wasn't feeling confident that she could do this. The whole online dating thing was sort of scary. So we took the time. I don't recommend just jumping out there and looking to meet somebody right away. It's so important to do the inner work first. So we took the time to do that. And she was actually in a group with me. I had a group of, I lead groups as well. But then we did some one-on-one work too. So her situation was, she was fearful, but she was determined and she didn't give up. And so we stuck with it. That's the thing. It's perseverance that makes all the difference. So as she started to feel better about herself, she started to attract better guys. And there initially was one that seemed good, but then it wasn't it. He wasn't the right guy. He wasn't able to commit to anything. And so she was able to let that go and continue, not give up. And then she met somebody who was, she had gotten really clear what's essential in the right relationship and what's negotiable. And this guy was a match in all the right ways. He was a widower, and they clicked, and she was careful, took some time, made sure, but now they're still together. It's been over a year now. And she's told me this is by far the best relationship, because here's the difference. She's showing up, being her confident self. Before she would hold back. She was afraid to be, I don't know, too much, too loud, or too something. And with this guy, she feels like, oh, I'm accepted for who I am, and I don't have to be anything different. So that's the key. Like, you get to show up, you get to be your radiant self, and you don't have to turn yourself into a pretzel to try to accommodate another person. So that's huge. So that's what happened for her. And she's like, wow, I didn't know it could be so good. I'm really happy. But at any age, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
And what I heard was that she was determined and didn't give up.
Yes, that's the key.
She wanted to make this work, and she did.
And she did. And I held her hand through the process. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's not giving up on yourself and believing you're worth it. You deserve it.
Yeah. That's amazing. And is there something that you would say to do in conjunction with doing the inner work, so that you could find somebody else? Because some people think, well, how do I find someone else? And I know you tend to attract, and when you do the inner work, you become that attractor basin. But is there something else that you could be doing to get yourself out there, or to find someone? Because sitting at home isn't necessarily going to find someone, is it?
Oh, no. I help with all the inner work and the outer work. Yes, thank you for helping me to clarify that. Of course, Caroline. So yeah, when people are ready, I'll help you write a great profile, make sure you have the right photos, and make sure you're on the sites that are working for you, and that you're, so some clients I will sit there with them and go back and forth and make sure that, you're not wasting time on people who are inappropriate, but you're laser focused on the right kind of person for you, and that you're meeting lots of people, that you're not just waiting for the one to show up. No, you want to be meeting lots of people, making connections in the real world as well as online. So now that the world is a little bit opened up again, right? There's things happening, you can get out in the world. So there's lots of ways to be meeting people, but it's a matter of being strategic about making the moves that work for you, so that you're screening out people who are not right. So you're not wasting time. Sometimes you meet somebody, let's give them a chance. No. If somebody's not right, they're not right, and you move on. And that's okay. The vast majority of people you meet are not going to be your soulmate, and that's okay. So that's another thing I help people with, like being able to handle that rejection, or being able to let go of somebody in a gentle way, and not getting involved right away with anyone until you've got that clarity, and you're sure that this person is aligned with the shared vision and really meets all your requirements, all that. Oh yeah, it's a full package. I work with couples too. So,
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, it's sort of answering those questions, and or how do I do it, very often stops somebody. But
sure.
It is doing that inner work, and then, as you say, doing the outer work as well. But when you're clear on what it is you want, and or who you are, and what you are prepared to put up with or not, or then you can put that out there, can't you? You can actually be clear. And I love what you were saying about being a stand for. Well, no, if that's not working, it's okay to let go and move on. Absolutely. It's just like another tick. It's that all the no's is another no to the yes,
Yes, and just know that that's where you're moving, and keeping your attention on where you're going instead of focusing on the past and what didn't work. No, you want to moving forward, and you're every day showing up as your best self, your most radiant self, your most lovable self. Anything's possible. And as you're clearer and clearer about what it is that you want in your life, the right kind of relationship for you, the easier it is to manifest that. But yes, it does take action. You have to show up. You know, you can't just sit here and meditate all day and hope he knocks on your door.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And it's getting clear on where you're actually not being authentic in yourself, because I remember years ago realizing that actually all I ever wanted from a husband was someone to have children with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I got, you know, but I never defined the relationship after that. And so is it any wonder that we struggled to really stay together? I mean, okay, we were together for 24 years, but it was up and down. And but I realized, yeah, that all I had said to myself was I want someone to have children with. We had 2 wonderful girls, but anything beyond that. So I started to define what my next relationship would be once I decided, yeah, okay, perhaps I could have another relationship. And I realized that, you know, they had to be my best friend. And then it was a few years later that I realized I hadn't defined what a best friend was, how that would be. So again, it's recognizing perhaps, yeah, where you're not supporting yourself in that. It's those definitions, and then are you clear on that? Get clearer again and keep getting clear, isn't it? And do you find that some people do that? They make a statement, but within that, there's perhaps not some clarity that can hold them back or put up barriers?
Oh, absolutely. So yes, I'm so glad you brought this up, Caroline. Yes, it's so important to get that clarity. So I help people to really understand what is it that's essential for you in the right relationship. And it's not that he's tall, dark, and handsome. That's not it. No, it's more that the things that come. I mean, I've worked with, I don't even know, hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of people over the years. And the essential things are things like that we have honesty in the relationship, that there's authenticity, that we have a shared values, that we have passion or whatever. You know, different people have different things, but honesty is pretty universal, I think. But you know, those are the things that have to be there. And maybe there's like financial security, things like that. Whatever it is for you, we drill down so that it's not 100 things, it's maybe 10 things, that these have to be there.
Right.
And then, okay, that's not impossible. We can work with that, right? And it doesn't take a year to find out if those things are there. You can find out pretty soon, you know, if that is present with another person.
Yeah. I heard something last night, and there's a beautiful quote that Rumi gives, and it's, your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it.
Beautiful. I mean, Rumi was, we're talking hundreds of years ago. This guy was brilliant. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Yes, that's so great. If you have no barriers to love, then your love is, you are love, right? You're love, you're loving, you're lovable. There's no barriers. So yeah. And we're not going to just dwell on, I mean, when my work, we don't just sit there and dwell on the barriers. You know, yes, we find them and we remove them, and then you're moving forward towards being that love and manifesting that loving relationship. Yeah.
So that's what I'm hearing. That's how you you help people move forward.
Oh, absolutely.
To love is
absolutely
clearing those barriers.
Both one-on-one. And my work with couples is, of course, a little different because it's with 2 people, and that's a whole different dynamic. But I also do groups with singles, and I work with women and men. So lots of men in my practice too, not just the gals.
Yeah. And is that online and offline? Did you end up having to come online because of COVID?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Interesting thing now, I am primarily working with people on Zoom video, or sometimes on the telephone, because they're all over the world. And but I do, and right now have one client who comes and meets with me in my backyard. And you know what else? The local people, I used to do hikes with them. I lived in a beautiful place where there's hills to hike. And that's because then you get like the added benefit of nature and movement. But of course, we can't do that if you're far away. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you could. I guess you could be on Zoom and you could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't put that together.
This is my view. What's your view?
You know, it's not unheard of. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. Where are you from? Where do you live?
I'm just north of San Francisco in California.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
And you're in England.
Yes. Yeah. I'm in London.
Yeah, we are Carol, Ann, and I. We are in the UK, and Claudia. The rest, they are scattered around the world.
So, Nomsa, are you also in London?
Yes, I am in the UK, but I'm not a London person. I'm in Oxford. Henley-on-Thames is near Oxford. You know, I'm next door George Harrison.
What?
Yes.
Well, he's not alive anymore, George Harrison.
No, he's not. But my children go to the school where my daughter, my youngest one, goes. Is in the land, part of his house. But the other side, that was donated by John Lennon. Yeah, so yeah, we are so blessed where we live. We live in a very, very beautiful place.
Wow, very cool. I'm a big Beatles fan.
I'm sure now that we are connected, one day you'll visit Henley-on-Thames.
Oh, I've been to England, but it's been years, yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice where we live. Carol Ann, she's a London person. Me, I'm a small town girl. I like peace. I've got children. Carol Ann, her children have grown up. So that's why she's a London person. And me, I love to live outside. I love going shopping in London, but then I like to get out and just stay. Very, very nice. So yeah,
it's not my original place. It's
actually, you know what? And the Alba as well. One of the girls from the Alba as well. So she's I think 5 minutes away or 10 minutes away. So we're just where we live. There's lots of celebrities and stuff.
I was more sometimes I was in West Country. So
oh yeah, when you were married to Carol Ann, you were not living in London, were you?
No, I was West Country, out Gloucestershire way, Cheltenham, Gloucester, and we had hills around us. It's beautiful. Yeah, and I loved it. We had fields across the road, so we could walk the dogs across the roads, and yeah.
Lovely.
But life took other twists and turns, and I ended up in London.
Well,
you know, as you do, and it's just where I needed to be, and where where I'll be in the next few years, who knows?
Yeah, I actually, how I ended up in Henley, I was going through a divorce. So I went online because I couldn't cope with everything. It was too much. I wasn't going through depression or anything, but I acted very, very quickly. It's like I had some guidance. So I wanted something for a change. So I just went best schools in the United Kingdom. And the city where I am, it just came up, and Hertfordshire. So what I did, I went to Hertfordshire, and then I came here. When I came here, just arriving here, I was like, this is my home. I'm staying here. And the houses are so expensive, but I was like, I'm gonna find my own house that is specifically been written for me, that has been built for me. And actually everything, I just looked like when you are saying, Wendy, that you help people getting ready for dating and help them with their self-image and their identity. And for me, it was like I was falling apart inside. And in the process of mending my broken heart, but I had this drive of wanting to change. Even today, I look back and ask, I don't know, God, whatever the angel that was guiding me, that angel did the work, because I had to go through all this and I ended up here. I didn't know anyone. I just Google it, and I got a school, and actually I rang the counselor. I was like, my children, they're starting school and I don't know it. I'm a Christian. I had this mind, like, that's what I'm saying, like what Dr. Wendy is saying, that you have to create your own life. I had this mind that I'm a Christian, my children should go to a Christian school. So when I speaking to this guy, I was like, this is the good school that your children go, which is Bargemo Primary School. And I didn't know at that moment that this guy was actually creating my destiny. And I was sharing my video, Carol Ann, with my daughter, how we ended up at the school. And when we arrived, the teachers dedicated their lives to help my daughter. And that's where she began her journey to where she is today. I was sharing the video with everyone on WhatsApp and on social media, because they've created this film with her at school. So I was like, it's all began in that school, but it just began with one phone call. I was like, I don't know what I need to do. I'm a Christian, but give me some advice. You guys know the area very well. And the guy from the council was like, Nomsa, if you want your doctors to succeed, go to this school. It's the best school. But when you speak to people, they'll be like, no, it's not. But he was creating my destiny. And it's amazing how life journey, you meet somebody and they just like, you are a psychologist, Dr. Wendy. Every client that comes to you, there's a journey, there's a reason why they come to you. And so if anyone is watching, please, you can follow Dr. Wendy, because I don't know why you are here at Ngozi Talk Shows. And you are one of the people. I was telling Carol Anna and everyone else and showing them the speakers that when I contacted them, who just went, okay, give me the date. Tell me when you want me. So I don't know why you all are here, but you have a purpose here to change other people's lives. So whoever is watching, if you want to connect with Dr. Wendy, Dr. Wendy, do you want to explain to our audience? I just want Carol Ann to ask the questions, but as long as my audience know where to find you.
Okay, so thank you for sharing how beautifully you manifested. So I love it. That's an awesome story. And so I was going to share about this roadmap to relationship success that I want to give to people. And that should be a click when they watch this, that you can get this. So I co-wrote the book with Deepak Chopra. It's called Roadmap to Success. And this roadmap, it helps you to identify the patterns and the limiting beliefs that have stopped you, the things like believing I'm not good enough, it's too late for love, I need to settle for something less than what I really want, or be alone by myself. You know, all this kind of stuff that I hear all the time. Anyway, so the roadmap shows you how to shift those beliefs and the patterns, so you feel more confident and get more clarity, and then you're on your way to relationship success. So that's what you get as a gift for being here. You know, it's an opportunity to uncover those harmful beliefs that have gotten in the way for you, that stopped you, and discover how to change the patterns that are destructive, that keep you from love. You'll get my 7 proven steps to transform your limiting beliefs and create successful relationships. You deserve that successful relationship with yourself and with a loving partner. And also, I want to offer a few complimentary consultations. I have a couple available each month. This can help you to clarify your goals, whatever they are, your personal and relationship goals, and identify what's in the way. What are the blocks? What are the challenges? What stopped you? And then you can take a step in the right direction towards the life that you love, with the love of your life. That's my mission, to help you have this. And I want that for all of you. You all deserve it. You're all lovable, and I look forward to connecting. And also, you can find me on my website is drwendylyon.com. So easy.
That's beautiful. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you, thank
Yes.
you. Yeah, it's been such a pleasure.
And that roadmap to success, is that a book? Or is
It's part of the book. It's not the whole. This is the roadmap to success is the whole book, and mine is a roadmap to relationship success inside of this.
Right.
So I will when they click on it, they get the what is it?
It's on the link for the free gift, Carol Ann.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what you get is a section of that book. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's a PDF. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yes, enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wendy. I will be in touch. Hopefully we enjoyed spending time with you.
What a treat. Well, lots of love to you, beautiful women and everyone out there. Thank you very much.
You stay blessed, and I will be in touch with you. And thank you so much for today.
Oh, my pleasure. It's been a delight. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye. Carol Ann, we have 8 minutes before what's the name?
Catherine.
We have 8 minutes.
Before Catherine.
Yes. Before Catherine gets here and
okay, 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Love is the bridge between you and everything. And I looked up a whole load of Rumi quotes this morning. It's like they just seem to pop out. So
I like the quote that you've mentioned when Wendy was here. What is it?
Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it.
Oh, yes. That is actually on point, because we seek love, but we're not really meant to seek love, do we?
No. It's not out there.
No,
it's not out there.
It's within.
It's within. And it's like we put up all these barriers.
Yes,
bring them down.
Yes. Yeah, love comes within. I just before I used to think that I need to find a man to love me. I had all this list, but when I got into personal development and psychology, I was like, no, I need to put it the other way around. I need to love me. Yes, and then share that love with somebody else.
Yeah. And there's another saying here that goes very much with what I think Bakri was saying about turn your mess into a message.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where there is ruin, there is hope for a treasure.
That's awesome. That's powerful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that is powerful, because when our life is been ruined, we feel that is the end of it. Like the quote is saying, we have to find that treasure, the treasure of freedom, the treasure of why we go through, why we are going through, which is there might be a lesson that we need to learn from that heartbreak. Whenever I'm going through something, I never ask God, why me? I always say, God, show me what this problem is here for me to learn. Show it to me. And sometimes I always learn things about myself. That's why was it Bakri or somebody else that says mention that we think we know everything about ourselves, but we don't. And I believe that is true, because there are so many things that I always think that I know more about myself, and I surprise myself. And also, like I say, I know about people, but people always surprise me, showing me who they really are, the good and the bad. So I think we just have to keep seeking deep, like the quote says. We have to seek these barriers that we've created.
Yeah. And there's treasure within, something that it falls apart, or there's heartbreak, there's upset.
Yeah.
But within that mess, there's a message, there's something for you to learn, something you can share with the world, and that will support someone else and in going through whatever they're going through. And, it doesn't mean that it will stop them necessarily, because it's not about our job to stop people or to hold them back and say, no, 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 you don't need to go through that. If their journey is to go through it, what you're giving them is some tools to maybe go through it in an easier way, learn the lessons more quickly and get through to the other side, you know, but be able to learn their lessons that it's come to teach them. And so it's a support tool for them. And, you know, so it's just recognizing that whatever you've been through can support somebody else. It might just help them make a decision and go, well, actually, no, that's not the route. I mustn't go that way. I need to go that way. And this, it will take them on a different route. And they maybe not need to go through that, that breakup, because that actually isn't their path. And you've played a part in their journey of discovering, well, no, that's not where I need to go. I need to do this instead.
Yeah.
So it's showing up to play your part in everybody else's journey. And I think that's something I've just realized, that you have a part to play in other people's lives. Yeah. And by not showing up, by not sharing, you're actually robbing that person of potentially finding a different route, or making things easier for them, you know? So interesting thought. It's just sort of popped in my head, and I think I need to listen to what I'm saying. I think we're very good at giving advice, aren't we? But we do at the end of the day need to listen to what we're saying.
Yeah, Catherine, the one that is coming on now, she's written books. She's an author as well. She's like the quote that you're saying in her book, one of her book is Love Will Find You, magnet to bring you, and love will find you, a magnet, bring you and the soulmate together.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, she is.
Awesome.
Hi, Catherine. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, nice to be with y'all.
Love your background, girl.
I understand that I'm the last guest.
Yes, you are.
Well, I'm honored to close it out. I hope everybody's still awake, and let's make it fun.
Well, yes. You are the last person, and I'm sure there is a reason why you are here. So to our audience, welcome Catherine Alice. And Catherine Alice, she's a best-selling author with an international well-known brand. Catherine, there's this part that I want you to explain to our audience, because I might not explain it very well. Can you explain about your brand to our audience, please?
Right. Well, I used to direct a crisis support team. That's how my career kind of started. And the main things that people come in with crises over were love, relationship, and just getting what they wanted. And so I became known for teaching manifestation, something that I've done my whole career, and also specializing in love. This book right here, best-selling book, Love Will Find You, on how to bring in your soulmate. So I tend to focus a lot on love and relationships, but I also do general manifestation as well. I teach a course at the beginning of the year, every year, and we kind of blueprint people's whole year, set 4 main goals that they want, and then we plot a course to it, you know, and it works very well. So I'm big on manifestation, which I think is what you guys are talking about, right?
That's part of it, because it's like, I think it's helping someone to bounce back and realize that manifestation is possible. Because once you, you know, if you're going through heartbreak, it's like,
I spoke to a lot of people who are down on their knees and just trying to get beyond whatever has held them back, or, you know, bounce back, for sure. That was my early work with crisis support, was a lot of that as well. Yeah. So
what did you learn about helping people overcome crisis?
I learned that you have to meet them where they are, and that you can turn it around really quickly. It's kind of an opening. I think in Chinese, crisis means opportunity Part of the symbols for crises is opportunity. And so we always approached it like that. Even if it's really bad, it's kind of an opening for something new. And we go with that premise.
Yes. I like that. Crisis equals opportunity.
Yes.
Yeah, for something new. Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's hard because when you're really going through it, you can't even see anything. But we can get there pretty quickly too.
Yeah. Yeah. So what are some adversities that you yourself have had to overcome?
Well, I came to my present work. I was a writer before, which I still am, but not for this. But I came to it when I went through a really horrible divorce. And I thought everything was kind of going wrong. I was not very prosperous. Going through a divorce, just my life was a little bit of a mess. And so that was like, I need to do something differently. And I found a kind of a modality that worked for me, which I now have refined, just working with a lot of other people. I do think the best people to pull someone from where they are is someone who's overcome that, overcome some obstacles. And, that's me. I've been through a lot, but now it got really good for me too. So.
Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, someone who's been through it has got more idea and understanding, haven't they? And perhaps the language for it to help someone else through. And
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. That's beautiful. So what are some of the tools that you have that have been helpful for those you teach to actually overcome stress?
What have you guys have been doing this all day, right? So what have you seen that people need the most? Where are most of the people who have been joining you?
In what way? People that we've had as speakers that are
no, just for the participants. Have they expressed any particular issues they've dealt with, or
no?
Okay.
We haven't had participants in that way.
I see.
Anyone, Nomson, there's no one been saying anything.
Oh yeah, it's me that is watching the people when they're participating. I just, because they are so talking, I just interrupt them and put the message and tell them the messages. What people they've been going through is mainly when people are going through like divorce. When you talk about divorce, that is a big problem. And during lockdown as well, divorce has been really a big problem, and people going through abuse in relationship. So abuse gone up as well. That's one of the crises. And also people having heartbreak of losing jobs and the companies letting them go. So those are the crises that people have been actually putting it down, that where do I go when I have this heartbreak? Like if I lose my job, and this is the job. Some people they've been in the job for all their lives, is what they know. They get promoted because the job is good, it pays them the bills, but now they have to go and the job is gone. So where do I go from there?
Right. Well, that's okay. So those are very similar situations, and in crisis support, and to this day, I do the same thing with both issues. Number one is to calm down and soothe oneself to get to a possibility it could be better. 9 times out of 10, when I work with someone who has lost their job, they didn't like it. They hated it. And it was a bad fit. So my saying for that is that we're kicked out of our small worlds because we have a bigger world waiting, something better. And if they didn't like it, there's a better job that pays more money, more fulfilling, with a better environment ahead. And the same thing for a divorce. I feel like the pandemic exacerbated issues that people were having in their relationship anyway. And so there's always more love, but divorce can turn someone into an unrecognizable being for a while. It can get really bad. And so we have to soothe first and find that we're going to be okay beyond this. You can't see anything clearly. So I ask anybody who's really in a bad place, do not make a conclusion. Don't say my life is, rubbish and it's never going to get better. Don't say it's all over. I'll never find somebody that good. I'm going to be out on the street. I'm going to be destitute. We can't make a conclusion like that when we're in a bad place. You're seeing through a muddy windscreen, not seeing anything real. So we have to soothe without making any conclusions and say it's going to be okay. Anybody who's listening right now in that situation, It's going to be okay. There is something good on the side of it. And so we did this thing, 3 to 5 minute cool down in the crisis clinic that I ran, just to get people to an equilibrium. Once they could get there, then we can turn the attention toward what they want. Because when something's going wrong, it's a good chance to think, what do I want? You know, what would be better than this? And reach for the stars. I want a job that pays double and is way more supportive environment, fulfilling. I don't have to be there all the time, less hours, and is exciting to me. And maybe I get to travel too. I want a soulmate this time who's not abusive, who is kind to me, who we have better chemistry, is supportive of me, and we can live our whole lives together and it never gets stale. You know, I set the bar high because I believe that's how you manifest really well. So those are kind of the first steps I do to get somebody pointed in the right direction, out of the misery into something better. With, I have to say, probably with job, but more so with the divorce, there's the attachment issue. We are hardwired for attachment. We would die if we didn't attach to a primary caregiver, usually a parent, right? And so the same thing happens in relationship, but if it didn't work out, the attachment makes people crazy, makes them miserable, they can't move on. And so I have a special way I deal with attachment, and it can be to a lesser extent to the job. Most people have friends in the job. You know, they depend on it for their livelihood at that time. And so we have to loosen up that attachment to it because it's gone, and then point our direction towards something better, a better attachment in the future. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Makes sense.
And so that is about letting go. And do you find most people sort of hang on? How do you get them?
They
to
hang
actually
on so bad. You know, some people who are, the more healthy we are emotionally, the easier it is to let go. And learning to let go is a trick. But the more damaged we've been as a child, the more traumatized, the more emotionally needy as grown-ups, the harder the attachment is to break. And so I use a modality. I use usually guided meditation, ritual, and then some tools to stay released so we don't grab back onto our ex who we know is not good for us, you know, or keep, you know, haranguing about the ex-boss, you know, like you're just so caught up in the indignity of it all and the injustice, you can't move forward. So we have to get rid of all that. And it's a tough thing because some people really want to cling, but we can't. We have to move on. I mean, there's no choice.
Well, they have a choice. They can hang on if they want to. They got a choice. At the end of the day,
Yeah,
do they want
do,
to carry
but
on
then
in the
they're just
pain,
prolonging
or
the
do they
misery.
want to move on? Yeah, do
Right,
they want to
They
prolong it?
the misery.
Yeah,
That's right.
This is it. And so it is pointing out that and say, well, you have a choice at the end of the day.
For sure.
But I guess it's supporting them in making that healthier choice to decide and choose to let go.
Yeah, and making it possible. You know, attachment can just grab us by the throat. And when people don't know what they're doing, they don't even know that's happening, but they're just obsessed with the other person. You know, they're obsessed with it. And it's not healthy. It's not fun to be around it. You know, it's just, you know, a lot of needless suffering. And so to provide a way out has been very rewarding for me. You know, to be able to get them past it. And the best reward is to see them get what they want, which is way better than, you know, what wasn't working.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. So I know you specialize in love. How do you help someone overcome heartbreak or divorce?
Well, you know, some of this stuff we're talking about, dissolving the attachment is a must. They have to be willing to. And then a lot of time the idea of rejection comes into play. Their ego is wounded. And so I work with them usually on the fact that rejection is a fake concept, that it's just the wrong fit. And usually both sides were rejecting in a way because they knew it was the wrong fit. But it's not a personal thing. It doesn't mean they're unworthy of love. It doesn't mean they're one down. It just means it wasn't a fit and there's going to be a better fit ahead. So we have to, you know, that usually takes some healing as well.
Imagine.
That's
a nice thought. Yeah, sorry, go on, Nomsa.
I like it, Catherine, when you say when the relationship doesn't work out, it doesn't mean that it means that it's not a good fit. It doesn't mean that you're not enough, because what people intend to do, like our audience mostly, when people are sending us messages, it's more like, I have just gone through a divorce, or I'm going through relationship problems, and now I'm wondering if I am enough. I'm wondering if I'm gonna be loved again. I'm wondering with my age. People put all these labels in themselves. So I'm glad that you mentioned that when you're going through something, it does not mean that you actually not enough. It means that you're actually not a good fit, which is
exactly that's such a good point. You know, some people take it as there's something wrong with me, which is not true. When little kids know this, if their neighbor doesn't want to play with them, they run down the block and find somebody else who does want to play with them. They don't put their head in their hands and say, what's wrong with me? You know? And so one of my favorite things when I was going through my divorce, my therapist told me, do not give your self-image away to anybody for any reason. And so unfortunately with a divorce, with a bad breakup, we can tend to do that, give our self-image away and say there's something wrong with me, question ourselves. And so that's definitely something that must be healed.
Yeah. I like this quote from Rumi actually that says, don't grieve. Anything you lose comes round in another form.
Oh, I've never heard that. And Rumi is my favorite poet by far. I've got to look that up. Oh, and spread it. That's such a perfect quote. Thank you. Yes, that's right. And that's what I do believe and have seen to be true. You know, when we let go of something seems like it's gone, we get a replacement that is inevitably even better. So it helps to remember that too, when you're in the throes of it, just that I am going towards something. I'm not going to be here forever. I'm moving forward, and hopefully we can help people who are having this move forward into something better.
Yeah. So actually, does getting into a relationship help people? I mean, they've just come out of one. Would getting into another one help people, or how?
It can, it just depends. Sometimes the point of attraction is not good. There can be some desperation in there. Nature abhors a vacuum. So when you have a breakup, you've got a vacuum. And so you don't want to fill the vacuum right away with something that's not, I mean, there's something called a transition person. I talk about it in my book, Love Will Find You. Just that there can be an intermediary, somebody to comfort, to get you through. Rarely is it the right person, but it's not terrible. It's just recognizing that may not be the right person. Love, the minute you draw a boundary with love, it's going to get jumped. Love has no bounds. Therefore, so sometimes it happens. Somebody does meet their soulmate right away after a split. Most often some healing time, maybe a transition person help, you know, because it can heal and raise the point of attraction a lot higher to attract better, you know? And so I know, like, if you ever do 12-step, you know, addiction programs, they always say, take 6 months, during your recovery, and don't date anybody, you know, and people don't always follow that, but you know, it's individual basis. In general, I think it is healthier to have some grieving, healing time before going right back into something else.
Yeah. And perhaps getting to know yourself a bit more and what actually caused the breakup, or what part you played. It's just doing a bit more that inner work, isn't it, to understand yourself?
Yeah, that's what I do with people, for sure. We break down what didn't work. Have you had a pattern? Because if you have a pattern, let's figure out what it is and let's change it so you will get a different result next time.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've dealt with someone lately who always attracts unavailable and kind of settles for unavailable, knowing she'll never get what she wants. Another one where, you know, after they've been together maybe 3 to 6 months, the guy inevitably breaks up. And so it was very helpful in both cases to go through case by case, break it down, see what is this pattern, and then what can we do about it to ensure it, you know, we never have it happen again. And we can have our happy, you know, riding off into the sunset that we all want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very important when you go through heartbreak to actually focus on you. That healing is very, very important, because in that moment you're caring about yourself, And when you heal properly, you are able to select, because the most important thing is the selection. You're able to go out there and select the right person. I agree with you, Catherine, that is very, very important. 6 months, that 6 months is crucial for somebody to go through healing. And also you need to have a relationship with yourself as well. It's very, very important space of time.
Absolutely, yes.
So
Sometimes, sometimes people think they have to be perfect too before they meet somebody, and that's certainly not the case. A, because none of us are perfect, and B, because you continue to grow once you're with your soulmate. Once you come together, often you will heal some wounds in each other and continue on your growth. So it doesn't you don't have to be perfectly ready, but some buffer there to heal and to kind of set the course for a higher level, a higher journey is much preferred, for sure.
Do you find that some, one partner is willing to do the more work and to grow and the other doesn't? Does that then cause a problem?
I haven't seen it be a problem unless people make it. It only takes one. If one is on that path of journey of going higher, it tends to pull the other along. People in train, as you go into a couple, you don't think you want to change each other, but you kind of do. And research bears this out. You kind of fold into each other. So if one is on quite a self-growth journey and the other isn't, it's going to leak into that other person. Often, and I don't like to generalize by gender at all, but it can be a male-female thing where, women buy the majority of self-help books. Women are always the ones at church. Women are always the one in therapy, more so than men. And so there's a saying that I do like, even if you're not religious, a woman is a man's way to God. And so often, because women tend to be, we're more in our emotions, and this is kind of borne out by research. I'm not just saying this. And because we tend to be the ones who do read all of the books and do all of the work, we tend to pull the guy along and they become more open. There's some work that I recommend that's more male friendly too. But it doesn't have to be just the same at all. That's a mistake that I see. My mentor, who was actually a pastor, a minister, she said, well, I just want a good man. And I think not expecting someone to be the exact same as far as the self-growth is fine. As long as it's a good person and, they naturally, you and train together, naturally kind of go on your path. It only takes one person though. So yeah.
Yeah.
I love it when you say women will always actually being the one that does the work. I've seen it within my house here. I go to church, I pray. When I pray, they're like, please pray for us. And when I'm reading a book, we are going through something like during lockdown, we were going through something like we had to actually downsize our home, and I could see everyone is getting worried in the house, and I'm like, what are you guys worried about? Yes, lockdown, the lifestyle, it can change, but we don't know the future. So and then we ended up being homeless. We ended up going to my father-in-law because we got let down selling getting the house, and the other people that we were meant to go and exchange, they changed their mind last minute, and we had to give up our house because the people wanted to move in. So we ended up going to live with my father-in-law, and I was like, in that moment, there's a reason why we are here. And we stayed with him. Once we live with him, we find our home. He had a stroke and they can't remember anything. So now I'm looking back, I'm like, I think there was a reason where my children needed to spend time with him. Because when I went to the hospital, I'm like, do you remember me? He's like, no, I can't. Who are you? So I'm mentioning his grandchildren. He's like, oh, now he remembers me, but he cannot forget his grandchildren. So I'm like, this is amazing. So what you're saying, Catherine, that us women, we're like, I think we are there to, because if you see a successful man has a good woman behind, is either their sister, is either their friend, is either is their partner or wife. It's all we're just there to put the puzzles together. We are mentors, but some women don't believe in that. They don't believe that they are mentors. When things fall apart, they forget all the good stuff that they've done in life or the blessings, and then they remember the bad.
Right. Yeah. Well, I feel like women often are the glue and the dream keeper, you know, who keep the dream alive and hold it together more than we may get credit for sure. I like when we women do that for each other too, support each other, because we're not used to it as much, and we need to. You know, you need a lot of support to do well and to do what, you know, get what you want. Yeah. So I'm sorry you went through that. That sounds like a lot.
That's part of the process in life. We have to go through that. And in the middle of it, I was doing exams, and after, when I was finally, it was like my exams time, I was like, is this what life is meant to be? So I was like, my life is being tested. So I was so lucky because I'm surrounded by the coaches. So I was like just doing my research and knowing that I have a problem and facing it. And in that moment, it made me realize that when God, like the Bible says, money is not everything. It made me realize that you could actually go through something while you have the money, because I had the money, but I couldn't get the house that I wanted. So it's like, and all this Carol Ann is spending time saying, you don't have to move into something that is not yours. Your house will come. So I just waited, and 6 months went by, and that was it.
Nice. Well, that's a lovely story. And you know what? That actually brings up a good point. Sometimes it's a timing issue.
Yeah.
Right. And so it does require some shopping. I love that you didn't settle for a house that wasn't right for you, because real estate shopping is such a good analogy for manifesting in life. You have to see a lot of very depressing real estate, and then finally, the perfect one comes. It's like, oh, that's it. You know, it's my soulmate dwelling. I love that, because that you didn't settle. And I always encourage people, don't settle for the wrong house, the wrong mate, the wrong job, the wrong anything, you know? So, yay.
Yeah, as you say, it happens at the right and proper time. And I know when we
I mean, I'm a big one on accelerating it. The gift that I have for your audience is called instant manifestation, because sometimes we need something to happen right away. We might need a job right away, might need a dwelling right away. But in general, there is a factor I call divine timing. And so sometimes it's not right away. It might be you don't have to wait a long time, but sometimes it might take a beat just to tune oneself to the right channel, to find the right place. And there is a joy in the journey toward it. You know, it's very, very instructive to look at real estate, for an example, because then you get more clear on what, okay, I don't want this neighborhood, and I definitely have to have, you know, this in my house. I need to have a deck and a balcony, you know, or whatever it is. And so that process is valuable, even not finding the exact right thing. Dating helps, you know, as another example, because you kind of get clear, okay, I don't want a guy who smokes. I don't want a guy who berates me, you know, who puts me down. And it's helpful, because then we get a clear idea of what we do want. Want a guy who supports me. Want a guy who doesn't smoke, like that, you know? So yeah, that's great.
Again, it is that, as you say, that divine timing, but something might not be ready for you. And that was brought home to me when we were searching for somewhere to live. I live with my daughter and son-in-law and family, and they had to move out of where they were renting because people wanted to sell their house.
Mm-hmm.
And we kept looking and trying to find somewhere. And Nikki, you know, my daughter kept saying to me, well, Mum, you might not be able to stay with us, might not be able to find somewhere that can accommodate you. What are you going to do? And I'm going, I'll be wherever I'm meant to be. And I just kept doing the inner work, just clearing what kept showing up and just putting out that prayer, wherever I'm meant to be, Lord, you know, and just show me what I need to do to support this. And then at one point, the third youngest granddaughter found out that I might not be with them. And that was like, no, Nanny has to stay with us. Nanny has to be with us. So we'll put up your prayers, Kobe, you know, ask your angels for that support. And we did actually, I mean, it took a lot of my faith and right to the very nth degree. but we found somewhere, and I was able to be with them. But what we realized was that the house wasn't actually available until a month before we actually got it. So we've been looking for about 5-6 months, and that house wasn't available then. And yet this is the perfect house. So
wow.
yeah. So that's why I bring in this. Sometimes there is that divine timing. Sometimes something isn't ready for you, and you just have to be patient, but do all the work that you need to get to that point, such that you can pick it up when it is ready for you.
Absolutely. I love that story. It's so true. It is a divine timing, and perhaps your person has not moved to your city yet. So we see that quite often.
Yeah.
So, wow.
Yeah, gorgeous. So
may I need to find out about, I know you releasing a person CD. Can you address this, please? I need to find out more about this.
Well, it's this CD right there, the blue one. And it's funny because it's one of the most popular downloads on Audible in that sector. And it's definitely probably our most popular download on Audible for sure. It's what we were talking about earlier, dissolving attachment. It's very difficult to release a person. I did it a bit, originally for people releasing after a breakup or a divorce. But it's so funny, the sound engineer who worked on it used it to release a grudge he had. People use it to release someone to death often, because it's the same process. It's releasing the attachment. And so it's a process. It's a guided meditation. It's tools on how to release and stay released, because it's very hard. That's why corporations spend billions of dollars on change management. For humans, it's very hard to change, and change too quickly. Abrupt change like a divorce can be excruciating. And so we were talking about earlier, part of it is dissolving the attachment, getting the support you need, getting through the first days, and then setting course for something a lot better. 30% of people end up back with their ex. I would just say, I just found this research recently, and it's so funny. When I used to teach this live, when I started, and there would be lines out the door, and we ran out of Kleenex, because part of the release is often crying. Never mind the stiff upper lip, we have to let it out. Mm-hmm. And after, at the break of the workshop, people would start hearing from their ex. It's an internal process that's invisible, and it is crazy to think that something actually happens in the invisible realm. But people, the other person they were releasing would feel it. And at the break, they would have a message from their ex. One lady went away, and within 30 minutes, she heard from every guy she had dated in the last few years. It was like 8 guys. There's this weird power unleashed in release. And I think it's just a step of faith that there will be better ahead. So we put a warning on the CD that you have to, you have to be aware that as you release them, something real is actually happening, and you may hear from them, and you want to handle it in a particular way. You don't want to go back there easily. You want to make sure things have changed and that you hold your power this time, So yeah, it's become this thing that when I first started teaching it, I had no idea people needed it that much. So
yeah, I think the release, the CD, I think is very, very important, because it's the music is very powerful. And when you are going through something, I know that some people say use the affirmation, but I think the CD, what is it like? Do you talk them through, or is it music on the CD?
There is music, but music is background. It's mainly me talking about how to release. I kind of get right to the point. It's only an hour. And so I talk about how to release. We do an actual release in there, which is the guided meditation part. And then I teach tools to stay released. And I just want to mention, so anybody who is watching this knows, when you release, it's not enough. You have to do a replace step. If you don't, it's just, there's this tendency to go back there, even if it was really bad for you. That's why, sometimes I deal with shelters for battered women. And even though this guy has beaten the crap out of them, they want to go back because of this attachment factor. And the only way, even to that, which was so horrible, clearly not where you want to go back. And so I do give a warning about that. And the replace step is to move on, maybe do the next one, which is manifesting love, manifest your soulmate. But even if it's not, you don't replace it with a person, but just the idea of something better, someone who's nice to me, who doesn't hit me, somebody who is supportive and with who I'm crazy about, where we have such a deep connection. So we have to do that step. The replace step or the release won't stay. You know, there is a tendency to go back there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
what's crazy love?
Crazy love is when most of us have seen it or experienced it. Crazy love is something where two people are just very dramatic in the relationship. They usually make up and break up. There's high drama. There can be fights and slam doors and leaving for a while. And it kind of consumes their world. And people are sick of it. Usually your friends say, you know, I don't even want to hear about it anymore. Why are you staying with this person? It's just very dramatic. Every now and then there's a crazy love that can heal into an actual mature soulmate love. More often it's something that needs to be released. Most of us, I've been married for, a couple of decades now. And most of us have never had a healthy relationship. And maybe we've had some crazy loves. I did, until we're with our soulmate. And then all of a sudden you wake up one day and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm in a functional relationship, first one in my life. And so just, crazy love is dysfunctional relationship to the nth degree. It's not pretty.
No, it certainly doesn't sound it.
Yeah, it's hard, and I've walked through with a lot of people through that to better days, either a better person, healthier relationship, or healing the relationship they're in. Either is an option. I kind of draw the line at physical abuse, though. I don't think anybody should stay with someone who's physically abusing them.
Right. So you're talking about that CD. I understand you got more books and CDs. I've heard you one book. One CD. Have you got more than one?
I have about 5 books on Amazon. Most of them are available now in the UK. This is the best-selling introduction to my love work. It's called Love Will Find You. And then, of course, Releasing a Person is highly recommended on Audible. And then there's an audio of this book too, if people would rather do audio. And then The Manifesting Love is another huge bestseller because it takes people through a meditation to call forth your love, an energetic invitation. And it's very effective. We see that with a lot of the people who got married using my work. They kind of say, well, that soul call is what I felt like finally brought them to me. So, yeah. But I do have a free gift for your viewers as well. Okay. And I wanted to mention that, before I know we have to end soon, but at my website, which is catherinealice.com, you can see my name like on the Zoom at the bottom. If you could just spell my name, catherinealice.com, a pop-up comes when they go to my website, and there is that instant manifestation class for free. And I highly recommend it. Good introduction to my work, but you can pick like maybe 3 or 4 things in your life and go through. There's audio class, and then there's a workbook to do. And I would not be surprised if you guys hear from people who actually manifest something they didn't think they could. It really works. It's a process that's very effective. And so that's my free gift, because I know you're bringing in people today who have all kinds of issues, not maybe just love. And so, yeah, I'd love to give that as a free gift to you guys and to your audience, just to thank them for being here. And if they were interested in learning more about my work. So,
yeah. As you say, it's more to heartbreak than just a breakup of a relationship. There's other
it's breakups. So much more. That's why it's so excruciating. There's a lot involved on so many levels.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to say, Nomsa, or ask?
Of course. Does getting into a relationship help people? Because there are some people that will break up with their spouse, and then within a week or within 2 weeks, they're in another relationship. As a coach, does it help? Or
It happens because love has no bounds. It does happen. When it does, I ask the person to A, make sure it's not a trauma bond, because sometimes it can't be, and B, try to keep it at a higher level. And for God's sake, go slow. I tell everybody go slow, because if it's the right person, you have the luxury of a longer courtship, and it's fun. Courtship phase is so much fun. And so you can't really put a hard line on that. It'd be nicer if they waited longer, but sometimes it just happens. Maybe they were ready. Maybe they were releasing slowly for the end of that other relationship. And so they were already ready. It's hard to judge, but to come at it with a level head, to draw it out, to really get to know that person is very important. And one of the things I say is don't cry soulmate too early, meaning let's not label it as your soulmate until you're in a little further and we can really see what it is. So yeah. It does happen, it happens though.
And are there some people that give up on love? What do you say to them?
Well, that's the thing I love to end with. Like, it's so important just that don't ever give up on love, no matter how despairing you may be or how done with it you feel. There is always more love. Love is our very nature. It's on our deathbed what we remember the most. Who have I loved? How have I loved? How much fun have we had together? And so I would not close that door. People do it out of pain sometimes and just, they don't want to have any more, but love doesn't have to be painful, and there's always more love. And so I'd like to instill in your viewers some hope, no matter how bad it is, no matter how despairing you've been, it's going to get better. You can still have what you want. So let's turn our eyes towards that. And I'm going to hold it with any viewer who's having a hard time. I'm with you. And I'm just holding it for you that it's going to get better, because it will, no matter how bad it looks.
I love that, Catherine, because I think people wants to hear that. There are some people, when they go through something, they feel that it's the end of the world, but there's beautiful in this world. I always say to people that for me, if it wasn't for God, I don't think I'll be here today. And when I go through something, I always, my next step when I'm going through something is to thank him for what he's put me through. And I'm like, I thank you so much for pulling me through to the problems that I've been on, giving me these blessings that you have given me. And I trust that I have to say out the scriptures and trusting that he is going to pull me through to whatever I am going through, provided that I'm taking action, because faith comes with action. And also, I want to find out about this, what do you call the universal attraction and why? It sounds really, really something that I believe strong about the attraction, but I need to hear it more.
Well, I call confidence, good, sturdy self-esteem, the universal attractant. And why do I call it that? Because a lot of research has shown everybody has their own preference. We're all attracted to different characteristics in people. It ensures that we all have love and that our continuation of the species. Not everybody likes one thing, but the universal, the one thing that everybody finds attractive is confidence. No matter what your preference is, it's always someone who believes in themselves and walks with that very sturdy self-image. And so confidence, and it's something that really helps to bring in your soulmate, is just to believe in yourself and know that you are attractive and that your soulmate can't see past you. You're it for them. So yeah, I do a lot of self-esteem work with people because it really gets in the way of just about anything. Every time I meet somebody with a money issue, usually it's there's some self-esteem issues behind it, right? They don't believe in themselves and they accept too few money. And so when we change that, money comes in more easily. It's a good space for love to come in, someone who they used to think was out of their league, maybe, and things can get really good. But that is it. The universal attractant is confidence.
It's that simple. It's that simple. It's always simple, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is. It really is.
We look for the complex.
Yes.
Simple. Confidence.
You make it sound so simple, and I hope our audience CatherineAlice.com. Whoever is watching, please go to CatherineAlice.com and download the free gift that Catherine is offering. It's very, very important, because when somebody comes, like right now, today, we have all these different speakers. They all have a part that they are here to play. And that party could be somebody going through something. They're here to break those chains. So please do go and download it, take advantage of it, and follow Catherine as well on her social media. And I think we're gonna put the website as well on the bottom of the video, so people can find all the speakers that have been here today. And anything else you want to ask, Carol Ann?
I don't think so.
Where can people find you, Catherine?
Yes.
You know, my explanation might not be as good as yours. Please explain to our audience where they can find you.
Well, they can find me at CatherineAlice.com. They can find me on Amazon. Just search my name, or search, you know, any of the names of anything you're interested in. It comes up there.
And that book comes up as well. The book comes up on top in the UK. The one that you have on your back, it comes up.
Yeah, this one. Right. I'm so happy. I fought for it. For some reason, it wasn't carried in the UK. It's from a, you know, huge publisher. And it wasn't coming in. So I fought, you know, to get it there so that people could access it. And I do come, you know, I know you got people everywhere. I have 2 partners in London for a new venture I'm doing, and I come to London regularly and teach. And so hopefully I might meet you guys. I would love that. Take you to lunch, and also maybe meet some of your viewers, you know, when I come there. I usually try to do a meet and greet, hang out. I love your pubs. We don't have those here. And I love the Sunday dinner is the best. You know, so I would love, hopefully meet you guys in person sometime. But if not, you know, definitely.
Oh no, definitely. There's no if not. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. We'll meet up. You have my mobile number, because I send it.
Right, I do. Well, yes, I would love.
Yeah,
that.
Definitely.
I could live in London so easily. It's so much fun there. The UK is amazing. So yeah, but I want to thank you guys, not only for having me, but also even doing this. I know it's been so valuable to so many people, and bless your hearts. I know you've been doing it all day too. So thank you for giving your time and, you know, just so many gifts to people who've been here. You guys did awesome.
Yeah, definitely. When you are in the UK, we'd love to meet you in person.
Okay, let's do it. Sure.
And I'm sure there will be collaboration as well, because I really love your work. I was inspired.
Yeah, I would love that. That would be so amazing.
I said to myself, God, let her reply to me. If she doesn't reply to me, she will reply to me another time, because I'm not going to let her go. Amazing.
Well, thank you. Of course I did. You know, you wrote such a lovely note. Yeah, excellent. Well, Namsa and Carol Ann, thank you so much. It's been so delightful to be with you all. Thank you for having me, and you even gave me a little extra time. And I just want to send you guys so much love, and love to your viewers as well. Okay. All right.
So much love to you, and thank you to Jessica as well. She's been really, really amazing.
Oh, right, my assistant. Yeah, she's awesome. All right, well, I'll go, because maybe I'm sure you want to wrap things up. But thank you so much, and we'll meet again soon, I hope. Bye.
Yes, definitely. Carol Ann, it's been a long day, huh?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah,
quite an exciting day.
Yeah, it's
amazing speakers. Well done. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing this with me today, and the other ladies that were not able to stay. I really appreciate you guys for all this hard work. And unfortunately, you are in London. I can't give you a hug, but you are in my big thoughts. And anything you want to give it to our audience who have been watching today?
I just thank them for watching, and thank them for their participation and their comments, because that really helped with Catherine's discussion there, you know. And yeah, anybody watching it on replay, do take up the offers of the speakers and listen to what they say, because there's a lot of gold nuggets in all the speakers' discussions today. And just one thing I'd like to leave them with, another Rumi quote: "The wound is the place where the light enters you."
Thank you so much, Carol. Anna, please, can you send me this quote on WhatsApp? Because yeah, they've been amazing today. Yeah, they've been really, really amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And those who are watching, there's a link on the video. Take advantages of downloading free gifts. Every speaker that has been here, they've left. When you go through that link, you put your email address, your details, and then it takes you to the free gifts. There's been about 15 or 16 speakers here with Ngozi talk shows. Every person that is here, they've left a free gift there. So take that advantage, download it. You don't know what's gonna help you, what is gonna help you to move forward. So go and download it. And even my free gift here as well is about 70 books as well that are on PDF that I've given it away as well. I was gonna post an ebook, but I thought, let me just put different books that have helped me to be where I am today. And so thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am so tired. I've been standing all day, and I do appreciate our audience for actually supporting us. And God bless. And also, Carol Ann, guys, I don't know if you saw the message on social media that, you know, that company in Dubai that was evaluating my company.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I did put it in the group.
Okay.
I had a meeting with them, and then they were evaluating everything and doing the assessment and everything. So I've won an award for leadership.
Oh, well
yeah.
done.
So
yeah,
I'm really pleased for that. I've got a meeting with them on Monday. I'll put it in the group because on the award there's an assessment report how they've been able to actually come up with the decision. So part of it is you guys that are there. When you guys speak every day, I listen, I implement, I listen, I go home, I implement. It's just amazing when you are surrounded by coaches, you become the best. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, well done.
So I will be going
and that, you've made the point there. It's about listening, implementing, listening, implementing.
You listen, you implement. For me, I'm not knowing it all. I don't know anything. When I come here to go to the talk shows, I don't know anything. All I'm here is to learn and implement. That's what I do. And whoever is watching, I know there's some people that will be like, I'm a coach, I don't need to do this, I don't need to watch. Just watch, listen to different coaches. You get so much. What I get when I come here every week is amazing. When you speak, when Amanda speaks, like today, different coaches. Now I know what I need to do again to improve my company, because I just want to reach millions and millions of people. So I know what I need to do after the events. I've learned so much. So thank you so much to you guys. And our audience as well.
Yeah.
And congratulations to you guys. I don't know with YouTube, I think you might be getting an award as well. So today I woke up and you guys reached this certain number. So congratulations. So now you guys do understand when I go bonkers when somebody is being negative. You do understand the hard work that you do. So when I woke up this morning, I was like, we have a summit. I was like, okay, so I think you guys might be getting an award. I don't know. So I'll just wait and see.
Cool.
So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I hope that you guys appreciate it more, because I just go bonkers when somebody goes negative. I'm like, do these guys really realize the work, the blood sweat that they're putting out there is amazing. And I really, really appreciate it. You guys have been here all day with me. And you could have easily said, we're not doing it, but you were like, we're here. And so thank you so much. And I appreciate you guys so much. And anyone that says negative in the group, that's why you guys know that I go bonkers, I go mad. I'm like, no, I don't want anyone saying any negative about any coaches, because the hard work. YouTube are realizing you guys are working very hard. You have produced 500 videos, and you have amazing following on YouTube. So I wouldn't ask you guys for anything. So all I can say is I love you guys. So thank you so much. Anything you want to say to our audience, or we just end the video?
I think we just end the video. I think everything's been said.
God bless everyone and live with grace. And thank you for today. I'm still thinking about it, whether I follow Shanda's advice of doing the summit every month or maybe in December. But I think every month it might sound like a good idea, but I'm still working on it, whether I do it every month or I do it every other month. So I'm just working on it. But once I know, I will let the audience know, and these guys, because they are the ones that do the work. So we have to come to an agreement. So thank you so much, Carol Ann.
Okay, take care.
God bless.
Yeah, God bless.
Where do I need to go to end? I need to.